Saratoga.
Eve of the Travers. Look at that shot. Gorgeous Saratoga Racecourse. This is Saratoga Live. Brought by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Technical difficulties as I knock my mic off. Great start to the broadcast. Live look, Saratoga. What a day. Pristine conditions for thoroughbred racing. On the eve of the 155th running of the DraftKings Travers, the colors of Arcangelo, last year's winner. What will that canoe look like on Sunday morning? Think we have the mic straightened out. Welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai from the paddock. It's so easy to get excited about everything happening tomorrow. The 5 Grade 1 races, the Travers, the storylines, the Philly, Torpedo, Anna, etc. But we have a very good Friday program on tap. We're going to be here for a good time and a long time. 12 races on the card, headlined by the Personal Ensign. There's the field. Compact field of 5, mile and an eighth, $500,000 purse. Defending champ, Idiomatic, 6-5 morning line favorite. Dual Grade 1 winner, randomized. Right next door as I welcome in my friends and colleagues, 4-time Breeders' Cup champion rider Rajiv Mirage, guy who's going to be in a dunk tank a little bit later on, Jonathan Kinchin. Gentlemen, the Personal Ensign, JK, what is the most intriguing aspect of the Friday feature?
Well, I think it's the question of whether or not it's the changing of the guard, right? I mean, Idiomatic, the champion last year, and now you've got Randomized, who's beat her once this year, and is Randomized going to beat her again? And if so, then Randomized becomes that kind of leader in the clubhouse to be the top of that division. So I think the conversation definitely starts between those two fillies.
Rajiv, Joel Rosario rides Randomized, Florent Giroux on Idiomatic. What is the key for both riders to put their terrific mares in the best position to win?
I mean, I am so intrigued by the tactics that are going to be employed in this race because if I'm Joel Rosario and I'm on the outside here, the last thing I'd want to happen about Randomized is have to become the hunted, to have Idiomatic outside of him, perch outside of him. So I think Joel is going to actually try to stay wide and force Florent to make some tough decisions, whether to come up on the inside and try to engage him early. So I'm really intrigued to see what kind of tactics these guys are going to use in this race.
First of 6 Grade 1 races over the next 24 hours. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Early Pick 5 starts in moments, 3 minutes out. Race 1, first of 2 stakes races, Smart and Fancy race 5, and the Grade 1 Personal Ensign race 10. Post time 5:43 Eastern. John Deere track conditions. Main track is fast. Turf course is plural. Are firm. Field for the first of 12. What better way to start a terrific day of racing? 2-year-old fillies, maiden special weight, 6 furlong sprint. Field and updated odds at the bottom. Stunner. Even money with about 2 minutes to post. These fillies warming up as we welcome Acacia Clement to the broadcast. Standing by front side, Acacia. What are these 2-year-old fillies showing you pre-race?
Well, Lafitte, you cannot name a 2-year-old stunner unless she's a looker, and that's exactly what your favorite is. She's a very physically mature daughter of Gervin, for one that there's not a ton of pedigree to go with on at the bottom side. The dam was 0 for 1, her only start on the turf, but look at how she framed up out on the track. She was very quiet back in the paddock, so I'd kind of reserved judgment about her until I saw her out on the track. Flavian Pratt took her right away for a spirited solo warm-up, and she came back to him beautifully, moving really well out there. She's coming in from Kentucky, so don't know much about the workouts, but the pattern has been strong, and it looks like she has tipped her hand in the morning. As Todd Pletcher sends out too, we'll start with the 4 Ice Cream Boat. She was purchased as a weanling, in fact, for $150,000, and you can understand with the pedigree by Outwork, who these connections campaign, and she's the half to Grade 1 winner Chocolate Gelato, who won the Frizette as a 2-year-old, and she looks just like Chocolate Gelato, a very tall, leggy type of filly. She was a little bit green back in the paddock, kind of screaming a little bit when first coming in. She settled nicely. Overall, I do think mentally she might need a race and maybe strengthen up a little bit. But watching her workouts on XBTV, she was breaking from the gate outside of an unraced 3-year-old and just far outbroke that one, moving away from her competition. Does come in off back-to-back gate workouts as as is her stablemate. It looks like there's the makings of a good one there. The other Todd Pletcher runner is a daughter of Matoli. Hey, everybody. As she went 10 flat at the OBS April 2-year-old sale. High-headed in that work, never switched leads, though she went quick, visually not my favorite. But she comes in and actually physically looks the stronger of the two Todd Pletchers. She's really well built, really powerful. For kind of these earlier 2-year-olds, maybe she's just a little bit further along, though there could be a bit more class and quality to her stablemate. And then finally, the 3 Senza Parole for Chad Brown. This one was very quiet back in the paddock. Was not totally sold on her, but she was much better out on the track. Had a big warm-up under Irad Ortiz. You can see she's gotten a bit hot, but that's after that warm-up. I'm not mad at that at all, given how well she moved out there. I thought at first she wasn't totally clued in, but a switch has flipped out on the track, Lafitte, as she knows what her job is.
Game time approaching. He knows something about tip-off and game time. Rick Pitino on hand. This is the kind of weekend, JK, that is going to lure the stars, the A-listers at Saratoga for Travers weekend.
Absolutely. I mean, it's outside of like Breeders' Cup Day, Derby Day, this is one of the best weekends, best days in racing, right? The Grade 1s, the superstars that are lined up, the eventual champions, the past champions. It doesn't get much better than this.
The who's of horse racing is going to congregate here this weekend and see who's going to take down some of these top prizes in the sport.
Within the racing world, outside the racing world, and everybody locked in on Stunner. Odds on 4-5. The first-time starter for Brad Cox, Flavia Pratt started the early pick 5, all set for the first of 12 on Travers E from Saratoga. Frank Mirmati standing by.
Thank you, Lafitte. Complex Secret going in. Here's Tip Top in the red. And Stunner will be the last one to load. She walks up confidently and goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Hey Everybody is going straight to the front. Senza Parole showing good speed in between horses. Spun Candy is down at the rail in third. They're followed by Complex Secret, fourth in the early going. Then Stunner, fifth, and 5 lengths off the speed. Racing 4 clear of Ice Cream Boat and Tip Top at the back of the field. They come past the half-mile pole, and Hey Everybody now opens up a length and a half. Senza Parole takes up the chase immediately. A quarter went in 22 and 2/5 seconds, and here's Senza Parole right up to Hey Everybody, coming to the quarter pole. 2 lengths back, Stunner moves into third, followed on the inside by Spun Candy in fourth. Then it's 2 back to Complex Secret, a quarter of a mile to go. And Senza Parole comes wide into the stretch, but has the lead coming to the 8th pole and is traveling beautifully. Say hello to Senza Parole, who has a 7-length lead. Big future ahead for this daughter of Gun Runner. Senza Parole in a dramatic, impressive performance. Wow! Stunner second. Hey Everybody third. And then Ice Cream Boat.
Say hello is absolutely right, Frank. Wow. Senza Parole, who says good night to her rivals in her debut and gallops for Chad Brown.
Yeah, she was sensational, and this was a good group. I had heard a lot about the 8 Stunner being a runner in here and who gets up for second. But, man, Senza Parole just galloped away from him here. And anytime you see Irad with that shoulder tap, you know he's got a ton of horse.
Absolute superstar in the making. That's got to be the most dazzling performance of any 2-year-old I've seen all year. I mean, she was amazing. And like you said, JK, this was a splendid group of first-time starters. You know, they're all coming in with high regards, and she made them look like they weren't even trying. I mean, Irad he didn't even have to go to the crop. He's just looking around for competition, tapping her on the shoulder. Seemingly, she was not even in top gear. Like there was more to give.
How many days till the spin away? Yeah, it's a little tight. Don Alberto Stable, homebred by Gun Runner, out of a street cry mare. I don't think distance is going to be a problem either. Whew.
No, I don't think that'll be an issue at all. You know, I would imagine for a trainer, for an owner, when you have a gun runner that does that on debut, you know the sky's the limit.
We've touched on it many times because it's such a big part of Saratoga. The 2-year-olds and a performance like that lights up the track, equivalent to watching college football on Saturdays and seeing certain athletes that just flash, that just jump off the screen, JK, and you say, yeah, that guy, we're going to watch him playing on Sundays before long.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this reminds me of another 2-year-old filly that we saw last year.
I know where you're going.
In Ways and Means, right? The way that she went on to win, and then we saw her a couple weeks ago winning the Grade 1 test. So it feels like a Grade 1's likely in this horse's future.
109.84. That is absolutely sparkling.
The track was very fast this morning. We will add that in terms of the workouts, the breezes, very fast this morning. That aside, still a sparkling debut, Raj, and exciting about what this could be the start of for Senza Parole.
Yeah, I mean, the sky's the limit for this one. That was just breathtaking performance. And like we mentioned before, there were some highly regarded horses coming into this race, like the number 8 Stunner. And even my top pick, Hey Everybody, was working well. I mean, she just dismantled this field.
Rod Ortiz has that game face on. Strikes in the opener. When we come back, she's a showstopper. Untouchable this season. But this is different. Her run for history, the test of her career. Tomorrow, Torpedo Anna in the Travers.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Save $5 on admission when you buy in advance to witness Super Filly Torpedo Anna take on the Belmont Stakes winner Dornick and the boys in the DraftKings Travers Saturday, August 24th at Saratoga. Buy now at NYRA.com/Travers.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com today. What a way to kick off this Friday with an impressive 2-year-old filly performance from Senza Parole, trained by Chad Brown, joining me here. And Chad, I loved the quote you just said to me. Fast-looking horses that are bred to run long, and she definitely delivered today.
Yeah, this gun runner's been such a great stallion for everyone, including us, and different kind, more of a racier looking, medium-sized kind of horse, but has serious gears. I want to thank Dono Alberto, the team over there, they breed really good horses. I'm lucky that I'm one of their trainers. They send a couple horses to me every year, and she's never worked bad, this horse. So I was kind of excited to get her started.
And it seemed like, too, once she got out on the track and started warming up, the light switch just flipped on, and she knew it was game time.
Yeah, and she's been, you know, this filly's got a spicy attitude. Very manageable, very smart, but you got to be careful around her, which I like. She's very, very much in charge, anyone that works around her. And like I said, I'm just very excited to get her started. And I thought Irad used good judgment here to just ease back down the backside. I said, just teach her something. I'm confident she's going to run well, but I'd like to teach her a little something. I think we accomplished that.
Certainly an impressive debut today, but coming up a little bit later on in the personal ensign, we're going to see one of your stable stars in Randomized. Drawn to the outside, is there kind of a game plan with the tactics for her, or is it just leave it up to Joelle and use that speed?
It's funny, this filly reminds me a lot of her. So, you know, sort of a medium-sized, strong, fast horse that can run long. So I was going to break running. We know she likes to go to the lead, and if she gets to the lead or preferred spot, that's ideal. And for some reason she can't. As long as we keep her face clean, I think she's effective.
Best of luck later, Chad, and congratulations on a nice debut here.
Thank you.
All right, Lafitte, kicking off what's bound to be a very big weekend for the Brown team.
Looking for that first Travers tomorrow. Chad Brown, Unmatched Wisdom, Sierra Leone. Later today, Personal Ensign. We'll have much more on the Grade 1 Personal Ensign. Barrage, it is difficult. At one start, I know it's one start, but it's hard not to get too excited about what we just saw from this first-time starter.
Yeah, that one start definitely puts her on everybody's watch list as a top 2-year-old filly. It's single-handedly the most impressive performance I've seen from any 2-year-old this year. Just really one that caught the eye.
And the combination, as he said, Jonathan, a filly who runs fast, looks fast, but bred to be effective at longer distances.
You know, that's what these big weekends bring. We talked about it right before they broke away from there on, you know, Travers weekend, where all the who's who of racing. It's because you get to see the future in horses like this, but then you also get to see the present in stars like Randomized and Idiomatic. So this is what Saratoga is all about, what you just saw and what you're going to see for the rest of the day.
Didn't Uncle Mo debut? Was it a Travers day,
Yeah.
like a first race or something?
Yeah,
Travers
Travers
Good Magic
undercard.
also, I think. He was defeated, obviously. He broke his maiden in a Breeders' Cup race, but I think he debuted in a Travers race in like the first or second race.
Well, this guy's not scared of Uncle Mo.
I got lucky to beat him once.
Caleb Fossey in his comeback right here at Saratoga. We turn the page, race number 2, about 20 minutes to post. Start of the early pick 4, starter allowance from the Wilson Shoot. Scratch numbers 1, 5, and 9, and Just Music. Quick filly JK 6-5 early on.
Yeah, Just Music isn't that creative. Just feels like the best horse in this race. Has been running consistently, ran well last time. You know, drops in here for a tag, dropping in from the 9 furlong race. She should be tough in here.
19 minutes out, much more on the second and the personal ensign. Should be small but mighty. Randomized. Alabama winner, Ogden Phipps winner on this track. Idiomatic, defending personal ensign champ and reigning champion Older Mare. They'll lock up once again.
$1 million did I hear? $1 million. $1 million on a $1,400,000 on a $5. $1,500,000 and $1,600,000. $150,000. $1,550,000 and a half. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vacoma broke well on the outside and is.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Vacoma, the one to catch. Vacoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:50 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to a low 15% takeout and six-figure pools. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
They say even the best get beat. But Personal Ensign had none of that. She earned grade 1 wins at ages 2 and 3, but her Eclipse Award winning 4-year-old campaign was the stuff of legend, as she beat males in the 1988 Whitney Handicap and ran down Kentucky Derby winner Winning Colors in the Masquette Stakes. Personal Ensign made her final start in the 1988 Breeders' Cup Distaff and mounted a rally for the ages to catch Winning Colors in the final strides and become the first champion in 80 years to retire unbeaten.
Every time you see that 88 Breeders' Cup Distaff in the mud at Churchill Downs, you don't think she's going to get there. You don't think she's going to call her the Derby winning filly winning Colors.
Yeah, she was sensational. And, you know, you watch races and you find 100 million different ways horses can get beat. And the fact that she went 13 for 13 is just something spectacular.
I mean, I share that sentiment. It's so hard to win any race, and for her to go with an unblemished career was just truly amazing. And winning a race like this where she's running she's getting fought hard, tooth and nails, and she just showed that determination, that grit, that class.
They were both on wet tracks. Her Breeders' Cup Distaff win at Churchill Downs over Winning Colors. This right here at Saratoga. And when push came to shove, Jonathan, no matter what it was, the competition, it did not matter. As well as whoever she was eyeballing, as well as they were running, she was just going to do a little bit more.
Yeah, that's what made it probably so exciting, right, is the fact that, you know, at times she looked beat. It wasn't like she was some front runner who went out there and just galloped around there and was always in control. Very similar to Zenyatta, right? Like, you just saw, there was a point in every race you thought, oh, she's going to lose this time. And you know, Personal Ensign never did.
Legends, they don't find excuses. They don't make excuses. They find ways to overcome adversity and win.
It must have been fun for Shug McGahee waking up every morning, going to the barn. There's Easy Goer. There's Personal Ensign. Two of the very best all-time. Personal Ensign, this grade 1 event. Her legacy honored today. Field of 5 and a rematch. Idiomatic, randomized, head-to-head once again. Ogden Phipps. You'll see the size discrepancy. Randomized inside. The defending champ and reigning champion Older Mare on the outside. Idiomatic. How was randomized JK able to repel Idiomatic on this afternoon?
I mean, I think she's pretty darn good. That's the first reason. But I also think that, you know, I think maybe Florent has a lot of confidence in Idiomatic because she did so well last year. I think that he just always kind of trusts her to get her to where she needs to be. And I think that maybe he just got a little comfortable. I predict he's going to be a little bit more aggressive here today.
Well, what I think with Idiomatic is that Florent needs to understand she's a great filly, but she doesn't have a quick acceleration. She has a long stride, a high cruising speed. So if you try to rate her too much and then expect her to quicken sharply, she's not going to do that for you. And I know that he's trying to figure that out because he almost got beat last time trying to, in Monmouth, running a slow pace. She needs to just run her pace and get going a bit earlier than usual.
Speaking of which, the race you're referencing, Monmouth Park, the Molly Pitcher, and Idiomatic, heavy favorite, and has to scratch and claw and dig and do everything she possibly can to finally edge Soul of an Angel at the wire.
Yeah, well, while this was ugly, it was a championship performance and the grit that she showed. And Irad did everything he could to keep Florent from winning this race, but Idiomatic and Florent got it done.
Yeah, and she overcame a lot of adversity here because Irad tried to give him a sneak tactic there and blitzed by him on the turn, where Soul of an Angel has a quick acceleration and Idiomatic has that high one gear kind of speed. And I think Florent he knows that now, and I expect him to get her going a bit earlier today.
Look at that list. And some of the superstars, older mares in recent years, Personal Ensign winners crowned champion. The Personal Ensign coming up a little bit later on this evening, race number 10 on this eve of the Travers. Now, all eyes tomorrow will be on the filly in Torpedo Anna and her jockey, Brian Hernandez, who's about to get dunked on. Maybe he does the dunking tomorrow, but for now, It's the fans' turn here at Saratoga. Take a seat, Brian Hernandez.
Oh, boy.
Well, I'm just glad that's not me.
Why you have that look on your face, JK?
This is wild. I'm gonna try to not get my hair wet there. I'm gonna try not to.
Well, that's why we have the pink torpedo and a hat for you when you come back to finish up the show.
And my grandma has a shower cap at the house. You want me to go get it for you? And it's pink as well.
My wife's been screaming at me all day about a shower cap. I'm like, well, it's not like it's that tight. The water's not. I need like a swim cap. The only thing that can help.
To Acacia in the paddock.
Jonathan, I did offer to bring a blow dryer and straightener to help out with the hair situation afterwards. So don't worry, we'll get you taken care of. But as far as this second race is concerned, Linda Rice sends out 2, and we'll start there, beginning with the speedier of the 2 in the 7 Enigmatic. This is a horse I did not cover her race last time, but seeing her 2 starts back and comparing her to today, I am very impressed with how much she has strengthened since being in Linda's barn, now making the 3rd start here. She's one that back in June, even though she won and did so impressively, I just really thought that she hadn't filled out. She hadn't changed much. And today she's carrying great weight. She's carrying herself well here in the paddock too. Right to the lead last time out. One thing I've noticed in her last couple of races, both, she has been reluctant to switch leads, hanging on that inside left lead. 2 starts back, she was kind of swapping in the stretch. Last time, tiring on the inside lead. I do think a mile is better for her, but that's something to keep an eye on, especially with a horse that has speed, and sometimes it looks like she could be home, and with the presence of a stretch out like the 2 Princess Becca. The number 3, Just Music, is Linda's other horse, and kind of complementary running styles, because this one is a horse that does come from a little bit off of it. She leapt up at the break last time out and also broke in, but still was kind of carrying that momentum forward. She too looks great as far as the conditioning that she's carrying in here. I also think a mile is better for her. She'll cut back in distance a bit, though she did run quite well at a 1 1/8 last time out and has been effective going longer. I think the biggest thing with her for distance is that she's just so laid back, and she's probably really able to reserve all of her energy to get some of those distances. But from a physical perspective, I do think this is the right spot for her. The number 4, Elliptic, will make her 2nd start here on the Naira circuit, as she ran in an off-the-turf race last time out, though she was in the body of the field. She had obviously some good dirt races to go back on. She really was bumped hard on either side and squeezed back at the start last time out, just really taken out of it and kind of put behind the 8 ball when going a mile out of that Wilson chute. Now coming back here, she looks like she has strengthened up. I think that physically overall, she looks better than she did last time. She's sharp once again, much as she was in her last start. One thing though, she does have the front wraps go on for the first time in here today, and she has a fast track that she's dealing with. Oftentimes you'll see those when horses are running on a wet track, so that gave me a little cause for pause. And she's also gotten herself pretty warm here in the paddock, so I'll watch her as the preliminaries go on Lafitte and see if she's able to keep things under wraps.
Elliptic looking to work some of that Arrowgate magic here at Saratoga. Dylan Davis to ride. There's a look at an outsider and Thorny. Riders up. Javier Castellano. If there's a race at a 1 1/4 at Saratoga, he knows how to win it. Alabama 4 times and the Travers 7 times, a record. And just a season ago, what he did with Arcangelo, history-making performance. Jenna Antonucci, first female trainer to saddle an American Classic race winner in the Belmont Stakes, and backed that up with this performance in the Travers en route to a title.
Yeah, look, Javier, I mean, I don't understand how he can win so many dang 1 1/4 races in grade 1s here, but Arcangelo was a special racehorse, and unfortunately he didn't get the run in the Classic. Would have loved to see what he would have done against Olders in the Classic, but he was on his way to doing something pretty darn special.
It seemed like he was just getting better and better with each race, and yeah, like he was on that upward trajectory. And winning the Travers, we would have expected that he would have held a really strong hand going into the Breeders' Cup Classic. And maybe even as a 4-year-old, you know, it's disappointing that we didn't get to see him past that. But the Travers in its own right was just such an amazing race for him.
Go ahead.
He's standing at lanes in, so hopefully we'll be able to see some of his runners. And with Arrowgate not being around anymore either, it'd be nice to kind of see if he can carry on what Arrowgate had.
Give Javi a puncher's chance to knock down an 8th tomorrow, an 8th Travers.
I don't. Look, Corporate Power is a cool horse, but there's 4 legitimately better horses than him in that race, and you would think that all 4 of them have to not show up, and on a big race like the DraftKings Travers, it feels like at least one of them's going to show up, so that's the concern for me.
Javi beat American Pharaoh.
When Javi won the Travers with VE Day, I think he can win the Travers with any horse.
That 1.25 mile magic at Saratoga, Javier Castellano. Post-parade, there's Princess Becca and Kendrick Carmouche.
Clear to the speed of the race, stretching out to a mile from 6 furlongs.
Just Music, 7-5 favorite, Jose Ortiz.
Just the fastest, just the most consistent, deserves to be the favorite in here.
In case you like what she saw, and then Elliptic, Dylan Davis takes over.
Has been having some tough trips because she's not been breaking well. Hope for her to break a little bit better and sit close to the pace here.
Thorny and T. Mark Angelo Castellano Antonucci.
Chased the pace and faded last time after having a wide trip. We'll be looking to tuck in and make one run.
Enigmatic likes to set the tempo.
Yeah, it does have some speed, but man, really stopped pretty abruptly last time.
As an even money favorite. Then number 8, Dazzy, to complete the field, the Maryland bred.
This one has some natural early speed. I expect her to at least be sitting 2nd or 3rd early on.
Field for the 2nd. Starter allowance, mile, Wilson Shoot, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and older. Start of the early. Pick 4. Maybe you just tuned in. Just joining us. Want to play the races, don't have past performances. Equibase has you covered. Free Equibase PPs. You can find them along with the TV schedule at naira.com. All the stats and the jockeys, owners, trainers, not so much the owners, jockeys, trainers. Need those past performances? Go to naira.com/TV schedule. 6 minutes out. And a look there at Jose Ortiz, circling back to Just Music, who is 7-5. Why is she the 7-5 favorite?
Yeah, I mean, she's just been consistent, right? I mean, she's been running faster numbers. Speed figures is a conversation you'll probably hear a lot about over the next couple of days, with Torpedo Anna's speed figures being slightly slower than the boy she'll be facing. Just Music, his figures are just faster and consistently faster than these other horses.
She set a perfect trip this day and wasn't able to deliver the win. She's been running consistently, like you said, but that knockout punch, I believe, is missing. And when I'm looking for a horse to pick on top, I want to see one that loves to win. She has 1 win from 13 starts and 7 second-place finishes. So I do agree that she's the horse to beat on speed figures and all that, but I'm kind of looking for an alternative.
You like Enigmatic number 7 and a tale of 2 races, her last 2 starts.
And they came out of the same race. They're coming from the same barn. Enigmatic was the even money favorite last time against her when she was 6-1. And Enigmatic made the pace, going 1 mile and 1/8, 9 furlongs. Now she cuts back a furlong, which I think is going to be very suitable for her. She also gets a Princess Becca number 2, who has a lot of speed, as a target in here. And I think she's going to just set up shop on the outside in that perfect stalk and pounce kind of situation and have first run on Just Music, who's going to be coming from a bit off the pace.
And this time from the Wilson Shoot to cut back in distance. JK, are you willing to give Enigmatic another look after the disappointing effort in her most recent?
When you make the lead in a slow-paced race and lose, I tell myself, how much better can it get? How much better can it get for Enigmatic? I don't need Enigmatic at all in here.
And then Dazzy to her outside at 6-1 with Manny Franco. Acacia, what are you seeing here as she warms up? Your top selection at a bit of a price.
I am. I'm going to try to pull a little bit of an upset here, Lafitte. Look, I think that Just Music, as Jonathan mentioned, is the most consistent. And to be honest, she looked best in the warm-ups away from the pony. She really perked up a lot out there. But kind of what Raj touched on, she's not necessarily a winning type. Not that Dazzy is either, but at least she's a better price. And Dazzy is a horse that I have always thought physically looks like she wants to go longer. Look at her even next to the lead pony. She's a very big horse, and she's been sprinting. 2 starts back, I thought she actually ran okay, finishing 3rd, beaten just a length when going a mile at Laurel. And then last time out, I thought a very uncomfortable trip. Wow. Jonathan, there's your hat for the dunk tank. But back to Dazzy, she was in between horses throughout. And that can be a very uncomfortable trip for any horse. Some of them just really don't rally. And then especially one of her size, to be kind of in that compromising position. When she was able to drift to tip out, she was able to put forth a little bit more of a run. I like the mile for her. Drawn outside, we'll see what kind of trip she gets, but I just wanted to highlight her more than anything at this price, at a trip that I do think she will appreciate, Lafitte.
Acacia's looking out for you.
She really has been just a wonderful support system for what's going to happen to me today. She offered to straighten my hair, to do lots of different things.
Blow dryer.
I need her to go grab that for me. I am going to need something.
She'll do it. She'll take it right off his head.
It's a phenomenal.
That would cover it. You can go with that. You can go with the Royal Ascot look.
I just hope the powers that be here at NYRA will go ahead and make that a giveaway for next summer. that will break records here for attendance if we can give those away.
And this is all for a great cause, Jonathan.
Absolutely, absolutely. The backstretch workers and the backstretch as a whole, that community, it's a whole community back there. We see the front side trainers with their suits on and getting their winter circle pictures and all those things, but if it wasn't for what's going on in the backstretch, this sport would not take place.
The heavy lifting, Raj, and I think why these segments have become so popular, backstretch heroes, and getting to know some of the personalities that more behind the scenes, but such an intricate part of the team, so to speak.
Yeah, the backstretch is the backbone of horse racing. They're the people that spend hours upon hours every day committed to the care, the welfare, and quality of life for these horses. And, horses they require a lot of attention. They have to have monitoring and people taking care of them, feeding them, grooming them, and hours upon hours a day, these are the people that do it.
The groom who spends more time with the individual thoroughbred than anybody else, anyone.
Yeah, these grooms, they spend more time with the horses than they do their family because, the horse can't take care of themselves.
Rajiv, tell the audience, how much time do they actually spend with a horse in a day? Like, what does a groom's day look like?
So from about 5 a.m., they start preparing them for their morning routine, which is training. So from about 5 a.m. to 11 a.m., they go through morning routines, training, and then, bath, shower, and then kind of feed them for their lunch. And then in the afternoons, they come back for another few hours to do the nighttime feed. So groom them again, change out their water buckets, feed them, care for them, whatever kind of treatment that they need. So you're looking at least 8 to 10 hours a day, a groom with a horse.
Round the clock, so much love, so much care. Backstretch heroes, indeed. Look forward to the next segment. And we look forward to this second race, the start of the early pick 4, the sun shining brighter. Terrific afternoon for thoroughbred racing in upstate New York on the eve of the DraftKings Travers. Personal Ensign later on this evening, race number 10. Final thoughts, gentlemen, as they make their way behind the Wilson chute. Race shape, what are we looking for early?
Well, definitely number 2, Princess Becca, is going to be the speed. And there is a world where she can potentially wire this field. She hasn't run long before. She has speed going 6 furlongs. She's going to be on a clear lead and try to take them gate to wire. So if she's able to get the distance, she might be able to steal it up front. But I expect number 7, Enigmatic, to be perched just a few lengths off of her, and Dazzy about, in the second flight. And I feel like Just Music will be the late closer that's coming charging down the lane.
See that kid with the Pringles? Have you ever tried to eat just one?
I cannot stand Pringles.
Get off the set. Get off the set.
No, they're not delicious. They're just not.
Frank Miramati with the call. Race 2 live from Saratoga.
Dazzy goes in. And they're off. Very even start. And now Princess Becca asserts herself. Just Music is up and on the pace, and so too Enigmatic. And so Enigmatic speeds by them all to take command. Princess Becca now second, with Dazzy racing in third as they swing on to the backstretch. Then it's Elliptic racing on the inside of Just Music, who's losing ground steadily. And outside of them, Thorny. The opening quarter went in 24 and 1/5 seconds. It's Enigmatic leading it by 2. Princess Becca in second. Down at the rail, Elliptic third. Dazzy is in the fourth spot while racing in the clear. And just behind them comes Thorny, and Just Music has been relegated to last. Heading past the half-mile pole, the half clicked off in 47 and 2. Jose Lezcano and Enigmatic over Princess Becca in second. Elliptic a closer third, 2 lengths off the pace. Dazzy hard-ridden in the fourth spot. Now Just Music is coming back for more. Slicing and dicing through traffic, moving to the outside for the drive. Within 2.5 lengths of the front-running Enigmatic, who comes to the top of the stretch in front of Princess Becca. Just behind them, Just Music and Elliptic. They're coming to the 8th pole, and Princess Becca takes the lead. Elliptic now diving in between horses, and Just Music on the outside. They're coming to the 16th pole. Princess Becca, Elliptic, and Just Music. 3 of them come for the wire together. Just Music on the outside. A strange trip to victory for Just Music. Princess Becca second. Elliptic was third. Thorny a distant fourth.
Perhaps not the way you saw it unfolding, JK, but a win nonetheless. Just Music here. Jose Ortiz, Linda Rice in a driving finish to kick off the early pick 4 at the Spa.
Yeah, look, she was game. And look, she's just better than these horses. She did not have a very easy trip. It worked out perfectly for her in here at the end. She was just better than these horses, Rajiv.
I mean, a weirdly run race, almost as if Enigmatic was used as a rabbit to ensure that Princess Becca didn't get an easy lead and kind of set it up for the stablemate Just Music, who really capitalized on a perfect trip off a fast pace. I was surprised to see that Enigmatic was sent along the way she was, and Princess Becca was forced to take back off the pace. She actually ran a great race, Princess Becca, changing tactics today, coming off the pace and just getting, run down in deep stretch by Just Music.
The FedEx packaging, Linda Rice, winning owner and trainer, Just Music. What happened at the start, Raj?
It was a clean start for all. Princess Becca was sent along from the inside as expected, but Jose Lezcano was intent on ensuring that Princess Becca didn't get an easy lead, and Kendrick Carmouche decided to call an audible and back out of that pace duel.
I got to say, Lafitte, I've done some really nice things on this show. One of the things I did was I helped Rudy Rodriguez get some new AirPods. I'm going to challenge Linda's owners to get her an iPad. She's got a lot of papers.
She's got a lot going on.
The funny thing is she won this race, so she'd have to buy it for herself because she owns this horse. But I'm sure she's won for some other owners. Let's get Linda an iPad.
iPad for Linda. We got Rudy with a new set. That was great. That showed up like the next day. We're looking for a sponsor for Raj's Ride of the Week. Still sponsored by no one.
Well, there's been some people reaching out, so there's definitely interest.
We're here for you, man.
We got to just negotiate a deal now. Structuring a deal.
The brothers sweep the first 2. A rod in the opener. Jose here with Just Music. 3, 2, 4, 6 results. When we come back, plus Travers' favorite, Dornick, Belmont winner. Haskell winner, co-owned by a World Series champ, Jason Worth. Looking to go deep tomorrow in the DraftKings Travers.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner who posted 7 triple-digit buyers with $5.6 million in earnings, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road. Multiple black type winners, including Grade 3 winner Mimi Kikuchi and champion 2-year-old Grade 1 Breeders' Cup juvenile winner, Fierceness.
Running away! Fierceness! A powerhouse win!
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lanes End Farm.
Program trading in naval power. What a thriller. Photo! In Italian to win it.
Big F has won. And it will be McCulloch. Domestic spending. Ocean Road.
Victoria Road. Digital Age. And World.
State of Rest. Newspaper of record.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Glad to have you with us as the Ortiz brothers sweep the early double here. Jose Ortiz gets the win in race 2 with just music. And Jose, not the easiest and smoothest of trips. Talk us through what happened when she kind of dropped back early on in the race.
Well, I knew it was some horses that were faster than me, but I still wanted to go out there and take position. And then going mid-turn there is a little bit complicated. Horses coming in. The horse inside me was coming out a bit, so I had to take a hold. I dropped a little bit farther than I wanted to. But once I was there, I just want to be patient and give him one move because she's a little bit spotty. And last time she was lazy and spotty. So today I just want to make sure I just go one time. And I'm just happy we get the job done.
She is such a laid-back horse. How important with horses like that is that timing to the end?
You cannot stop on those horses. When they go, you got to keep them in the clear. So that's what I tried to do today. At the 3-8 pole, I found a scene going outside of Kendrick, so I was perfect for my horse because I never had to tap on the brakes, and that helped me a lot today.
Coming up a little bit later on, we always look forward to these 2-year-old races in the 7th. You'll be aboard Good Conduct for Cherie DeVoe. You rode first time out. A little bit naughty at the gate, too. What did you learn about that horse on debut?
Well, the horse next to her, I think, moved, and then she got a little bit, started acting up a little, but it wasn't bad. I mean, very excited to be back on her today. She made a lot of ground last time, going 5.5. Today, obviously, mile and 16, so we will see if she handles. She's supposed to, so we'll see. I'm very excited about her.
Well, thanks for the insight. Congratulations on the win here.
Thank you, Keisha.
Jose Ortiz with the win. All about that timing with the
Acacia, Jose Ortiz outside. Ortiz brothers take down the first 2 of 12 on the afternoon. JK, we see him on the track. We see him in the winner's circle a lot. Personality-wise, how would you say they're similar and different, Arad and Jose?
Well, I think that there's this kind of misconception that, like, Irad's, like, more competitive. I think Irad just shows it more. Don't get it twisted. I don't think that Jose's any less competitive. He's just a little bit more even-keeled in the way that he presents himself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Irad has that intense kind of attitude. You know, he's very intense, and Jose has a more calm demeanor. So Irad might wear it more on his sleeves, but when they get out on the track, Jose is also, you know, they're both like all in trying to win their races.
Eventually, we're going to get you out of your shell. Eventually, we're gonna keep working on it.
Then my shirt comes off, and that might be a problem on the set.
That's like just magically happens. Our coverage continues. We turn the page. Race number 3. First look at turf racing. Mini marathon, mile and 3/8, 3 turns. Field and updated odds with. Oh man, this is wide open. Look at this. Be Like Clint, JK 3-1, Breeze 5 to his Harry Hood at 7-2. Competitive race.
I hope not. I need Be Like Clint to hit the board. I'm playing this Survivor game. I just need Be Like Clint to hit the board. Also, my top pick, a horse that I think is going to appreciate this trip from that inside post with the other Ortiz, Irad.
Did your wife advance?
She did. She just had that horse. She just had Linda's horse in the race before.
Nice.
She was very excited.
So
she was very mad at first in the middle of the race, and then she quoted Frank saying it's not going well, and then she's happy now.
Third race coming up here in about 21 minutes. But tomorrow, all eyes on the 3-year-olds and the DraftKings Travers and the history. We go by the numbers. The inaugural running, 1864. Who was fastest? Everybody knows that by heart. Arrowgate, mile and a quarter, 159.36. Fastest 10 furlongs ever at Saratoga. Biggest blowout numbers 22. Damascus in 1967. Most wins by a trainer. The number is 5. Burt Mulholland. Most by an owner, also 5. Dwyer Brothers. George Widener Jr., Rokeby Stable. Most by a jockey. He's been nothing short of spectacular. Javier Castellano, 7-time Travers winning jockey. We had a dead heat involving Kenny McPeak. He trained Golden Ticket Alpha, hitting the wire simultaneously. Biggest upset, no question. Keen Ice and Javier Castellano running down the Triple Crown winner, American Pharaoh. The Travers winner to capture the Breeders' Cup Classic. There was only one. Arrowgate en route to becoming Horse of the Year. 14 Travers winners have been named champion 3-year-old, including Arcangelo a season ago. And the Travers winners crowned Horse of the Year, Point Given, a monster back in 2001. In the Hall of Fame, the number is 25. 25 Travers winners have been inducted, including Arrowgate a season ago. The Travers by the numbers. And the field for the 2024 edition. DraftKings Travers, 3-year-olds, mile and a quarter, $1.25 million purse. Torpedo Anna, the filly, drawn inside, Coast second choice at 3-1 in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Yet another blowout victory over the fillies of her generation, her gender, where she's run out of competition. That's been part of the story, America's Best Racing race of the week. For Torpedo Anna, it's not all been easy. She has overcome adversity. Remember, she lost a shoe in the Acorn, the poor break in the Alabama. As we meet the field, there she is. 32 opponents faced, 32 opponents defeated this year.
Yeah, I mean, look, she's defeated 32 opponents, but she ain't faced these horses yet, and that's the biggest question I have. She's got a chance to go down in history as one of the greatest fillies of all time, but she's got to prove it on Saturday.
Sierra Leone, Derby runner-up, third in the Belmont, Jim Dandy runner-up.
A horse that's been notorious for laying in his races, causing his own troubles. Kind of put it all together in his last race in the Jim Dandy when he was able to hug the rail, but still couldn't get past Fierceness.
Unmatched Wisdom, undefeated. This is the acid test.
This horse has never had a horse finish in front of him. He's got a ton of speed, drawn towards the inside. I think he'll be aggressively sent away from there.
Corporate powered. Javier Castellano looking for an 8th Travers win.
A horse who's really coming into his own. Stepped up last time with a second place finish behind Unmatched Wisdom, but he does need to take another step forward to be effective in this race.
Juddmonth, Batten Down, regally bred, Tacitus' full brother.
Yeah, Batten Down's mama Close Hatches. She's got a better chance earlier in the card if she wants one of her children to win a Grade 1 race on Saturday. Scylla running earlier. I think Batten Down is in deep waters.
Anna Marie, 8th in the Kentucky Derby, 4th in the Belmont Stakes.
He's been having terrible racing luck. Has been so unfortunate. Hasn't been able to show his best. Gets blinkers on. They're hoping that he'll stay a little bit closer to the race. And it could be a sneaky horse to consider.
Dornick, 5-2 morning line favorite, Belmont winner, Haskell winner.
Yeah, absolutely. Belmont winner, Haskell winner, and he's an absolute fighter. My biggest concern about Dornick, his trainer, Danny Gargan, cold for the meet, 0 for 13, only one horse hit the board.
Yeah, this one would matter most. And then Fierceness, the champ, and the most polarizing horse in the Travers field.
He is the man, Fierceness. He is the fastest horse in this crop, and he's going to take a lot of beating to beat him. I believe that he's going to run his A race.
Now that CCA Oaks, the most recent of Torpedo Anna's triumphs this year, the poor break. In the end, it mattered not.
No, it mattered not, but, you know, I don't want to take anything away from her, but she's just better than the horses that she's facing. And she did have some adversity, and she definitely deserves some bonus points because of that, but she just did not stop the clock in a very fast time. It's my biggest concern.
And obviously, in going into this race in the Travers, I was disappointed to see her draw the 1 hole. It's going to make a toss for me from that post.
Breezing 5 furlongs last Saturday, 59.81. Danny Ramsey, 74-year-old exercise rider. Raj, what are you seeing?
I mean, this is visually as impressive as it gets. She worked fast, 59.81 for the distance, and she's doing it well within herself. In fact, her rider, Danny Ramsey, he's having to restrain her a bit from not going even faster. So it shows that there's a lot in the tank. When he gets up, gives her head a little bit here on the gallop out, she actually increased her margin on her workmate. So you can tell that she's coming into the race in tip-top shape. I'm just so disappointed that she drew the 1 hole, because while you can, in a 4-horse field like she did in the Coaching Club American Oaks, she broke, slow, hopped at the start. She could do that against those horses. She cannot do that against the likes of the horses she's facing in the Travers.
So what does the race look like when they hit the first turn? Where's Torpedo Anna? Where's Dornick? Where's Fierceness?
Torpedo Anna is going to break slowly because she does that in almost all her races. I expect she's going to hop at the start. She's going to get shuffled back out of the position that she's comfortable with, which is up on close to the pace. Dornick and Fierceness, they have natural speed and they're drawn to the outside. They're going to be winging it right away and coming over to the rail. And I feel like the race is going to really shape up very unfavorably for Torpedo Anna. She's going to be forced backwards early on.
Dornick, even in his Belmont win, like he was just off of Seize the Gray. They're comfortable sitting just off of another. There's a good chance, I think, Torpedo Anna, assuming she breaks sharp, is in front when they hit the first turn. Dornick lapped right off of her. Fierceness lapped right on of both of them.
You would think so. You would think so. I think the one important horse to consider in this whole equation is Unmatched Wisdom, who has some tactical speed as well and could be forward. I think Torpedo Anna has to go from the inside. I don't understand why they would try to take her back, let her eat dirt, and then try to get outside of some of these horses. I think she's going to be sent away from there. I think Dornick's going to be sent away from there. And then Fierceness, I don't think Fierceness needs the lead. I just think he needs to be cruising in the clear.
I don't think that they're going to try to do that. It's going to happen as a byproduct of her not breaking well. She's going to be forced to rate, and that's going to be a very adverse position for her.
What a fascinating race. So many layers to this story. The DraftKings Travers live on Fox. Coverage begins at 3 to 6:30 Eastern tomorrow. 5 Grade 1 events. Yes, there will be grass racing, sword dancer. Tomorrow, the biggest day of the summer, Fox Saratoga Saturday, featuring the 155th running of the DraftKings Travers.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
At the line, War of Will. That's a photo for the win.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire to wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire to wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
Here's 26 Black surging by them all to win it by a neck.
And Roos.
Torrigo trying to catch them both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
He always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
Complexion. Phoebe in Wonderland.
Galibrand asserts herself.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late first hit.
Poppy Flower with the momentum.
You're watching Saratoga Live as we have horses in the paddock for this third race. First level allowance going 1 mile and 3/8 for the boys here. And we'll start down to the inside with your tepid favorite. I always enjoy these long distance turf races and the types of horses that can handle it. And so far, Be Like Clint has shown in his last couple of races, while maybe not being able to get to the winner's circle, that he can handle the distance. And trainer Fernando Abreu has done a great job with bringing him along, a horse that he previously had claimed for 20,000 when running on synthetic, and he likes to go long on turf. He is big, he's imposing, he has kind of that big loping stride of a horse that can run all day. And watching his last couple of races, watching most recently, he was off the pace and just missed when between horses as well. Like I touched on earlier, for such a big horse, being in between horses can really be an uncomfortable position sometimes. I've noticed too, he wore a shadow roll in his last couple of starts. That piece of fleece that goes over the noseband, ideally for horses to help them keep their head down. They're taking that piece of equipment off today. Sometimes it's just to allow a horse a little bit more of a vantage point to see a little bit more around them. I don't have any problems with your current favorite. The number 6 Breeze is also coming off of a slim margin defeat last time out when he was off very slow from the outside post. And then I thought when rushing up and dueling on the front end, a little bit of a tough trip, especially going that distance, took the front and then was run down by Catch a Wave, who was the favorite, and really got a much better trip that day. This is a massive horse as well. He's sometimes one that can be really on it in the preliminaries, and while he was pretty sharp, especially getting the blinkers on and saddling there overall, he's doing well today. I like what I see from him. He's incredibly fit and defined, and again, with these longer races, you like to see one that's able to keep their composure throughout. He's got to show that he has the willingness to seal the deal, though. The number 4, El Razine, comes off of a maiden win last time out by going 1.5 miles, and that was his first start with blinkers. It's just a short cup cheater blinker on, but I think it did make a big difference for him. He was able to hold off a big closer late in there. He was a little bit keen early on, and he's on his toes right now, but he's a horse that has come along, clearly always wanting further the better, and maybe a second time with those blinkers. He does have to step up and face winners for the first time, but physically he really stacks up well as he is on the muscle. Looks like he has his game face on today, Lafitte.
Mind on business, looks the part. Acacia, thanks so much. Now joined by Andy Serling. You all right?
He's soaking wet.
Hypothermia? Nothing? You escaped? You did all right?
You know, real men handled the dunk tank with aplomb, as I did, and it was fun. I'm glad Jonathan has ahead of him, and I'm behind him. I cried a lot. I cried. There were some tears. Yeah, there's no question about it. It's a little chilly. It was for an unbelievably great cause. I got a very nice hoodie from Best, which I will show you in a second. I got my They New shirt on, which one of the patrons was nice enough to give me. And I'm going to say, I knew those fillies were a bunch of cheaters, okay? I'm just letting you know. The guy missed 7 times, and then he ran over and pushed the button. But it was all good fun, and it was a lot of good fun. Got dunked a couple of times, and it's really a good thing. I mean, the Best's a wonderful thing here. I'll show you the hoodie I got. I got a very nice hoodie from Best. There's the symbol for Best. Very nice hoodie for doing it, and it's for charity, and people were very generous. And Barbara Banke, I want to thank Barbara Banke, Stone Street Sable, who made a hefty donation, and Jason threw the balls, and it's Saratoga, man. And Jonathan, everybody appreciates you doing it as well. I'm sure you'll have a good time, and Rajiv knows Saratoga is all about having a good time, and you know it's a little harder for you. You're a little beaten up. If you weren't a little beaten up, I'm sure you would have gotten in there. But you know, it's for charity, and it's all good.
And it was great for Naira too, because they got like at least 10,000 more people come today when they heard that there was an opportunity to dunk.
How long was the line?
The line was long.
I'm not going to lie. Dave O'Rourke cried a little bit, our president and CEO. There were some tears shed when he was up there. He's a big baby. He's not as tough as I am, but I took it well. I expect Jonathan to cry a little bit up there. The hardest thing, by the way, is climbing back onto the thing, getting out of the tank.
I'm picturing like Union Avenue packed and the running of the Bulls the morning of like Alabama opening day Travers. Like that's what I'm picturing the line for Andy Serling. Dunk tank opportunity.
I'm going to tell you right now, it was nothing but love. It was love. It was a love fest. But really, thanks to everybody that gave $2 to Best. It's
great stuff.
It's an awesome organization.
Post parade here. Back to the racing. Third race, 6 minutes out. There's Hunt Ball and Junior Alvarado.
It's not quite Cody's wish. He is a half to Cody's wish. Ran okay last time. I think some others are more interesting.
Smiling Katie Davis in the Saratoga colors, Union Trail.
Katie got in the dunk tank, or she's getting in it, and that one looks like the speed.
El Razine, Shadwell homebred.
Yeah, this horse got a great trip last time. I don't like taking horses off of great trips.
Classic Creation number 5, 9-1 winner opening weekend.
Did get it done before for John Terranova, but the distance a bit of a question.
Breeze, who just missed it 17-1 on the 4th of July.
We know who Tom Amos is rooting for. I'm hoping this horse is named after Drew Brees. Definitely makes some sense in here, but I still prefer the inside horse.
Named after Harry Breeze. I don't want to.
All the same. Tom Amos, big New Orleans Saints fan, a born dancer. Pictured at 15-1.
Another horse that could be forward in here. A guess is whether or not will appreciate more distance.
Harry Hood, 8th start this year.
Yes, I have been to a fish concert. My wife took me. My friend Bob Edwards is very proud of me.
In case you're wondering, this horse is named for a fish song.
I have been to a fish
I almost cried when you actually knew this horse was named for a fish song. I can't believe it. It's the first cultural reference you've ever gotten.
Was it Spec a couple years ago?
Yeah, last year.
Harry Hood, that's the field. Long distance turf affair, 3 turns, 1 mile and 3/8. Now that you're on the set, Andy, how'd you see this one unfolding?
These races are tricky, and I think The Achilles heel for Breeze, who's a very dangerous horse at 9-2, I think he's an overlay, is he ran very well last time when they were aggressive with him. And I think that's what really helped turn around for him. The problem is, with the presence of Union Trail and Born Dancer in here, it's hard for him to get the same kind of trip. And I think if you look at his PPs, it's hard to be confident he's that horse without being forward. But John, wouldn't you agree? And I picked him second. I think you had him fourth. 9-2 is a pretty square price on him.
Yeah, I mean, look, if I don't have a problem with him at that price for certain. But you're right, though. He is going to have to deal with some other horses that I think can be forward, including the 7 Born Dancer, who's a son of War Dancer. I'm just, especially with Kendrick, you think Kendrick will probably be aggressive to send away from there, try to get some position moving forward.
He is everywhere.
That's all right. It's all for charity. Everywhere. He's a good sport. And I don't like the fillies anyway. And I tell you what, he needs instruction from LaDuca, because LaDuca knows how to dunk you. I'm just letting you know. He knows the secret on dunking, okay?
When you see LaDuca pulling up, you know you're going to get dunked.
Oh, LaDuca knows how to do it. This guy, I mean, I hope he didn't have to make accurate throws when he was playing. He must have been a designated hitter. He ran the ball into the infield.
Triggering it with his hand. Was he close?
I tried to. I was mostly my eyes were closed. I was crying while people were throwing.
Just waiting to hear the ding.
So it's hard to see, if you're crying. So I wouldn't know.
Clutch in his day. Some big home runs and some big moments. World Series champ Jason Worth, co-owner Dornick, favorite for tomorrow's DraftKings Travers.
Yeah, I go back to the Breeze in this race. He's my top pick, and I know you guys think that he ran well on the lead. I just felt like he doesn't have to have the lead, but he's going to be close to the pace.
Well, I don't know. It depends, because the 3's pretty quick. I'm not saying he has to. I'm just saying he improved so much last time being aggressive that it makes me wonder if he'll be as effective when he's not in a sort of controlling position. But at 5-1, I think he's John and I like the 1 in this race because he's sort of the most reliable of horses, but I don't think he's any great shakes at 2-1, do you?
No, I'm not crazy about him right here, but man, you got to think he's going to work out a great trip with Irad drawn towards the inside. Turf racing, obviously, saving ground, very important. This horse was wide last time against a horse who I think is actually pretty good at this level, Better Bet, who I liked a lot that last time, and like Clint ran really well considering.
Was that a red board?
Yeah.
No.
That was a red board alert. I'm not sure what happened.
No, the point I was making is that
you a fish fan of Keisha? What about Harry Hood?
I don't know if I would call myself a fish fan, but I like them, but not necessarily following. But as far as Harry Hood, I do like the horse. He's one that I think has maybe on paper looked like he's gone off form. But last time out, he never had a chance to run in that race. He was blocked, and then when he was clear, it was just too late. He didn't really re-rally much, and I think the question is, can he ever run back to some of those big races we saw down in South Florida from him? And maybe that was just an outlier. Maybe he just handled training and racing down there and the quality of the turf horses that he was facing versus what he's going to run against in New York. Had a lovely warm-up under John Velasquez. He's carrying his weight great. Mark Hennig has certainly done a good job with him and getting him to keep that weight on. My question is just, can he turn things around? As we love seeing the small fans here in the winner's circle enjoying a great day at the races. As far as the 2 Hunt Ball, he's taking some attention. As Jonathan mentioned, he's half to Cody's Wish, also makes him have to Endorse. There's a monster pedigree. Unfortunately for him, he looks like neither of his more accomplished siblings. He's one that just never carries good weight and conditioning. For his standards, he's carrying better muscle mass today, but he's gotten hot. That's typical of him. He is a little bit of a long striding type. He's just never going to be a horse that I'm able to warm to, especially because I know that his siblings always did carry good condition, and even still, Cody's Wish, much better around 1 turn. Lafitte?
I think back to that performance by Cody's Wish in the Forgo Travers Day a couple of years ago, and the speculation was, Jackie's Warrior, he's not the same. He's lost something off his fastball. Not at all. Cody's Wish was just getting that good.
I think there's a fair argument that in defeat, Jackie's Warrior may have run as well as he had run all year. He just found himself running against a horse that we ultimately found out was a tremendous racehorse.
I can't believe, I know we're jumping around here, I can't believe Jackie's Warrior never won a Breeders' Cup race. As good as he was for as long as he was, the fact that he never won a Breeders' Cup race, he never showed up at the Breeders' Cup.
Here's one for you. I'm not sure the best performance he ever gave at Breeders' Cup was the juvenile when he finished 4th, when he had to rate behind that suicidal pace in there.
Blistering
pace. Essential Quality won the race. He ran huge that day, finishing 4th.
Hot Rod Charlie, I think, 2nd at like 90-1 when he was dismissed as flukish.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about that lineage. Endorse is the brother of Cody Twitch, and their mom, Dance Card, she was 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Filly Amir Sprint behind Groupie Doll.
I think she won like the Comley at 1 1/8 at Aqueduct. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Something like that?
So, yeah, she won the Comley.
I'm not sure they called it then, but it was whatever race they were running that time. It was the Gazelle at that point.
It was the Gazelle, grade 1. Yeah.
He had his name on his binoculars. Who would steal Todd Pletcher's binoculars?
You'd be surprised.
You have to be brave.
Sell them. They'll steal them, sell them, and use the money to give it the dunk tank to dunk you. It all comes full circle, JK.
There it is.
Fletcher looking for a 3rd Travers win tomorrow. Good crowd on hand. Getting ready to watch this 3rd race from the 1863 Club. Post time, 1 3/8. This mini marathon. Final check of the tote board reading 2-1. Be Like Clint with Arad Ortiz looking for a 2nd on the afternoon. Here's Frank Mirmati.
Here's El Razine going up. One more. Harry Hood. They're in the gate. And they're off on this marathon journey, and Union Trail broke a well. So did Hunt Ball in the blue silks along the inside. But it is Union Trail showing the way. Born Dancer now moves into 2nd, and about 2 lengths off the lead is Breeze, ranging right into contention. Hunt Ball is down on the inside, racing in the 4th spot, some 3 lengths off the pace as they swing into the stretch for the first time. Harry Hood in the green is next. And Harry Hood is now 1.5 lengths in front of Classic Creation, who sits 6 lengths off the lead. El Razine is just in front of that rival, and it's another 2 to a very unhurried Be Like Clint. The opening quarter went in 25 and just under 1/5 of a second, and it is Union Trail bounding along on the front end over Born Dancer, who races in 2nd. Breeze inches up a closer 3rd. They're followed by Hunt Ball, who's down on the inside, getting a good trip in 4th. Harry Hood is 5th. Followed by El Razine. Classic Creation has 7 lengths to make up. It's another 2 to Be Like Clint. The half went in 49 and 3/5 seconds. Not much change in the running order. Union Trail over Born Dancer onto the backstretch with Breeze in the clear 3rd. Hunt Ball races still in 4th, 3.5 or so off the lead, traveling kindly enough on the inside of Harry Hood. Then comes El Razine, Classic Creation, and Be Like Clint. 6 furlongs in 1:15 and 2. Katie Davis in Union Trail, trying to take them as far as possible. Leads it by a length to Born Dancer in 2nd. Breeze yet to be called on, has been in a tracking spot throughout. Hunt Ball along the inside in 4th. Harry Hood gets a nudge into the far turn. 5 lengths off the lead. El Razine, Classic Creation, and Be Like Clint has been at the back every step of the way. Breeze is the first to take a shot at Union Trail. Union Trail and Breeze come to the top of the stretch. Born Dancer still fighting on in the orange sleeves in 3rd. Hunt Ball is down on the inside. And now here's El Razine. El Razine is closing swiftly and just ran right by them from the back of the field. Be Like Clint. El Razine opens up 4. Be Like Clint rallies on the outside trying to get 2nd, but it's El Razine. El Razine, a clear-cut W by 4 lengths. Be Like Clint finished 2nd. Then it was Classic Creation and Harry Hood.
What a meet. What a summer. Dylan Davis winning races for Todd Pletcher now. El Razine, the Shadwell homebred, strikes in the 3rd at the Spa.
I think Todd Pletcher put his binoculars down at the 8th pole. And unlike his maiden win where he got an absolutely perfect trip and was very lucky, frankly, to be the 2nd horse who probably ran the better race, he's a completely different horse today. He really took a step forward.
No, he was good. I mean, he really ran away from him. Look, I think Irad probably, he did have a lot of horse.
A little overconfident.
It was a little overconfident.
He wasn't winning, though.
Not winning.
El Razine has been vastly improved since the addition of blinkers. Breaks his maiden in his most recent start, and now comes back today to actually step forward again and run even a more impressive race. And that was pretty impressive. When you win a mile and a 3/8 race, such a long distance race, it's usually not separated by large margins. He won by about 4 lengths at the end.
And, you know, the turf is listed firm. It's got a lot of give in it.
Yeah.
I think it's very much the good side of firm. You can see, and so you see the final time. This is very promising. I'll tell you one thing. This is a 3-year-old. This horse will be running in that Jockey Club Invitational, the Jockey Club Derby at 1 mile and 3/8 at Aqueduct when we get back down there. And he's a prime candidate. I mean, they're not killers in there, but there's some pretty hard-knocking older horses, and he made them look like claimers.
The way he did it,
Yeah,
accelerating late. Farther the better by English Channel 2007 Breeders' Cup Turf winner, champion turf horse, Shadwell homebred, El Razine. And the success that Dylan Davis has had this summer, well documented, Raj, one of the biggest stories this summer, and now how some other high-profile outfits start using those riders. You go with the hot hand.
Yeah, this isn't result-oriented. He is riding exceptionally well, making his look.
In fact, Todd Pletcher right now standing by live with Acacia.
That's right, as El Razim has really turned the corner, Todd, it seems the addition of blinkers have really helped this horse to finish.
Yeah, I think it's helped him, and he's just, you know, he's maturing all the way around. Like a lot of the English channels, he needs a little time, and we always felt like he had some talent. Just wanted more distance and be patient with him, and starting to pay off.
It looked like he's physically come along, too. He was really touting himself in the paddock today.
Yeah, he looked terrific. I thought he warmed up great. It looked like he just took about a 1/16 of a mile to settle, and Dylan put him in a great spot, got him in a comfortable rhythm, and worked out really well.
Of course, a big weekend here for everybody at the spa. You'll be sending out Fierceness tomorrow in the Travers. What have you seen from him since that Jim Dandy victory? I know the first inclination had been maybe he might need a little bit more time.
Yeah, he sold us that he wants to run now. You know, he's just everything's gone really smoothly since the Jim Dandy. His energy level's been great. His appetite's been super. I think he's put on weight. He looks really well. We're excited about giving him the opportunity.
We look forward to seeing him. Thanks a lot, Todd. Congrats here.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
Would be a third for Pletcher in the Travers, along with Mike Rapoli. One was Stay Thirsty, 2011, Flower Alley as well. Fierceness. Andy, your gut. What are we saying about Fierceness at about 7 o'clock tomorrow evening?
That under ideal circumstances, he's one of the best horses in the country. But when the circumstances are anything other than ideal, he's not even close to that. I'm sure he's a very frustrating horse. And obviously a win tomorrow would really put a lot of things to bed about him and make him one of the leading contenders for 3-year-old of the year. But I have yet to see this horse overcome even the slightest adversity. And I just can't be confident in him. But maybe he'll prove me wrong.
I think he gets beat tomorrow. And then I think he wins the Classic.
The Breeders' Cup Classic after getting beat tomorrow.
Beat tomorrow, but he'll have a lot of time. I think they'll go with what Baffert did with Arrogate and American Pharaoh. They'll train up. They'll give him all that time he needs, and he'll run the best race of his life in the Classic.
Can't wait to see how it all unfolds tomorrow. DraftKings Travers, Dylan Davis spending a lot of time this summer in the winner's circle. And lots of reasons to smile. And this will make everyone smile. Jason Worth, Andy Serling, meet the bottom of that tiny pool.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
27th win of the meet for Dylan Davis as he comes into the winner's circle with El Razine. And joining me here following this third race, Dylan, you got a chance to win back-to-back races on this horse now, and it seems like you've really figured him out, getting him to settle for these long-distance races.
That's right. He really was on his toes coming into this race. I really like what I saw. And he was a handful when I turned loose from the pony, but I like that he was aggressive and wanted to do it. And today, I just wanted to break well and just try to get to the rail as best I could. And I found myself in the two-path in the first turn in between horses, and he was really aggressive with me, and I didn't like where I was at and what I was going to see later on in the race. So I opted to ease him back there, and it took a little bit to get him back. But once I was able to and get behind Junior, I was able to settle him down, and he switched off for me, and then just hoping for some luck, turned it for home, and I was able to switch to the outside. And wow, he had a really good turn of foot today, and he liked that winner last time, so he really wanted to do it. He wanted to do another repeat.
Figured out that it's a good way to be. But like you said, being able to have a turn of foot late when you're going 3 turns in a race like this, that has to be a great feeling to have all that finesse, that timing pay off.
Of course, yeah. So he was tugging me along there most of the way, so we're able to drop the bridle on him, and once I had a path, it feels very nice to have the horse there to have a good turn of foot, because when you go these marathon routes, it's usually most of the horses are steady. So for him to really explode when I ask him, it's a nice feeling. It's tough for him to catch.
Well, as we mentioned, you've had such a terrific meet here this summer, and outside the jocks room where they usually post the photos of the leading jockeys, only 4 of them up this year. So your photos up there, just reflect back a little bit on this meet and some of the big moments for you, winning for a variety of trainers as well. Yeah,
it's been very, very exceptional, beyond expectations, and always striving to do better. Again, above expectations going into this meet. It was really just to beat my previous year, and I'm well beyond that. So just trying to stay focused on path and just trying to get those big winners like Carson's run the other day. It was a very nice and special moment for me. But always got to look forward in this game and try to strive to do better. So just do my best out there and stay focused.
Well, it's been a lot of fun to follow. Congratulations on another win.
Thank you.
Dylan Davis keeping the ball rolling. Lafitte has a chance for another Grade 1 win tomorrow. Be aboard Sheet of Beauty for Chad in the Ballerina.
One of 5 Grade 1 events, Acacia, Dylan Davis, Rod Ortiz, Rajiv. He may wind up capturing yet another riding title. But this meet for Davis, this is the kind of meet, his productivity, that it could literally change the trajectory of his career.
And people are taking notice. He had such a great start to the meet, making the difference in so many races that he's snatching wins from other people that could have won. And now the big guys, like Todd Pletcher's, and for him to get opportunity like that, it's going to just make him even have a better chance of success.
No, he's been phenomenal, and you can just see his confidence. But I think as a rider, it's kind of a thankless job, because your job is you're rarely going to win races you shouldn't have won unless somebody else does something stupid. It's the percentage of races you win when you're supposed to win, right? How high your percentage of that is, and I think Dylan has made the difference in winning some. That horse just won here would still be a maiden if Dylan hadn't ridden him last time. He improved in this race, but he got him an absolutely phenomenal ride to win that race. And it's not the only one. He's probably won 5 races here because of his riding.
A minimum.
Right.
He actually won the ride of the week at least once. Once he won the ride of the week, and there was many times that he was a part of the conversation of winning the ride of the week. So, I mean, he's just having a phenomenal meet, and he's earning the right for what he is. He's entitled at all.
So I just want to make sure we're clear. The ride of the week, and all of a sudden, in its infancy, that's the final answer, right? That's the answer.
Yes.
Is there going to be a ride of the meet? Are we going to do that when we get back to Aqueduct?
I don't know. Might have to come up to do the ride of the
I was
week.
going to say, which one probably meant more to Davis? His first Grade 1 win in the States? Or
ride of the meet?
Rajiv ride of the week?
Be on camera with Rajiv?
Absolutely.
It's the dream of everyone.
Ride of the week.
Davis will try to go back-to-back here aboard Castle Chaos. Race number 4, older horses, a mile allowance, optional claimers, 7 deep. Who'd you like here?
I like the 7 win it. I really like that this horse threw the outside post, because he can be a bit of his own enemy coming out of the gate. And I feel like when horses do that, draw the outside post, it sort of allows them not to be encumbered outside, and they break a lot better. I've always been a big fan of his, and I think he has a chance to upset this field. I doubt he's as high as 8-1, but I don't know about you guys. I thought this race wide open.
We'll have much more on this 4th, 17 minutes out. We hear the bell ringing. Riders will be in the paddock, and for Brian Hernandez, he'll be honored later today with a Mike Venezia Award winner of 2024, just the 8th jockey ever to sweep the Oaks and Derby in the same year.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing. I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Postcard kind of afternoon in Saratoga Springs, New York. Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Spectacular weekend on tap. And among those 5 Grade 1 races tomorrow, the Forgo, one of the most prestigious races for older sprinters at Saratoga. 8 deep, 7/8 of a mile, $500,000 purse. Room at the top of the division. Andy.
No, I agree. I mean, arguably this division is really open. I mean, obviously the Vron, what's the
Chosen Vron.
Chosen Vron, yep.
Very good horse, and obviously the Breeders' Cup will be in his home court, and he looks like one of the best sprinters in the country. Mulliken is trying to sort of establish that, and he had a very nice effort in the John Nehru. His trainer is trying to win his first Grade 1. He's got 2 real shots tomorrow. This horse, as well as the speed horse in the Alan Jurgens, but he's over 16 in Grade 1s.
For Rudy Brissett?
Rudy Brissett. But he probably hasn't had a bullet like Milliken, Raj.
Yeah, I mean, he ran fast last time, and in this 7 furlongs race, I think he's going to be the controlling speed again, and that's going to be a dangerous weapon to have in his elongated sprint, and he's going to take a lot of beating to beat Mulliken if he can duplicate that performance. 7 furlongs in 1 minute and 20 seconds is super fast.
Forgo, one of 5 Grade 1 events. Mulliken, can Rudy Brissett capture it first? Grade 1, will somebody hit the lever and dunk Katie Davis? But this is just mean. I can't watch.
He's throwing it too hard. I'm telling you, the guy's throwing it too hard. You gotta. Ooh,
Oh,
there
it
she goes. Wow, she landed on her feet. She's a player. I couldn't land on my feet if I hit 1,000 times.
She's an athlete.
And
You're not.
Pathetic, right? I got it. I was sort of trying to say that, but I was having a little fun with it. But thank you. She's the best, Katie. Love Katie. Look at her, right back on. Tell you what, she got back on a lot faster than I did.
Who would want to dunk Katie? Who would want to dunk Katie?
She would
Not
have
as many
a
people
blast.
want to dunk you, Raj. And a lot less people want to dunk me.
All for a great cause. Katie Davis, yeah, she would have that same smile. She could have a blast at a insurance seminar. That's just Katie Davis. That's who she is.
If you know her for 1 second of your life, you like her. She's great. Guy's throwing too hard. He had pretty good aim. It's a little harder than the one I did for the PEJF. I think this thing was like this big. No one could miss it.
Not
but
by
this
coincidence.
one's a little harder, Raj.
Yeah,
Get on over there.
I've done it before. Didn't I do it one year? I think I did.
What do you think, I'm following your dunk tank career?
Yeah. No one wanted to dunk me. It felt bad. The line was out the door for you, Andy, remember?
Yeah, I'm not believing.
10,000 lined up to dunk Andy.
You know, it's for a good cause. People are dying to give their money for a good cause because I'm such a good sport. And some of them don't like me, but that's the way it goes.
If you put it that way.
The best guy was, there was a guy when I went in for the PJF who was really angry. He wouldn't even look at me. He was really, but 6 balls. He was firing him in like so hard he couldn't come close to hitting. And of course I was heckling him like crazy. He's the only person that didn't dunk me, I swear.
I think there's a training camp for dunking Andy. People train to do that.
LaDuca showed him how it's done. You just sort of lob it up.
On the, he's in the tank as we speak, and we check in with Acacia with his Race 4 paddock report.
And this is a fun one, Lafitte, because you have some horses with a lot of back class and some of which are trying to get back on track. We'll start down to the inside with a graded stakes winner and the one Rocket Can for Belmont, who did win the Holy Bull down in South Florida in his 3-year-old season. I haven't seen him in a while, but looking at him here now as a 4-year-old, he has really filled out quite a bit. He did get the win at Oaklawn 2 starts back, and then last time out when going a mile and an eighth, he was up close early, kind of chasing and faded in that effort, was off of a little bit of a layoff and stretching back out in distance. And we did see Film Star come back to win the off the turf lure in his subsequent start, and Warrior Johnny tried the Whitney as well. I do think that a little bit less distance is better for Rocket Can. Like I said, I know he won 2 turns down in Florida, but I've always felt like a little bit shorter is better. So the cut back to the mile, I appreciate. He's handled himself well here in the paddock. He's always been a very good-looking individual with the physical makeup of his sire into Mischief, but the coloring of the damn sire Tappet with that pretty gray coat. So I do like him in this spot. We'll see if he can get back on track. The 2, Big Blue Line, is first off the claim for Will Walden and does add blinkers as well, as he's a horse that I thought last time out, finishing a respectable second behind Cook Creek, who came back and has been on a roll for Mike Maker with a 93 Beyer speed figure in his subsequent start. Flavian Pratt going to climb aboard this guy today, and he is a horse that has just incredibly athletic type of build. He's rather long in his frame too, so I can understand why he too has been running a little bit longer. Also will try to get back on track, but he's very laid back here in the paddock. Short cup blinkers going on. Maybe that'll help him to show a little bit more early foot and be a little bit more focused early. Now the 3, Castle Chaos, a horse that we saw face Scotland last time out, who obviously has a ton of back class, and then prior to that was running in races like the Met Mile and the Carter. And Dylan Davis, we talked about how well he's been riding. I think throughout this horse's career, Dylan has made the difference sometimes, putting him in the right spots. He knows him very well, and he's sharp here in the paddock, sharper than I've seen him recently. Looks like he's carrying his weight tremendously well after some tough races and some big efforts recently. It looked like he took a lot of kickback last time and was against the track. Hopefully we'll get a better trip today. Lafitte?
Castle Chaos. What do you make of his chances and for Dylan Davis to go back-to-back on the Friday program?
I think he's an overlay at 9-2 just on his chance to win. I mean, there's an argument, Rajiv, that maybe in his best race, he's the best horse in the race.
Yeah, he's my top pick. I love him getting back to a flat mile, stretching back out. I felt like the 7 furlongs, he got bumped at the break last time and got shuffled back. But the pace in the 7 furlongs race was a bit quick for him. At a mile, he'll be able to sit closer to the pace and kind of grind it away. I think he'll be really a formidable foe here.
Rocket Can deserving favorite, or some of that name recognition and the fact that you see he ran in the Derby, he ran in the Arkansas Derby, he won the Holy Bull. How much of that is playing into this?
I think that's a lot of it. Absolutely. I think, a friend of mine refers to these horses as stake-faced. They have
Pretty
the
good.
stakes like that in their PPs, and people see that. But Castle Chaos is stake-faced as well, including a second by a neck in the Carter just recently. And I'm not a Rocket Can fan. Will I be shocked if he wins? No, but I think he's a terrible 2-1 shot in this race. I don't see what makes him more likely to win than quite a few of these, Rajiv.
Yeah, he's a legitimate contender, but it doesn't blow me away. But this whole field, there's not a much separating them.
That's Rocket Can, then circling back Castle Chaos, trained by Robert Falcone, standing by live with Acacia.
Yes, he's busy sending a text message at the moment. But as far as Castle Chaos does go, Rob, I mean, he's faced some very tough competition recently, and he's risen to the occasion on more than one step.
Yeah, he has. He's a real honest horse. You know, easy to be around, easy to saddle, easy to train. He loves training. So it seems like everything we threw at him, he's obviously ran very well in spots that he wasn't supposed to be in, so to speak, odd-wise, because we took big jumps up the class. But he proved himself every time that he kind of belonged there. So hopefully, I want him to win more for him, than anything else. He deserves to win.
He's been knocking on the door recently. He looked like he was pretty sharp today, too. It looks like he was kind of fired up for this race.
Yeah, he was. And his 7/8 here was tricky last time. I don't know how the track's going to play. I know they've been scraping it and sealing it. And, last time it was just, going 7/8. He had his out sprinting him early. I don't remember really the last time speed has come back too often here. Then he had to go, pretty wide and all that. So I think he had his fair excuses, even though he ran good last time. So just hoping that he, Dylan does a great job. So hopefully this is a good trip and, he comes running today.
Thanks for the time. Best of luck.
No problem. Thank you.
Lafitte.
Rob Falcone, Castle Chaos. Dylan Davis are going to go back-to-back. Let's meet the field. Rocket Can there. He is 9th in last year's Kentucky Derby.
I'm not sure why a cutback from mile and 8 to a mile makes him more likely. Now, this may be a slightly easier spot than last time, but I'm mystified as to why he's the favorite, even though he was the favorite in the morning line.
Top 2 choices drawn inside. There's Big Blue Line and Flavian Pratt.
Adds blinkers first off the claim, hoping to get the desired effect of probably having him sit closer because he dropped back too far last time.
Or Rob Falcone, Castle Chaos.
I think he's an overlay at 4-1. I don't love him. I didn't love his last effort, but I agree with Rajiv. He could be more forward today.
Now we'll get back to Power Seeker. Daylight win 3 weeks ago, then untreated Luis Saez.
He's trying to find a form he once had a long time ago.
4th in the 2022 Jockey Club Gold Cup. There's Unbridled Bomber.
Unbridled Bomber doesn't have much early speed, and I think he's going to be victim of that here because he's going to get left with a lot of work to do.
Mandy Popes win it, 4th in the Winchester at Aqueduct.
I like this horse. I think the outside post really helps him. He should be very forward. He's fast. And when he runs his good race, he's absolutely good enough to win this race. And I think at 6-1, he's a very generous price.
Good race, fun race. 5 minutes out to the 4th on this eve of the Travers program. And a heads up, if you want to feed your competitive edge, live money handicapping contest nearly every week. Register now to win cash prizes and seats into next week's $300 contest. Registration closes before Saratoga's 3rd race post time tomorrow. Before the 3rd race tomorrow. Visit NYRABets.com/contest to learn more. Warm-up continues. Another look at Power Seeker. So how can he duplicate this effort? Andy, most recent, just 3 weeks ago, and a runaway effort right here at Saratoga.
August 1st was a day when in the inside, the rail, not speed, but the rail was as good as you'll ever see at a racetrack. Now, August 2nd, I think it was an advantage, though he was a little off the rail, as you can see in the stretch. But I think he was a little helped by the racetrack, Rajiv. But I'm not sure he's not as good, if not better, at a mile. So I think at 9-2, he's a generous price coming off. But this effort's a little dressed up because of the racetrack.
I think from what I see, he's actually better at a mile and an 8 because he gets a slower pace to control. He was a controlling speed in a slow to moderate pace last time. At this mile, the cutback in distance, he's going to face a bit more pace pressure, and he's not going to have things his own way. For those reasons, I don't think he's going to be able to run away with a win like he did last time. And plus, he's stepping up against tougher competition today. So I prefer quite a few others than I do him.
Can we talk about Unbridled Bomber if you want a long shot? Well, there's my pick, Win It. I'll talk about him for a second, but I want to discuss Unbridled Bomber for a second. This horse has run very well. You see the mile, he's 10 starts, 4 wins, 2 seconds. I just think he fits well. Unbridled Bomber's a funny horse because he had gotten very, very good for Jimmy Ryerson. You go back into his PPs, and he's got races make him a major player. Now, I don't know how much pace he's going to get here. He's not much speed. The problem is his recent form has been lousy. We haven't seen him now for almost 4 months, Rajiv. He is a horse, though, if you go back, like Untreated, but Untreated had the long layoff. He's less trustworthy for other reasons. But this is a horse that has his day that makes him a player.
Yeah, mid-year last year he started getting real good, and those races would fit good here. Though, but I just don't like the fact that the dynamics of this race, I don't think it's going to be suitable for a horse that's going to be closing from well off the pace. And he has no other choice but to be well off the pace, I believe.
I don't disagree with any of that. He's just a very big price for a horse. And, you know, from the 2 Gert race we've saw, I think the track's playing very fairly. If anything, you're a little better outside than you were inside.
Fast but fair.
And that, I mean, that obviously crazy impressive winner of the first race. I mean, she probably could have won running down the apron.
It's ridiculous. What a good,
like the favor for the Breeders' Cup
promising
at this point.
filly. You see the selections. We were just talking Unbridled Bomber. We'll circle back to Win It. But Acacia, what about Power Seeker? What are you seeing here pre-race? And she looks a little lathered up.
Yes, but that is normal for him, Lafitte. Very much the same last time as well. So it's always what's in character for these horses, and Power Seeker is one that typically gets hot in the preliminaries. And he's a horse that physically, I've actually always felt is better going a touch shorter. But I remember speaking to Linda Rice last time out after that race, and she said pretty much what Raj had touched on, that going longer, he's able to get into stride a little bit better. He's incredibly fit, very strong overall, and again, hot on track, but that is typical of Power Seeker. So we'll see what he does, cutting back in distance a little bit. And here, as far as, there's Jonathan. I hope he got his shower cap ready for the dunk tank here, but all for a great cause. But as far as the number 7, Win It, is concerned, off of a little bit of a layoff. Now, Win It is the type of horse that typically will run his best race when he's able to keep it together mentally in the preliminaries. 2 starts back in April. Even though he was drifting out a little bit, he was swapping leads in the stretch, he was mentally so much calmer. Today, I can't say that. He was pretty revved up back in the paddock. John Kimmel had a hood on him in the paddock to try to muffle sound, try to keep him a little bit quieter. Obviously, it's more crowded here at Saratoga versus Aqueduct. He's a horse I've always been a fan of, and he has settled okay on track. Kendrick has actually kept him with the pony in an atypical Kendrick Carmouche warm-up. He looks great from a fitness perspective. Just mentally, Lafitte, that's always been the challenge for Win It.
The key to stay focused and tipping his hand when he's able to do so, running his best races. For example, 2 starts back, Andy, early April at Aqueduct, his most never mind, Win It. Here's what we want to see. And if you're going to ruin a shirt, JK, yeah, I think you choose the right one.
Well, that was some camera work there. Can we get like a split screen? How about a quarter bubble? You know, like a little thing right in the bottom.
Hashtag producing from the set.
Hashtag don't get my hair wet. If he lands on his feet like Katie, he might be okay. I tell you, your adrenaline gets going. You got that very nice. You get a little fear, you know. Every ball that gets thrown, you tense up a little bit, right?
I'm guessing the water isn't heated.
No, it's not. You'll be surprised to hear.
Ice water.
It's it's a little chilly. It's a little chilly.
You know, there's a sneaky long shot in this race, the number 5 Untreated. I feel like this horse got no chance last time after getting stuck wide from the 10 posts. And he has some back class way back when that would be very strong in this race.
See a lot of that kind of a theme of this race, back class. Andy, and horses looking to reach back and find some of that.
No, I mean, what Raj is saying is absolutely true. I mean, this horse says go back races that will smother this field. It's very hard to have any confidence in him with the long layoff. This guy was off for a year and a half, but there's no argument with that, Raj. I mean, listen, this is a funny horse. This is a horse that debuted for trainer Chad Brown at Gulfstream as the next fastest horse in the world, odds on. Didn't do any running for late owner Paul Pompa. And Paul sadly passed away, and I think the game misses him every day. And a true gentleman in the game. And there was a dispersal, and Team Bauer ended up buying him, and he came and he won impressively. And he turned out, I mean, Chad had told me he's very, very good. He just didn't show it first time. But
he's going to run a big race today because his last race he had a very troubled wide trip.
I don't think
original owner of Big Brown Paul.
Correct.
Pompa. Close time for the 4th from Saratoga. Here's Frank Mirmati.
Gate. And they're off. A very even beginning. And now Rocket Can asserts himself. Power Seeker broke on top and now sits in second. But there's company on the far outside from Win It. And Win It is quicker than both and up to take command. Then it's Untreated 4th, 4 lengths off the lead, followed by Big Blue Line racing on the inside of Castle Chaos. As they straighten up, it's a long way back to Unbridled Bomber. 24-2. Winnett has made it over to the rail and leads the way by 2 lengths. Power Seeker in second, Rocket Can along the fence, and a 3-wide Castle Chaos is just 3 lengths off the lead. Then Untreated, who covers up Big Blue Line 8 lengths back to Unbridled Bomber. There's a half-mile left to go. The half went in 47 2/5 seconds. Winnett leads it by 2.5 lengths. Castle Chaos revving up on the outside, and Power Seeker is in between those two. Rocket Can is down at the rail in fourth, has 3 lengths to make up. He's called on in between horses. Big Blue Line as they come to the quarter pole. Winnett, Castle Chaos, a 4-wide bid from Untreated with the red cap. Rocket Can is behind horses. They come towards the 8th pole, and a little bumping in behind this front-running Winnett. Winnett leads a length and a half. Clear shot for Rocket Can, who's now coming with his run, and Rocket Can lengthens that stride and has collared Winnett with a 1/16 of a mile to go. Middle of the racetrack, Big Blue Line and Untreated. Rocket Can, here's Big Blue Line surging to victory. Nailing Rocket Can. Winnett was third, Untreated fourth.
The ambush late, triggered by Flavien Prat. Big Blue Line from out of the clouds in the fourth at Saratoga.
This is a trainer that's proven to be very dangerous when he shipped horses into New York. They get bet and they run. I mean, it really felt like the one who had the absolute trip of a lifetime was home free here. But Flavien Prat was so patient, waiting behind horses, and when he wheeled this guy out, he closed like a turf horse, not a dirt horse, Rajiv.
What a perfectly timed ride. And I like how you used that analogy, like a turf horse, because he was boxed in, pocketed in, and Flavien just sat there like he was just waiting to get him to the clear. And once he did, he quickly accelerated.
No, this horse ran today, and Rocket Can. Rocket Can feels like a horse you want to bet against the next time he runs, because if he couldn't seal the deal with that trip, and I have no excuse for winning. I mean, the pace was honest, but he got the trip I wanted. I was a fan, and he probably outran his odds, but he wasn't good enough today.
And a very unlucky trip for number 3. Castle Chaos. He stumbled pretty badly at the start and then rushed up and chased wide.
He did run last, but he was unlucky to start.
Even if Rocket Can had anything left to try and dig and fend off Big Blue Line, he never had a chance to respond. Just ambush late, Big Blue Line, Gary Barber, Flavien Prat in the hot pink silks for Will Walden. What happened at the start here, Raj?
Well, number 3, Castle Chaos, he trips and stumbles. Oof. And that right there really took him out of position. And then he ends up rushing up wide after that. So his race was pretty much done.
So
that's fair,
Pratt.
but he was last.
Look at Pratt.
He only beat 4 lengths, and another bumping in the stretch.
This is like Joel Rosario, right? With the patience, you know?
And no panic. It would be so easy to panic in that scenario.
Loaded with horse and
bottled up.
There was a lot of contact going on between the 4th, 5th, and 6th place finishers. Meanwhile, Big Blue Line and Pratt, he just knew he had a lot of horse and waiting for his time to make his run.
He looks like the cat that ate the canary. Big smile, Flavien Prat. Might we see that type of stirring stretch run with Pratt aboard a 3-year-old tomorrow in the Travers, Sierra Leone?
We might, though I don't think he'll be confidently sitting behind horses with a loaded gun. I think he'd like to be doing that, but I feel like that horse, you're never sitting confidently waiting for things to happen. You're sort of hoping he behaves himself. But, you know, Chad Brown has often said that the Travers is the race that would mean the most to him to win.
Yep.
I don't think he's ever come to the race with a stronger hand than the 2 horses he has tomorrow.
Unmatched wisdom, undefeated, and that rider, Flavien Prat, looking for a first Travers victory aboard Sierra Leone. All right, JK. Low and inside. Yeah, you're.
I think she's.
You're taking it back. Right. Hair unfazed. It's like he never went in. Unfazed.
Dinner's going to be a little bit uncomfortable this evening.
2-1-7-5 at Saratoga. We'll be right back.
Florida Derby. After 3 quarters in 112-1, Known Agenda is now on to take over the lead. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable. Florida Florida Derby winner, Known Agenda.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
We're back on Saratoga Live as there's Big Blue Line heading back a winner. First off the claim for Will Walden and piloted to victory by Flavien Prat, who joins me here. Flavien had to wait before you were able to unleash that move, but it turned out the last move was the right one.
Yeah, I had to be a lot more patient than I wanted to, but it pays off at the end. I thought, the horse outside of me was gonna give me a gap, but he just had enough force where he made a run, and so obviously had to go around everybody. But a great run by Big Blue, and then great job with William. I mean, he put the blinkers on. He told me he was training well and get the job done.
He was certainly ready today. And how important is that patience as a rider? You have many different plans throughout the race, but to not panic, to be able to just kind of wait for that opportunity as needed.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, nothing was developing in front of me. They were all lined up, and so I had to be patient. I mean, it could have gone either way, but it worked out good.
We're going to see you on a horse tomorrow in the Travers that has a big late closing kick in Sierra Leone. You went down to the inside last time. He's drawn towards the inside again today. What kind of trip are you anticipating from him, and what have you learned about him so far?
Well, hopefully we get a good trip. I mean, I think the pace is a big factor for him. I think he obviously coming from off the pace, you need some kind of a pace in front of you. And but I think the draw is fine, and we'll see how we'll end going into the first turn and where everybody else is at, and we'll go from there.
We look forward to it. Congratulations on the win here.
Thank you very much.
Flavien Prat, big weekend ahead, and I'm sure looking to pick up that very special Grade 1 Travers Lafitte.
Sierra Leone, Rajiv, your thoughts, your gut. What does he do tomorrow in the Travers?
He's going to run a big race. The dynamics of the race is very favorable for him with a bunch of speed signed on. He draws a good position from the two-hole to be able to save ground. He likes to run towards the rail, so he's naturally going to be breaking from there. And the 10 furlong is going to be very beneficial to him. If he doesn't capitalize on all that, he's not the real deal, because
tomorrow's the day.
Tomorrow
is the day.
Very favorable for him.
But barring a huge performance by somebody else, I agree with you. He's kind of got to put up a shot tomorrow a little bit. He's never run a bad race, so you can't knock him.
Right.
But he's like you say, he's got so much going for him tomorrow. He's got to do it tomorrow.
Yeah, because earlier in the season, he was almost regarded as something special, like an extraordinary horse. It was a talks about that. I mean, obviously, they have high expectations for him. And like you say, it's a put up or shut up day because the stars are aligned for him.
Would you be shocked, Andy, if at post time he was favored, Sierra Leone?
Nobody would shock me in here. I in my heart, I don't disagree with Dornick. Dornick kind of should be the favorite because he's done so much right in his races. But I think the filly's going to be favored. I just think she's going to be such a sentimental choice by people. But Rajiv, I could see Sierra Leone. I'm putting it this way. Who do you think is the most likely winner of this race? I think it's Sierra Leone. And I didn't pick him, but I think he's the most likely winner.
I think it's fierceness. But I'm splitting the hairs, but I think it's fierceness.
This was an excellent effort by Sierra Leone. This was an excellent effort.
And fierceness is not going to have the same dynamics. He's not going to be stalking an overmatched rival that finishes last. He's going to be dealing with the filly, Torpedo Anna, who, whether or not you ultimately think she's good enough, she's a fighter. I mean, she gets involved in quick paces, puts away horses, and keeps on running. That's a quality that a lot of horses don't have. Dornick has the same quality. So Fierceness has got not one, but two of those horses. He's got to stalk. He's got to put them away. He's never shown the ability to put away a good horse and then hold off the onslaught of closers, including a horse like Sierra Leone. I don't see it happening. I think he's the least likely winner of any of the major players in this race.
The one thing is, I don't see the race playing out like that because Torpedo Anna, going into the gate first, she's going to have to stand there for quite a while. Sierra Leone is a horse that it takes a little while to load sometimes. Torpedo Anna standing in the gate for a long time is good. I expect her to break slowly, and she's going to get shuffled back. That's how I see the race happening.
I'll say two things. First of all,
close to the lead.
I don't know where you're seeing her breaking slowly other than jumping up the start last time, which is a bad luck. But it's bad luck, a horse, because I have not seen what you're seeing. I am not seeing a horse gets out of the gate slowly. Maybe I'm wrong. And maybe you're right, but I'm not seeing that. And the other thing is, I would never handicap a race unless it's an habitual horse that's always getting left. My premise is that horse is going to get left because I just don't see that. And so I'm going to be surprised if that's what happens. You and I disagree, which is fine.
Because I'm going to be surprised if she actually breaks good, knowing that she's going to stand in the gate for a long time. I think she has a habit of hopping at the start because I've seen it more than once.
So many storylines. Such an intriguing DraftKings Travers tomorrow on Fox 5 Grade 1 events. Coverage begins at 3 Eastern. We have stakes racing here. Later, Personal Ensign, Smart and Fancy here with Roses for Deborah. 1 to 4, 18 minutes out.
I don't get this at all. And I understand is she the horse to beat based on last year's form? Because this year's form says the horse to beat's on the outside. She was very game in her third place finish last time in a race falling apart. And for my money, Rajiv, she beat Roses for Deborah fair and square on Belmont Stakes weekend.
And she has a tactical speed advantage as well from the outside. In her most recent start in a narrow defeat, the rider, Paco Lopez, actually lost his crop, which is something that could also aid her finishing it off. So I do agree with you that I'm going to take a shot with the Future Is Now as my top pick.
2 to 5, crushed early. Smart and Fancy. And next from Saratoga, Personal Ensign this evening and tomorrow. He is the favorite, the Belmont winner, the Haskell winner. Much more on Dornick, the Travers favorite, when we come back.
$1,500,000, Tom, thank you. $1,700,000, Jody, thank you. 9.5. Thank you. In the back, $1,900,000. Thank you. Please hold your applause.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why NYRA is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The NYRA Foundation, supporting our community.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeze, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness, race after race after race. You have to be here to take home a memory you'll have forever. This November, when the world's best come to Del Mar, you have to be here.
As the field turns for home, it is E. Dubai in a full-out drive to hold off Point Given. Those two will come to the 8th pole together. It's nip and tuck with the furlong to go. AP Valentine and Dollar Bill. It is Point Given who has wrested a narrow lead. E. Dubai fights on but grudgingly gives way to Point Given. Point Given pulling away to win through the stretch by 3, and no doubt about it.
Point Given. All right, so things didn't work out in the Derby. But the only horse to have swept the Belmont Stakes, the Haskell, and the Travers for now. He was awesome.
That's amazing. Yeah, he was a good horse. You know, and people blame Gary, and I thought that was unfair. I thought it was more
paved highway.
You know, I also think it was a very fast pace. I also think, you know, maybe Bob gave him now I know people use 2 preps, but back then they didn't. It was one of the first times. And the other thing is I think it exemplifies just how hard it is to win the Triple Crown. I mean, most people, they think, oh, they lost the Belmont. But there are a lot of good horses like Risen Star that lost the Derby, and he was unlucky to lose it.
Fleet Alex comes to mind.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to win all 3.
Point Given would just blow you away. Dornick, in some of his races, like here, like at the top of the stretch, if you freeze it, like Andy, like who's going to win the Haskell, right? And Dornick just keeps digging until he breaks you.
What was so amazing about this race, it was like a carbon copy of the Belmont Stakes.
Same
2 horses.
Remsen too?
Yeah, and Dornock, he just shows every time how gritty he is, his resilience. He does not want to lose. And you can tell he's coming into the race in top form. That's him on the outside, and his rider is just cruising along with him. He's doing it at will. He's one of those horses that isn't really flashy because he gets separation from his rivals. He almost waits. He's like taunting them to come at him, you know.
No matter what he does, Andy, there always seems to be but what's the reluctance to accept him as, and he is the leader of the 3-year-old division right now. Why does it seem like there's an allergy to really gravitating towards Dornick in this Travers, even though he is the favorite, and rightfully so?
I will preface by saying I've been wrong about him. I didn't care he got left in the Belmont. I mean, in the Derby, one thing I said was if you like him in the Derby, give him a chance in the Belmont. I just didn't like him. But I think a lot of people didn't like him. You know, they liked Sierra Leone. They liked fierceness, you know, and everybody sort of on bandwagon. And nobody really liked him. And I think a lot of people, and I'm not saying I don't sometimes fall in this category too. I think horse players, we have trouble accepting a horse that we were wrong about.
Yeah.
So most people were wrong about him, and they have trouble saying, and they think, this guy's not been lucky. He has been the best horse in 2 straight very big races, and conclusively the best horse.
It's a byproduct of his running style because he isn't flashy. He doesn't pull away 5 lengths from his rivals, but he gets the job done.
He wins dogfights, though, and I think a lot of ways that's a better horse, because those horses that always win by 3 and 4, they tend to get a little fragile when it gets tough down the lane.
Exactly.
Leader in the clubhouse, and the 5-2 morning line favorite for tomorrow's DraftKings at Travers is Dornick. Smart and Fancy is next. There's roses for Deborah. For Christophe Clement, odds-on favorite, 3-5, 11 minutes out to the Smart and Fancy.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
First leg of the Canadian Triple Crown rescheduled, the King's Plate, to take place this evening. Brutal, brutal weather. A few days ago, 3-year-olds taking center stage and Canada's signature event. There is the field, 13 deep, and Essex Serpent, the 2-1 morning line favorite. One scratch, make it 12 deep for this 1.25 mile King's Plate.
I'm taking Raw Faru, the 2, the maiden, but I love the Canadian Triple Crown because they go a distance on synthetic.
Yep.
They go a distance on dirt, and then they go 12 furlongs on the turf. I just think it's impossible to win.
Be versatile.
I love it, though. I think it's totally cool.
We'll have it for you right here this evening on Saratoga Live, the King's Plate. Here, the smart and fancy post parade, starting with Lady Milagro, outsider 18-1. She's quick.
She's the speed. She's got to go, but she's a tall task.
Star guest, Godolphin Homebred.
This one was a favorite last time, closed well in his first start in America.
Flavien Prat looking for a 12th stakes win. Then the favorite in Roses for Deborah, odds on 3-5.
Deserving favorite coming off a narrow defeat in the Intercontinental, grade 2 last time as the big favorite then.
Rod Ortiz looking for a second win in the afternoon, as is Dylan Davis. Glitter up.
I tell you, if Dylan Davis gets this horse home in this race, I don't care how many he's behind Irad, he should be the leading rider.
He gets the title. Future is now the Intercontinental winner.
If this horse remains 3-1 or higher, I am going to bet her. She has been in great form. Mike Trombetta's done a sensational job with her, and I think tactically she has a big advantage. I have a lot of respect for Rose for Deborah, but I want the horse, the now horse, and I think the future is now. For the future is now, Raj.
I mean,
you like how you did that?
You know, a part of this race.
He didn't.
A part of this race.
It.
Not
He's
impressed.
He's a jockey.
A part of this race that's very interesting is Lady Milagro, who's going to be the speed of the speed. And I wanted to take note of how her running style. She's the number 4 here. She has a tendency to bear outwards coming off the turn. So, you know, the jockeys are probably going to keep an eye on that and try to stay inside of her coming off the turn.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I'm gonna not really. You watch this race, and I want you to explain to me
why the discrepancy.
What excuse did Roses for Deborah have?
Beat.
She had the entire stretch to get by her. She got a nice trip in front of her. It was a fairly run race, and the Future is now beat her fair and square. She missed the caress. She was sick. Obviously, she's doing fine now, but she did miss it by being sick. And this horse went out and she lost. What is it? She won the battle but lost the war?
Yep.
You know, she got involved in the pace. Dance for Cabra came from well back. Don't look back at all. Well, she had a little trouble in stretch, but she stalked the pace. I thought she ran an exceptionally good race. And for me, I think she's the now horse.
Condition of the turf course, labeled as firm. There is some give. There is some cushion. We know that. Does that change the complexion of anything?
No, because I think these horses have handled good horses. I think the bad race Roseford ever ran was in a bog at Parks. Raj, I don't know about you. I don't worry about it.
Yeah, I don't want to look too much into that because it's not sufficient data that shows them running over soft turf, many of these horses. So the thing about it is, for the future is now that perfect coveted outside post is going to give her jockey Paco Lopez an option to stalk the pace or control the pace from the outside. Whereas last time in the Caress, she was forced into a hot duel, which ends up being her, what
she
made
broke
her
inside
tired.
of horses last time.
She broke inside of
Starguest is obviously the wild card in here.
What went on in her U.S. debut?
I just thought she was bad. I thought that Flavian did a great job. He got her in the two-path. We talked about how she had the pace to run at. And I just think, when you're 6th beating a length and 3/4 in a turf sprint, you didn't run well. It's not like dirt racing where you beat a couple lengths, you ran a big race. 6th beating a length, it's like they beat 6 lengths in a dirt race. I'm not saying she can't run better, but what has she done to be the same price as the 7?
Yeah, and I agree with that because even though she was beaten only 1 3/4 lengths, there was 5 horses that finished in front of her. And a couple of those are in this race today.
A great location to watch this Smart and Fancy or tomorrow's Travers. These spa verandas, in case you haven't been there, you haven't visited, still have the opportunity to secure your spot to watch the DraftKings Travers, one of the most popular spots on the track. Limited time, Travers tomorrow. Individual tickets are available for a shared spa veranda section located trackside along the final turn. These partially covered sections offer a modern and casual outdoor hospitality experience. Travers Day package includes a premium bar and snacks. Visit NYRA.com to learn more and reserve your spot today. Over to Acacia.
Well, for the Smart and Fancy Lafitte, we'll start off with their heavy favorite, Roses for Deborah. As you can probably see on the track, she is breathing fire today. But I think that's a good thing. Last year, as a 4-year-old, including when she won this race last year, she was acting like this. She can be very spicy. She is a very opinionated mare to be around, having been around her quite a bit, and she likes things her own way. She was pretty revved up coming out onto the track, and seemed to be a little confusion. They didn't have a pony for her at first, and she was like, let me go, let me go. She was on it today. Now, as Andy mentioned, she did miss the caress. She was scratched, unfortunately, due to a temperature, and has been handled very carefully in bringing her along. Luckily, she has been fine since then. I do think that she has looked a little bit more fit, but with turf sprinters, it is easier to get them fit quicker. And like I said, I love the way that she's acting because that's normal for her, even though the cotton in her ears, and she'll try to turn the tables on the 7 Futurist now, who I absolutely respect. She sent last time out to the lead, and yes, the closers came running late. Don't look back at all. Sat kind of in that stalking spot, but even 2 starts back, the way that she finished, she was incredibly game over Roses for Deborah too. And she looks much the same as she has in her last couple, carrying great condition, that typical kind of Paco Lopez warm-up where he keeps them moving constantly out on the track. And she looks like she's handling herself well yet again. I certainly respect what she's done on the track, and I don't think with the presence of Lady Milagro in here today, she'll be on the engine early, but she'll be up close, which is certainly to her benefit. Now, the number 3 Starguest, she was the favorite last time in the Caress, and I think in large part just because these Godolphin and Charlie Appleby runners just always take attention, and she'd had some decent company over in England sprinting on the turf, but if there's any race on the grass where we Americans can be stronger than the Europeans kind of overall, it is in turf sprints. And last time out, I didn't think she had much kick late, to be honest. I wasn't in the paddock for that race, so my first time seeing her here today, Flavian Pratt gave her a big warm-up, taking her away from the pony, as with typical of Charlie's horses, accompanied by a pony back in the paddock. Seems like she's handling herself well. She's incredibly strong. She stacks up with her competition. I think she needs to run a bit better to turn the tables on the other 2 that I mentioned today. Lafitte?
Yeah, we need to see much more from Star Guest than we did in her U.S. debut in that caress.
I agree. I mean, I agree with every single thing that Acacia said there. The turf sprinters over there are not better than our turf sprinters. It's not like the routers. They have that advantage. And I'm not going to be shocked when she runs a lot better today, but based on what we saw in that race, I don't know why she's supposed to be 5-2 in the 7-2-1.
Well, I mean, she came in highly regarded as the favorite. She didn't run the race that they expected. But you could also consider that the first time in a new environment that they can improve off that. That would be what you would be hoping for, because a little bit of improvement puts her in the game.
Okay, let me say something.
But
which Appleby horses needed to start here?
Well,
every one of them is ready to roll. Now, I'm not saying
that's
you're
a valid
wrong,
point.
but it's something we've never seen from that. They come out firing.
Right.
And I think she was bet, and she's bet on the assumption that their horses are good. And it's not the worst assumption in the world. The problem is she's not running in particularly good races over there, and their horses don't have a big advantage on us to begin with. And she's not running in particularly strong races over there. They're bringing over horses that are running in, if not the highest level, higher levels over there.
To her defense, maybe that's who she is, but Godolphin runners now, especially in turf stakes races, that wasn't a stakes race, but are always going to get overbet.
They are.
Always.
They are. I think people just, we talk about their stats. They're really good with the record and stakes and grade ones. But, man, I don't know what the ROI is. It doesn't feel to me like it's super high. And I think it gives you the opportunity, if you pick and choose a little bit, to bet again. It's like the Legend of Time, the 3-year-old.
Right.
How many times does he need to show people that he's just okay? And there he was, even money in the Saratoga Derby. Could he have won? He finished second. Of course he could have won. But he's no even money shot.
If he was in House Silks, what price is he?
Right, exactly. No, I agree. It's right. What price would he been in there? 5-2, 3-1.
Yeah.
It's all because they see the Godolphin blue, right?
Yeah.
By the way, have you seen Applebee's Breeders' Cup stats?
I have not. I think they're good.
10 for 20. 10.
I was
20.
only second to him about 7 of the times.
Has a couple of runners in the Sword Dancer tomorrow. Breeders' Cup Challenge event. When you're in for the Breeders' Cup.
She agrees with us.
Star Guest, yes, she's anxious to load. Takes a village. She's in. To her outside, the favorite. Roses for Deborah, odds on 4-5. Frank Miramonti with the load and call. Post time for the Smart and Fancy live from Saratoga.
Glitter Up will be next. And Future Is Now. Solidly back to 2-1. Future Is Now takes up her spot. Lady Milagro is very restless in there. They're in the gate. And they're off. Lady Milagro broke outward, but did break very alertly. On the far outside, Future Is Now is flashing sharp early foot. Star Guest is up and on the pace too. And then it's Roses for Deborah and Glitter Up at the back of the field. Lady Milagro leads the way. Tracked nicely by Future Is Now, getting a Dream Trip second. 2 lengths back to Star Guest in third, followed by Glitter Up. And Roses for Deborah is at the back, 5 lengths off front running Lady Milagro, who went 21-3 for that quarter mile. Future Is Now turning up the pressure coming to the quarter pole. 3 lengths back to Star Guest. Roses for Deborah is underway, 4 lengths off the lead at the top of the stretch. Future Is Now just bumping right there with Star Guest. Those two in very close quarters as Star Guest takes the lead. Future Is Now asked to counter. Roses for Deborah still 4 lengths back in third. Match race to the wire. Star Guest. Future Is Now nose and nose. Future Is Now has another gear. Comes back under Paco Lopez and wins the Smart and Fancy while wrapped up. Star Guest second best. Roses for Deborah third.
Exciting stretch drive on the outside. Inside, Future Is Now. Star Guest. Some trading of paint in the end. Too much. Future Is Now. She's tough filly.
Would like to see the head out of the stretch, but she's a fighter, man, Rajiv. Yep. I mean, the 3 came to her like she was going to eat her up. She looked like it, and she just fights her down the stretch. And I don't know if anything looked like the 7 came in. 3 came in a little bit on the 7 at this point.
It was like Paco's leaning right into the Godolphin filly.
But I don't.
It's hard to see from that angle, but one thing was for sure, Flavian thought that he got Paco kind of asleep a bit when coming off the turn. Paco was looking inside, checking for his rivals coming up on the inside, and Flavian made
an inquiry,
a rush at him. But the Future is now got past and battled back.
We got to see the head-on, though. There's an inquiry here, and I'm not saying that there's going to be a takedown, but there is an inquiry, as there should be. I mean, it's clear that there's some contact, and without seeing the head on the stretch, there's no way of seeing. Roses for Deborah. I don't want to hear anything about the pace.
Non-factor, non-threatening third, the favorite, 7-3-4-2 inquiry involving the top two finishers. We await a head-on. Paco Lopez, Future is now, Flavian Prat, star guest who never switched leads in the stretch late, and that cost her as well, Raj. All right, we have the head-on, and we'll cue it up for you as you look at the winner. Future is now Intercontinental winner. For the time being, a second stakes winner in her last 3 races. Such a tough filly. Here it is, Raj, your first look. Tell us
as you can see here, Paco looks to his inside, and he lets his horse float outwards when Flavian was coming up on Star Guest. However, after that contact, then Star Guest comes back in. So I would attest this to about a 50-50. Both guys exchanging contact coming off the turn. I don't expect there to be a change.
I'd be very surprised if we see a change. I agree with you, Rajiv. I think there was some stuff going back and forth. I think, if anything, the 7 came in more. But, the 7 came out a little top of the stretch, but the 3 was holding the ground. I like what Flavian was doing, right? Because he was holding his ground. He was saying, you're not going to hurt me here. I'm going to push you in. But in doing so, he's coming. I'm not saying he broke any rules here. But
no, but didn't it look like Paco Lopez allowed Future is now to float right into the path of where he knew Star Guest would be?
Something we've seen riders do race after race for many, many years. I mean, Rajiv, you rode. How many times did you do it one way or the other? Get floated or do a little floating?
Absolutely, and he allowed his horse to drift into another horse without sufficient clearance. I believe what's going to happen, they're going to let the results stand, but he's going to get a talking to by the stewards, potentially a penalty like a suspension, because he did interfere with Star Guest.
Looking over his left shoulder. Now he looks right over his right shoulder right there and allows Future is now to drift into the path of Star Guest.
It's like you're driving on the highway and the car is in the lane outside of you, and you just let your car drift into that lane and crash into the other car. That's exactly what he did.
No, there was some aggression from Paco. I'm not going to deny that. I would be surprised if it comes down, but I don't think it's 100% won't happen.
I wouldn't be surprised. How would you compare this, Raj, to yesterday's disqualification in terms of how egregious, say, that foul was and the potential infraction we're looking at here?
It's a complete different scenario. Yesterday's situation, you would first had to have consider if it was the by fault of the 1 or if the 4 was actually in that spot. In this situation, it's clear that number 7, Future now comes outside of her pad, crosses into the 3 and makes contact, but this is side-to-side contact. And then number 3, Star Guest, kind of floats her back in because Flavian is saying, look, I'm not going to let you bully me around here. He held his ground and comes back in. But by doing that, it's like 2 wrongs don't make a right.
But what I would say if they take this horse down is they're going to say that Paco was the more aggressive one on that early move, and what Flavian did afterwards is incidental at that point. I'm not saying they're going to, but if they do, that's going to be the reason for it. And I'm not going to say they're 100% wrong. And I would say it probably stays, and I think it should stay. But I could understand the other argument.
There's merit for both sides. I will say my personal belief is the instigator should be the one that is more penalized, the original instigator. Because if I go into a bar and I poke you on your shoulder and you turn around and punch me in the face.
I just want you to know, I would never
punch
you in your face.
The guy that does the poke
it's already
first is
enough.
the instigator. And Paco definitely poked there.
The stewards, how much would they look down on the fact that in watching the replay, Paco Lopez looks right over his right shoulder, looks right at Flavian Prat and Star Guest, and allows Future is now to drift into her path. He can't pull
I don't know what they're thinking.
There's an important factor that we're not even mentioning is that the margin of victory. they have to take that into consideration that, well, what's Future is now going to win anyways, because she got passed and she came back and win. And I thought that Future is now was going to win the race regardless of what happened.
We see a lot of floating on
turns. And for that
turns.
reason, I would not make a change. I would allow the result to
Jonathan
stand.
Kinchin believes it's coming down. Is that correct, Jonathan?
And I would penalize Paco Lopez.
It did not come down. No change.
No change.
Well, you timed that well. He's a little addled from the dunk tank.
7-3-4-2, no change. Future is now Paco Lopez, and the smart and fancy. What's not to be questioned is the guts and determination of Future is now. She'll mix it up early. She'll still finish. You engage her, she's going to fight right back.
Yeah, she showed that today, and just such a. We've seen this, man, like the horse racing game where these horses give you their all. They're the ones that are truly fan favorites. She's becoming one of those where she lays it down every time on the line.
She's gutsy. And let's talk Rose Verdebra for a second. Obviously very disappointing by her because she never really made her run in that race. Maybe, she didn't, she was out. She missed the last race. Maybe some after effects from that. But I think it's fair to say she doesn't have that oomph she had last year.
I mean, she's coming off a sickness, so this could also be a stepping stone for her. Bigger and better things ahead.
I don't think that Christophe Clement will be taking her to Parks this year like last year.
I didn't catch, I'm listening to the Philadelphia Eagle fans over here.
The Eagles? People are actually fans of the Philadelphia Eagles?
Yeah, they have. Uh-oh.
I know, kidding.
I
saw a Silver Linings playbook.
Show. Well, yeah, that won't get you out of that comment.
It was a joke.
Not with them.
I got unfairly dunked by a Philadelphia Philly.
JK got dunked about 15 times.
A lot of kids picking on you. It's not right.
He'll be on the set
Even the kids
with
don't
us in a
hate
moment.
Me yet, so you've got that on me.
Future is now in the smart and fancy. Much more as our coverage continues on this Friday from Saratoga.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit it back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
And they're off at the Naira Bets Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
Right as the field turns for home. Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers.
Will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Welcome to our viewers on Bally SoCal. This is Saratoga Live on the eve of the DraftKings Travers. Biggest day of the summer tomorrow, 5 Grade 1 races. From the paddock, Rajiv Miraj, Jonathan Kinchin still drying his hair. We'll explain all that in a moment. He's Andy Serling, I'm Lafitte Guy. We just saw the Smart and Fancy. It's a Friday, but we also have a Grade 1 event a little bit later on, the Personal Ensign. Can't wait to see this one. Just a compact field of 5, but some classy fillies and mares.
Absolutely. Yeah, I can't wait to see it's kind of it could be the passing of the torch or kind of reestablishing herself with Idiomatic. If she loses to Randomize, and Randomize is the new queen of this division, but we'll see what happens this afternoon. They're both very, very talented racers.
And just much more on the personal incident, this just took place. The smart and fancy Paco Lopez entering the winner's circle. She's trained by Michael Trombetta, standing by live with Acacia.
That's right, and Futures now has been incredibly game recently, fighting today. We did see the inquiry. Can you talk us through, Mike, what you saw in the stretch with her?
It was hard for me to tell because it was coming off the turn, and I knew they were bumping each other, but I don't know who did what, and I just had to sweat it out like everybody else.
Well, one thing we know about your filly, though, she is a fighter. She has really shown that. Can you talk about how she's developed this year?
She's just gotten better and better since Preakness time, when she's just all of a sudden have learned how to rate and relax and sit off horses, and that's just been a game changer for her.
And picking up another stakes win in here today, she has just been incredibly resilient, very versatile in her tactics as well.
Yeah, and Paco said after the race, he said better than ever today, so he was very, very happy with her. And as you know, it just when they'll relax and let things develop, it just is a definite game changer.
She's certainly good right now. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
She's been so good lately, Andy. Future is now. The win in the Intercontinental, the sharp effort, just missed by half length in the Caress, and this victory here in the Smart and Fancy.
And it's nice to see Mike get the win. His horses have run very well at the meet. He's 0 for 9. Mike Trombetta is one of those trainers that's sort of under the radar around here, wins in Maryland, but he's been shrewd for years at finding horses to ship up here, and it's nice to see him get a big win in Saratoga.
Yeah, this filly, she can take her game on the road, as she's definitely going to be one that's looking for these kind of sprint stake races around the country. I can see her running in a variety of races across the country.
And for our viewers just joining us, Raj, what took place in the stretch? There was an inquiry in the end, the decision, no change. What did you see?
So Paco Lopez aboard the number 7, the future is now, he drifted outwards into the path of the number 3 and making contact. But however, they left it stand, which I do agree with, for the fact that she was going to be the winner regardless. And so Paco was guilty of infraction. However, it didn't really alter the outcome of the finish. So I think it's fair to let it stand, and then he's probably, I highly expect he's going to face a suspension for the contact that he made.
But you said it was 100%.
100. Okay,
you
it's
offered
100%.
me trillions to 1. Jonathan was here for it. Jonathan, thank you as my witness.
The reason I didn't say it on air is because I don't want to influence what stewards make or feel like they have to live up to that.
Yeah, they're listening. They're hanging on your every word.
They're
Mine
hanging on. There is 100% he's getting suspended for that ride. And I'll give you.
Rajiv?
He's 100%.
It's not 100% that we're all sitting on this desk right now, okay? I'm just letting you know. There's nothing.
99.9999999.
Why do you have such a lot of certainty for a guy who's been at the racetrack?
How common or rare is that where there's an inquiry, there's no change, but a jockey still has to face some sort of punishment?
Yeah, because it's two separate things, right? You're looking at an infraction and a jockey being careless, and that happened. And then you're looking at, well, did it change the outcome of the finish and protecting the bettors and that part of the sport? So I think it's viewed two separate things, and it happens frequently where you don't disqualify a horse, but the guilty party gets reprimanded.
It happens a lot more now, and I think it's good.
Yes,
I think you have to view the bettors as, you've got to protect the bettors. They don't need to get needlessly screwed. We all get DQ'd, and it's seemingly more often than we get put up. But not unfairly, and I think that suspending a rider like that is much more fair.
Who wins the 6th race? Who graduates New York Bred Maidens?
I'm hoping the horse that JK and I both like, Nikki Brainburst.
Great name.
Can we get an interview with Ray Handel? I don't know what color ice cream he is today.
Lots of
where the name comes from
today.
What color? Bubble gum for him today. He was a mint chocolate chip ice cream yesterday. Yeah, he was. A good impersonation. I just wonder where the name comes from.
Okay.
It's got to come from somewhere, right?
I would think it has to come from somewhere.
How was the dunk tank there, big boy?
I tell you what. It hurts a little bit if your feet hit the thing. It's also very nerve-wracking the whole time you're up there. You're like just bracing yourself.
Anxiety.
It was a lot. They said I broke the record for getting dunked the most. So.
Why?
I don't
like,
know.
how did
15 times, 12 times it felt like?
You're
it was
a great
lot.
sport. Thanks for
a
doing
lot.
They bring in like the Yankees starting rotation? Like,
no, just my wife.
I don't worry about baseball players. Only LaDuca dunked me.
Your hair looks nice with the moisture.
You like that?
It has bounce in it.
Yeah.
I think you should wet your hair more often.
Look at that.
That was a good thing you did, and it's a good thing to do for charity. And it's a great cause. It really is a great cause. The best, the Backstretch Employment Services team here.
Great cause.
Really good stuff.
All right, and for that perfect segue, Duncan Dash of the Week. This was last weekend, the first race Alabama Day. JK, you and I were on set. Jonathan's Way. This was one of those performances, a first-time starter, a 2-year-old that just, your jaw drops.
Yeah, this was a serious performance. I mean, during the race, it just looked like this horse had absolutely no chance. It didn't just kind of get lucky and bound up and get up in the last jump, was running away from them late. I mean, this horse was outstanding.
Didn't break.
He did. Well, no, I'm not sure of that. I don't think he broke badly. He got squeezed, bumped around from both sides, so he got pinched back. And at that point, Joel finds himself well back, and he basically started riding him 16th of a mile or an eighth mile into the race, and it's almost like he said, I'm just not going to get an eighth shot. I'm going to keep going, and swung around the field. And this was one when he lost, they'd say Joel kind of blew it, and he went by 5 lengths and got like an 84 buyer, 85 buyer. We've seen some good 3-year-olds this week.
Starter that we have. Jonathan's Way. Keep things cool this summer with a nice beverage from Dunkin'. Beat the heat with your favorite Dunkin' refresher. Delicious cold brew. Sparked energy by Dunkin' and more. America runs on Dunkin'. One to remember moving forward. Raj, how impressed were you?
I was very impressed to see a first-time starter, a horse with no experience, overcome adversity is one of the best things that you can see, and he did that. Definitely a race that he can use to propel on to bigger and better things.
And still learning. You could see what happened at the start, and then running with his head up in the air. Like, once he puts it all together, looks like the sky's the limit. Who's this?
It's
I was trying to see who that was. Again, all for an incredible cause.
Rocco Fuda, who is dunking people. He works for us in mutuals. He should have been in the dunk tank. I'm a little Dave O'Rourke. There's Chelsea. Oh, that's Tina. I saw Tina do that. Tina works with us. Always good to do that for your boss. This guy was good, I think. That guy, he dunked Brian twice. Brian's a great sport. Go in and do that. There's
Jason Worth with Andy.
And Barbara Banke behind him, who was extremely generous in paying for me to get dunked, which we all appreciate.
How long have we've been doing this?
Well, this is the first time. We haven't done it since 2017. Did it for PJF back then, but I hope they do it every year, and we'll get back in there again. It's for a great cause. And Saratoga is at one time where all the charities, get a chance to have their big events and raise awareness for these charities. And listen, none of us have a right to ever tell people they should be giving money for anything. But if you can give money and you find a way, these are, the BEST, the BCCA, the Belmont Child Care Association, the chaplaincy, all very worthy causes to help the people that put on the show around here, without which none of us would have a job and none of the people here, including us, would be able to enjoy this great game.
You're hoping they do it every year.
No, it was fun. I mean, look, I'm going to bring a towel next time. But outside of that, I mean, I went into the restroom in the offices there. It was just soaking wet and just used paper towels to dry.
And there are trillions of people that look forward to getting to dunk Andy in the dunk tank. We can't take that away from them.
No, you can't.
You can't. Big line. And a big weekend of racing just getting started. Still have the personal instant later on. Travers tomorrow, and the special ceremony, Mike Venezia Award, honoring Brian Hernandez, this year's recipient. We'll be right back.
The classic looks of a two-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
racing north of the border. Riders up. King's Plate this evening, and stakes racing forthcoming with the Soaring Free. 2-year-olds here, 6.5 furlongs on grass. Numbers 2, 8, and 9 are out. Mensa, apparently, the goods.
I don't know. I don't think you need to be in Mensa to think that this horse is overbet. She's never been on the turf. I did not look the pedigrees up, but the horse inside of her seemed to have run a pretty fast figure. First time, Jonathan. 2 to 5. I think nobody in Mensa is betting this horse.
I would bet American dollars, Canadian dollars on the 4 as fast as I could. I went to Woodbine one time and just kept asking people where I could get some Canadian bacon. They didn't think it was that funny.
They tell you it was on the outside?
What?
Never they call the outside?
Oh, the outside.
By the way, Woodbine's a great track.
It's
awesome.
It's beautiful.
Great track. Great
Beautiful.
paddock. Great track. Good people there. My
We
man
ever going to
Jeff
get to that
Bratt's
Woodbine
there.
Mile? That was in the making, like 2019.
It was close. We were close.
We revisit it every fall. We'll try. We'll try again.
Went there saw it in 14 and 15.
It's awesome.
I've ridden
Was
the
that,
Woodbine Mile
was
myself.
that Le Roi des Animaux?
No, that was 05, dude. That was
that long ago?
Yeah, that was the last Breeders' Cup at Belmont when he lost to Artie Schiller.
Oh, hold on. I want to see what Ray Handel's wearing. Standing by live with Maggie. We welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast with Ray.
Yeah, ask and you shall receive. As Ray, kind of boring today, just beige, huh?
I thought I did pretty good.
I think you look good, but they were hoping for some colors on set from you.
I don't want to have Hunt and Andy all night. I know he's worried about he was craving that mint chocolate chip all night, so I don't want to keep him up. He's got a lot of work to do for the weekend.
It's so true. I mean, he survived the dunk take as well. You got to go easy on the man. But let's talk a little bit about Nikki Brainburst. First of all, where's that name come from?
Oh, geez. It's for a very good friend of mine. We were dating at the time, and I named it after her. It's her nickname at work. So she's like one of the creative people at work. So they gave her the nickname Nikki Brainburst. And I was like, it's a good name for a horse. I'm going to save it. Go ahead for a fast one.
Yeah, I was going to say, I guess that could work. Is she fast, though? Because that first race, I don't know how to read that because those two, 1-2 finishers ran 1-2 around the racetrack.
Yeah, and they ran a big race. Well, one of them came back and ran big, the Clement horse, and then the other.
You mean Mod, geopolitics. It's
geopolitics,
okay.
Yes, geopolitics, sorry. And the other filly had kind of been a little bit of a bust.
Yeah.
But she's doing good. We're just being aggressive. We didn't pay a whole lot for her, and we want to win races here. So she'll probably be competitive in a maiden special. But, coming here, we want to get W's, and I think she's got a big shot today.
Something that you've done throughout the whole season. Best of luck, and thanks for the entertainment, as always.
We're trying.
Andy, did that answer all your questions with Ray?
Maggie, I got so many questions about Ray. You just barely scratched the surface there, but thank you. Appreciate that.
You said you knew there would be something behind the name. Indeed, there was. Nikki Brainburst at 3-1. What do you make of her chances?
I think this is exactly the kind of horse you sort of gravitate to in a race like this, filled with horses that have had a lot of chances, have failed at shorter prices, particularly the favorite Focus Pocus, who I think 7 furlongs is also a question for, dropping down, whereas Nikki Brainburst ran just once. Didn't run great, but didn't totally embarrass herself against much better horses, drops in for a tag. And I think, Jonathan, in these races, isn't every start a horse have like a knock against them kind of?
Yeah, I mean, we just know who these horses are. And I think that it's weird. I leaned on the 9 because I don't really know who she is. I know the rest of them, and they're not great. So let's give her a shot.
I took a flyer in this race with the number 1, Miss Maximus, taking the blinkers off after chasing the pace at this level as the favorite last time, and she's getting vastly overlooked in this one.
I don't agree. I mean, listen, she's 13-1, and I wish her the best of luck, but she's a speed-type horse. There's significant other speed in here with the 2 and 5, and she was awful last time. I wish her the best of luck.
That's how they look on paper. Maggie, how do they look in person?
Yeah, look, this is a maiden 30 field, so you're not going to have any eye catchers per se, but Focus Pocus is a horse that I've been watching consistently throughout her career. And I remember a couple starts ago catching up with trainer Horacio De Paz, and he basically said, she's just really frustrating because he doesn't know what works for her? What is the answer as the blinkers go back on today? Just a short cup cheater blinker, which is what she had worn all the times previously prior to her last start. And last time she kind of rode the rail after braking poorly. She kind of, and two, there was a loose horse that pushed her down to the rail. I forgot about that actually. So that finish is obviously not indicative, I think, of her capabilities that last race. But if you go by everything prior to that, I actually was intrigued by her stretching out to the mile because she looks as though she should handle it. So I actually like the 7 furlongs for her. She's a taller, scopier filly with that more even frame. So this is the spot where she is supposed to show up with this drop in class. I have no problems with the distance. As we'll move on to Nikki Brainburst, number 9 in here. As Ray was just mentioning, this horse kind of affected by the racetrack. You wanted to be forward, you wanted to have speed, and while she broke alertly that day, she just wasn't quite quick enough to keep up. But ever since they put the tack on this, look at her. That is quite a nice side pass, young lady. I'm sure that is not what Katie Davis is looking for, though, and now she's going to try to pee off. But she's wound up, as one could tell here, just with a naked eye. So look for her to be forward, especially with this 7 furlong distance. Ray has her cranked up. He also has her cranked up from a fitness perspective, too. She looks strong and fit, coming back off a little bit of a layoff. And then what do you do with number 11, Rookie League? This horse has more dirt pedigree if you look at the top side, and then if you go back a generation, the second dam was actually a Greatest Stakes winner on the dirt, but there is absolutely no pedigree in that first generation. The other 2 siblings have not lifted a hoof, much like Rookie League, and she is massive. She's a behemoth of a 3-year-old filly. So I'm okay with her getting to the dirt. She doesn't look overly turf meant. I just don't know or think that there's that much ability in there, as Nikki Brainburst Lafitte continues to take out all the spectators.
Really, yeah, bouncing, to say the least. Nikki Brainburst in Rookie League, the big filly. A few angles to work with there, Andy.
Well, I agree with everything Maggie said about the pedigree, and obviously she's right. But I think she's probably, if anything, a sprinter. She was making a little bit of a run before something went wrong in her first start. Now, she was bad last time, and she may just be bad. But she also fits the category, at least, guys, of a horse that hasn't proven that she sucks at this, right?
I mean, she was close up to a very slow pace. I just don't think she's very good.
Can't fault her for what she hasn't done, lose a bunch of races. Post-parade, there's Miss Maximus.
Well, I wish Rajiv the best of luck. As she's gone down half the price that she was after Rajiv tipped her. I don't see it, but maybe you're on
cousin, Romero, there with Inflammable.
Yeah, this horse has speed, and in these types of races, that's a dangerous weapon.
Sonia's Flame off the board in all 5.
Yeah, hasn't done much running at all. A couple of pretty slow races.
Focus, what's going on here? There she is. Well, Inflammable goes the other way. There's Focus, the favorite, 2-1.
She has far and away the best races of anyone here, but I don't like her last race. I don't trust her at 7 furlongs. She has other speed to deal with. She wins, I lose.
Going for Glory in the money in 6 of 8.
Yeah, 7 tries against maiden claimers, and a couple of those as single-digit odds.
Maxing the Bank, number 7. There she is, back to the main track.
Well, Joe Parker looking to light up the tote board with this one, who has never done much running.
Dream on Cara, 18 race maiden.
Ooh, 18.
She's got back races, Jonathan. She's not impossible.
Ooh.
Sendera. We'll get back to Nikki Brainburst. Sendera, Jose Lascano.
Yeah, Sendera just doesn't have a lot of early speed, and that's a little bit of a concern from that outside draw.
And to the outside, the big filly, Rookie League.
Yeah, I think that she is usable at 11-1 because she hasn't checked the box that she can't do this at 6 furlongs. But you may be right, guys. She may just have no ability.
I have a question for Acacia here because Inflammable.
She's not in the show
anymore.
Yeah,
you have to ask Maggie.
It's Maggie. I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry, Maggie.
She just interviewed Ray
I'll
Handman.
call her.
Maggie, last
nice
time,
young woman. You know,
last time when
here for 15 years.
Last time when an Inflammable race, she was irritated, washy in the poster rate. I didn't like how she looked. Today, she looked composed and a lot better. Did you see the same thing?
I'll call Acacia.
Maggie.
Occasional
Maggie's not speaking to you anymore, so forget about asking her.
If she does, you're not going to want to hear what she has to say.
It's been a long 3 hours.
It's been a long 3 hours.
2-1. Focus. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. This isn't going to go well.
Maggie?
So, Richie, I was looking at Inflammabelle here. Just kidding. To be fair to Raj, I think it was the case she was in the paddock for Inflammabelle's last race. And before that, I was there. She was very laid back that day in that off-the-turf race, and she was entered as an MTO on that occasion. Really calm. Today, sometimes first time at Saratoga will unhinge a horse. So I think that's maybe what we were experiencing with Inflammabelle. I'll be honest, she does have that early speed, but I don't know. She's kind of shown who she is. I will say this, though. Continuously, she's gotten more and more fit. Talking about number 2, Inflammabelle here. So, guys, yes. I don't need Lafitte, if they're loading at Woodbine. I'm excited for this. Who do you guys like?
The King's Plate. Finally, today, later on. But first things first, he's soaring free here, and 2-year-olds.
I want the 4.
Cool Collected.
I don't think if Mensa's still 3 to 5, I don't think you went to a Mensa meeting. Man. You did 3 to 5 on this horse.
That is short. Filing into the gate post time. These 2-year-olds, 6.5 furlongs. The soaring free live from Woodbine.
Mensa for Patrick Husband's gate 5. Cairo Caper is on the move. The last is going to be the stablemate to Mensa, Dream On. Sahin Savachi outside gate, a start coming up. The soaring free. They're ready. Off they race, a perfect start, and Dream On has gone to the front soon after the break, and showing up is Mensa, the stablemate, to come through and take over. Also handy, Your Valentino sharing second spot as Mensa's gone to the lead, and dropping to last is Illivoy Minen as Cool Collected sneaks into third, and second last early Cairo Caper. They sort themselves out with Mensa in front and leads the way by over a length. In second is Dream On. Cool Collected up on the outside is sharing third with Your Valentino, and right behind them is Cairo Caper. A length away last, Illivoy Mine, and they swing inside the half mile with 4.5 lengths covering the field. And Mensa in front, pressed by the stablemate Dream On as they come down towards the 3 furlongs. They're 2 lengths clear. Cairo Caper coming home nicely on the outside. Cool Collected the center. Dropping back to second last, Your Valentino, and last Illivoy Mine. And as they turn, the Mark Cassie pair in front, Mensa the inside, Dream On the outer, and Dream On the outside, going up to hit the front. Out wider, Cairo Caper from Cool Collected. Cairo Caper, the danger here to Dream On, and Cool Collected back in third. Mensa's folded, and down the outside, Cairo Caper's ranging up, head on the side. Dream On under attack. Cairo Caper and Dream On drifting a bit, but Cairo Caper's grinding up on the outside. On the rails, Dream On, and Cairo Caper loves the turf and wins the soaring free by 3/4. Dream On. Cool Collected third. A breakaway Illivoy Minen has run fourth from Mensa, and last Your Valentino.
Had to dig deep, but eventually able to wear down Dream On. Cairo Caper in the soaring free. Back just in time.
Mensa was not smart today.
That was the worst 3 to 5 shot I've ever seen, ever.
That was. Wow.
No bueno. What's going on here, Raj, with Sonia's Flame rider off Dylan Davis?
She's notorious for being a bit reluctant to load. Just need extra guidance from the gate handlers, but she went right in. Focus Pocus, I would say, is definitely the horse to beat. And sometimes we're trying to get creative and stuff because the suspicious class drop, and she's coming off her worst race. But should be tough if she runs her race.
I like the 9.
Post time. Here's Frank Ramadi.
They're in the gate. Now they're set. And they're off. Inflammabelle almost beat the gate, opens up a couple lengths in a hurry. Nikki Brainburst comes away in second, and Miss Maximus is trying to get off the rail as she is right behind the front runner. Focus Pocus is next to that rival, only 2 lengths off the lead. Then it's Nikki Brainburst, the gray, racing in fourth at this stage. Rookie League is next, Going for Glory, 6 lengths off them, followed by Maxine the Bank. Sonia's Flame is next, another 3 lengths back to Sendera, and the trailer, Dream on Cara. 23 seconds flat. Inflammable is the leader. Miss Maximus moves to attack with 3 furlongs to run. On the outside of them, Rookie League, still 8 lengths off the lead. As they come toward the quarter pole, Miss Maximus, Inflammable, Focus Pocus is in the mix too. Down on the inside, dropping out of it now is Inflammable with a quarter of a mile to go as Nikki Brainburst is ranging into contention. Sendera in the green swings to the far outside. They're turning inside the final 1/8 of a mile, and Miss Maximus, nicely handled, has the lead, has to hold off Sendera, who's coming fast on the outside, moving into second, and a late bid too from Dream on Cara from last. 16th pole, Miss Maximus, 3-length lead. Sendera's coming, running out of time. Miss Maximus, that was a very good ride from Ricardo Santana Jr., a difference maker over Sendera. Then it was Dream on Cara third, Nikki Brainburst fourth.
Raj is thinking, there is a God. Miss Maximus breaks through in her 5th great call at a price, and Ricardo Santana teaming up with Norm Cassie.
And she was best. I mean, she was involved in the pace, which fell apart, Raj. Good call by you. I didn't see it.
Just had a good trip, perfectly positioned by Ricardo off the pace, and yeah, the pace did fall apart, but she didn't. She kept on running. That's been something that she was notorious of doing in her earlier races, just chasing the pace and stopping. I like the switch with the blinkers off to get her relaxed a little bit today, and she did the rest of the running.
Well done.
Nice call.
Zeroed in. 7-1, Ricardo Santana.
Yeah.
Picking things up.
Yeah, you know, Ricky spends a lot of time outside of New York, so when he gets here, that's why what Tyler's done has been so impressive, because it's not easy to come in here against these guys and win a lot of races, but Ricardo definitely one of those riders that deserves to be here, and never surprised when he gets in the winner's circle.
Yet he had that summer in 21. It was 4 or 5 Grade 1 wins here at Saratoga. Several of them, obviously, for trainer Steve Asmussen. So he's enjoyed some big seasons here in the past. And at the top of the stretch, Raj, while you're watching this, and Miss Maximus responding as Santana goes to work, and not a lot of passing in the stretch here.
Well, there was some anxious moment when the number 10, Sendera was ranging up, looking like she was going to go by. And, the old Miss Maximus, the previous one, she would have been caving in at this point. But she showed a new dimension, sitting off the pace and having some finish. It was actually a very much improved run for her.
Fired up Ricardo Santana. 110, 8, 9, 7-1 over 7-1, 17-1, and 5-2. Before we step aside, Andy, a couple of bankroll plays for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, it's time. There's only, a handful of days left, and I got some money in my bankroll. Time to start betting it. So race number 9, I like the number 2, Dilger. Safi Joseph cutting back in distance. He has terrific numbers with many starters, 30% going from a route to a sprint in the dirt with a positive ROI. So in race 9, I'm betting $100 to win the 2 Dilger. And then in race 11, another Safi Joseph horse. This one, the 6 Bustin' Bullet. First time for Safi, has back form that could beat this field. But both these horses would be fair prices, so I'll bet $100 on each one of them.
He's having that kind of meet is Safi Joseph. Final thought on the personal instant this evening. Who wins the first of these 6 Grade 1 races we'll see over the next 24 hours?
I like randomized, but I don't have a lot of confidence. I think it's a very, very contentious, interesting race.
Yeah, I mean, I think Idiomatic's going to run well, but I picked Jagera.
Nice.
I'm going with Idiomatic. I think she's the one to beat, and she's going to just track, randomize, and then pounce.
Raj with the hot hand after that 7-1 winner in this 6th race just moments ago, Miss Maximus. That'll wrap things up for us here. Our coverage does continue on Saratoga Live, marching towards the Grade 1 personal instant this evening. You'll see it right here on the eve of the Travers. Greg Wolf and the crew coming up next. Much more from the spa on Saratoga Live.
The Factor, a perennial leading sire of winners. He was 3rd in the nation by winners in 2021 and 2022. His progeny include Grade 1 winners Sistron and Noted and Quoted, Grade 2 winner Charlaine's Mia, and millionaires Bound for Nowhere. And factor this, with dozens of 6-figure yearling sayings, he's a proven sire on the track and in the sales ring. The Factor, standing at Lane's End.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Folsom from last to first in the mat win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom is taking the front and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front, and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back and happy Travers Eve here on Saratoga Live as we have a nice crowd here to get things rolling on this 12-race card Friday. Miss Maximus, though, she posted a nice victory here, breaking her maiden in today's 6th race as Ricardo Santana for Norm Cassie. He joins me now here in the winner's circle. And Ricardo, a horse, a filly that you're very familiar with. You were resolute in getting to the lead today, especially taking those blinkers off. I think that made a lot of the difference.
Well, last time she was kind of scared. She can see the horses on the side when she broke, and when she saw it, you know, she tried. She was a little scared, and I lost my position. And today we was working with her a lot in the morning. We put it inside, and she was training good. And today I said the only thing I had to do is break clean and get a good spot, and she's gonna finish out really well.
She did, because the other horses that attended the pace with you kind of fell away in the end. We see you with Norm Cassie. You've had a lot of success together. As you mentioned, you work a lot of horses for him in the mornings. Talk about that relationship. I know he doesn't have that many horses here.
Well, I have a really good relationship with Norm since I met him, and he always let me do whatever I want in the morning. You know, he let me feel the horses. I even galloping for him Sunday. I want to know the horses, and we have a really good relationship.
That's so key, to know the horses, to know and have that working relationship with someone, and someone you're also familiar with, Steve Asmussen, who you'll be aboard Edified a little bit later in the 9th race. I thought ran well, kind of got away slowly though last time.
Well, he stumbled a little bit last time. You know, he was a little nervous inside the gate. And today I hope he's standing really well and have a clean break, and I think he's going to run really well.
There were a couple horses acting up. Did that throw him off his game a little bit last time in the gate?
Well, I was a horse on the side of him, was acting a little nervous, and he heard the noise, and he started getting nervous, and the gate opened, and he fall a little bit. And today I hope, you know, we have a clean trip.
Yeah, you're drawn outside too. Ricardo, job well done. Have had a great week so far. Keep it rolling.
Thank you so much.
All right, Ricardo Santana gets the win with Miss Maximus, who returns a healthy, I'm waiting, there they are, 1660 over Sendera and Dream on Karis. A nice little trifecta there, $117 for 50 cents, as that will do it for the first half of Saratoga Live. A new crew coming up, and everybody here to see this amazing filly, Torpedo Anna. She takes on the boys. I wonder how much pink we'll see here trackside as she is in the Travers tomorrow.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
You just have to get in the seat of a John Deere Gator XUV 835M. Not because of the spacious cargo box.
We're always picking up rocks out in the field, and the hydraulic bed has been really nice.
Or because it can tackle any terrain.
It can handle anything.
Not even because it tows up to 4,000 pounds.
We can pull things around easily.
You just have to get in the seat, because something about being this productive just makes you smile.
It's made life a lot easier.
Learn more at johndeere.com/getintheseat.
Saratoga.
Welcome to a star-studded weekend where championship resumes will be strengthened, maybe even Horse of the Year cemented. The defending champ is back. Can Idiomatic pull off a repeat in the personal ensign? Or has the champ lost a step today? A chance to prove she's still the class of the division. Former Alabama winner Randomized got the better of Idiomatic last time out. Today the rubber match of what is turning into a great rivalry. Dornick is at the top of the 3-year-old division with back-to-back Grade 1 wins. Can the Belmont Stakes winners stay there after Saturday's showdown of the summer? And is the Queen really the best 3-year-old male or female in the land? Torpedo Anna gets her chance to prove it, along with a chance at history in Saturday's DraftKings Travers. It's all coming up on this Friday edition of Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Will that need a paint job after today? Or can Idiomatic and Juddmonte repeat in the big one to come in that Grade 1 personal? It's a terrific crowd on hand for a huge weekend, including this big showdown in the Distaff Division, Grade 1 personal ensign. That is race 10 at 1 1/8 miles. I'm Greg Wolf. Great to have you with us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. I'll introduce the team here in just a minute. Huge weekend, obviously, with the big showdown of the summer to come in that Midsummer Derby. We'll talk all about the Travers coming up. Loaded undercard as well, but today it is about the Distaff Division and one of the great rivalries right now in the sport between Idiomatic and Randomized. They'll go at it again here today in just a couple hours' time. Idiomatic, 6-5 morning line favorite. Last year's Alabama winner, Randomized, was able to beat Idiomatic this year in the Grade 1 Ogden Phipps. We'll see if she can do it again, and the supporting cast incredibly strong as well. We'll see if anyone else can step up with me. One of the winningest trainers in the history of the sport, Tom Amoss, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca, former champion jockey Richie Migliori. What about these two going head-to-head again in this big grade 1 we have ahead?
Well, I think for Idiomatic, her last win was a really grinded-out type of win. You've got to try to make sense of that because it wasn't her. She wasn't up to snuff that day. Maybe she went a little too slow on the front end, took her out of her game somewhat. But for Randomize, who's right outside of her, we're talking about a horse that wants to go to the lead and has a real chance today to take him gate to wire.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. And when you see these two horses run, the size difference is amazing. Idiomatic is probably twice the size as Randomized, but maybe Randomized heart is getting a little bit bigger right now than Idiomatic. But I will say this, though, both of these horses do like this racetrack, and I do think Idiomatic, when it comes to going maybe a mile and 1/8, has maybe a little bit more an advantage. I don't know. We'll see what happens today.
I think it comes down for me is that Randomized at 4 might be the best version of herself, where Idiomatic at 5 years old might just be a smidge slower than she was. I mean, she's still very good, but, as they say, Father Time's undefeated. I just think she's not quite as good as she was last year.
I thought she might have gained in defeat in that Ogden Phipps. She had some excuses, broke slow out of the gate. She was wide. We'll get more into it in a moment, though. Let's take a look at the Molly picture. And this was the race after the Ogden Phipps. And yes, she won. Did she lose something, maybe, in winning this race?
Well, she made the lead as easy as you can make the lead. She's on the inside there. She actually is caught at this point. Kind of gets surprised by an opponent there who she's running against today, Sullivan Angel. And, you could make a case that Sullivan Angel was trying to surprise her and moved early on purpose. Maybe if Sullivan Angel just ran her regular race, might have beaten Idiomatic that day. But the heart of a champion on the rail, she's beat the whole way down the lane, but knows how to get her nose in front right at the wire.
I think Irad Ortiz, by design, went after her to try to take her by surprise, pull the wind out of her sails, if you will. You made a good point, though, Tom, and it's something that you and I talked about, Paul. They might have went too slow with Idiomatic. Sometimes you put a horse to sleep going too slow. You're better off allowing them to use their stride and keep their blood up a little bit.
I think she's one of those horses that when she goes 111, she's kind of got that we talk about high cruising speed. She has that, but she doesn't have that quickening speed. So to that point, I think she needs to go 111, 112, 110 in that aspect and keep going faster and try to run her opponents off her feet because she is so long-strided.
Look at the history of this race. Personal ensign winners who have become champions. Of course, Idiomatic last year. Malathot, Latruska, Midnight Bijou, Forever and Bridal. What a list of stars we see there, Mig.
Yeah, real good list there. Beautiful pleasure. She tried to come back and repeat, but we handed her defeat with Pompey.
Well, I was second to her with Heritage of Gold that race.
Very different, I think, what we're going to see in this race last year. I mean, it was over. Idiomatic dominated this group. Going to be a lot closer this year.
Oh, I think you're going to be watching the outside portion of the gate, the 4 and the 5, and what they're doing right out of the gate. Those two horses right there, and we'll see. They're going to meet again, and I think it's going to be game on when they leave the gate.
When you watch this race again over and over, you see Randomized get to the front, and then it's just really hard for me to ignore Idiomatic's stride at the end of this race. Now I get it. The job was done by Randomized. I just think there's so much more there still left for Idiomatic. Maybe Randomized is caught up to her. I don't know. But right here, you can see her just lengthen her stride.
She really did cut the margin.
That's not what she wants
late.
to be in a race either. She did not break well.
No, but I will say this. Randomized has real gate speed. Out of the two, she consistently breaks sharper of the two. They both have speed, but there's a difference. Her first step is usually a better step.
I mean, Greg's right. Didn't break well, got carried out a little bit in the first turn. Her job was difficult, whereas with Randomized, she makes an easy lead that day and still gets run down.
We'll see what happens. Look, when they met in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, I think it was a surprise to quite a lot of people how well Randomized ran in that race in defeat, but it was very close between them. So every time they have met, and this will be the third time it happens, it has been very little separating those two, turning into quite a rivalry. Let's take a look at all the action we have coming up on this Personal Ensign Friday here on Travers Weekend to come, presented by Claiborne Farm. On a beautiful afternoon, races 7 through 12 to come, start of the pick 6, fast and firm. As we get set for a mile and a 16th turf maiden special weight for 2-year-old fillies to come. We will also have the longest running race in North America, the King's Plate to come. Marcassi will have quite a few chances to win another one. You can play all the action by getting signed up with the official betting app
of Saratoga. Naira Bets that offer that $250 deposit match sign-up bonus when you punch in that code and sign up. Spot 250 right there at NairaBets.com. So pick 6 on this Friday card begins with this race. Mile and a 16th in her turf. Everyone trying to get that first win of their career in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Home of North America's champion General Sire Into Mischief. And right now the favorite Rare Art, who has a start under her belt. She was only beat a length. She hit the board that day, running third here at Saratoga. With more on this field, let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
Taking a look here at number 6 for the Christophe Clement barn. That is Force of Law, a daughter of Constitution. The dam, she was a Greatest Stakes winner on the synthetic. And looking at the second generation, the second dam, Nan, she was multiple Greatest Stakes placed on turf and synthetic. I've liked what I've seen from this filly in her morning workouts. Now, the times don't necessarily jump off the page at you, but looking at that August 17th move where she set the pace on the inside of Strictly Taboo, who is a older filly and a 2-time winner here as well. So I like the fact when we see trainers working their horses with older company, it speaks to them having aspirations for these horses and feeling like, you know, their own generation unable at the moment to keep up with them. She's feisty here in the paddock, though. She is swishing her tail. She's been on her toes, indicating to me that she's ready to get out there, and look for her to be prominent, I would think, if she gets away cleanly from the stall. She's kind of built that way too. She's not a really big, imposing and leggy daughter of Constitution, which she sometimes can get. She's more of that compact sort, really well muscled and strong overall. So like what I'm seeing from Force of Law, as I do think the horse to beat in here is actually a first-time starter. I respect Rare Art, but watch the workouts from number 10, Leaner and Meaner. She's been throwing in turf and dirt workouts, but if you go back to the August 4th effort, you can watch that on XBTV. It was out of the gate, and she was working with Breland, who was an impressive first-time out winner on the dirt. And this filly, under wraps, under a hold the entire time by Flavien Prat, on the dirt. And sometimes when you watch these more turf meant horses work on the dirt, once they come off the bridle towards the tail end of a breeze, that's when you really see them kind of fall apart. And I never observed that from her. She is a big, physically mature filly. She's been so professional here throughout, and I do like her here on the turf, as there's pedigree to go around. Honestly, either way, but the second dam is Excited, who was won first time out as a 2-year-old on the turf. Number 9, Good Conduct for Cherie DeVoe. This one, watch him at the gate, at the gate, because she got a little wound up there. She reared up, but so far so good here in the paddock, but she was good in the paddock for that turf sprint debut. I thought she looked like a turf sprinter, but the fact that she had no early speed whatsoever, and maybe it was a little bit of greenness, I suppose that the stretch out in distance is somewhat logical here. I'm not in love with more ground for her, but I like the way that she's acting, and obviously having the experience and therefore the fitness under her belt gives her a bit of an edge, guys.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Here they come. Down Champions Way Post Parade coming up. Experience can mean a lot, and right now it's Rare Art, the 8, with that hitting the board debut for Anthony Dutrow. That was going a mile and a 16th as well, Tom, co-favorite.
Yeah, broke slow that day, has to go around everybody. It was a good finish. The horse that won that race, Virgin Colada, I actually thought this race visually was one of the most impressive turf races we've had for maidens this year.
We start with a first-time starter on the rail for Brittany Russell.
Yeah, Brittany Russell, very good trainer. Filly by Justified, Triple Crown winner.
Chad Brown, first-time starter, the 2.
Yeah, one of 2 Chad Brown horses. You look at the board for these first-time starters, board's not showing much activity.
19-1. The Dam was a grade 3 winner. It's her first full. Our Prosperity, 22-1 with John Velasquez.
Yeah, back-to-back Pletcher runners here. This one at 22-1 by Allen Stable Inc.
Here's the other Pletcher, and took some money first time out. Ran 8th in a field of 10.
You know, maybe a better race than what it appeared on paper. The pace was slow that day, hard to catch up.
Mark Cassie's winning all these youngster races. He's got another 2-year-old filly debuting here.
And you got Rahi on the bottom side here. Reportedly, this one's been working well in the morning.
Force of Law, Christophe Clement barn.
Yeah, another first-time starter. There's 7 in this race. You turn to the odds board, and you see it's mildly being bet on.
Dylan Davis riding Pookie for the Tom Worley barn.
Yeah, not Dookie, my nickname, but Pookie for Tom Morley, like you said. This is a filly by Warfront.
There's Rare Art, the one with experience we just touched on.
Yeah, I think, Greg, you hit it on the head. Race experience can make a big difference for a horse. That's why Rare Art is our favorite at 3-1.
And another one with experience. It was sprinting, though, for Cherie DeVoe. Good conduct.
Yeah, I thought the horse made a good effort. This would be my horse that I like a little because Cherie's horses usually improve second time, and the horse that she continues to work on the dirt, I think, to get fitness.
Leaner and meaner outside. The other Chad Brown runner, Flavian Pratt, rides.
Not a great post, but with these firsters on the grass, Chad Brown is deadly.
Pick 6 begins here. You see that current pool, over $165,000. So let's go back to Rare Art and show you that debut we keep talking about as she becomes the 5-2 favorite now.
So after breaking slow, she's going to have a trip that's a bit compromised. That's her going to go around everyone on the outside. And I thought this was a very nice finish in a field that ran really, really quick the last portion of the race.
Yeah, they really finished. And she did. She lost all position, like you said, Tom, breaking a touch slow, just didn't get to that any kind of sweet spot into that first turn, and it kind of dictated the rest of her trip. And I thought she made a long, sustained kind of run. I think with this effort under her belt, she is going to be very tough.
It was almost like the winner kind of drafted off her to get the last run. So, like, she did a lot of the heavy lifting. So when you look at this race, a lot of times we come into these races, Greg, and we project, and then we got the 8 and the 9 right in front of us. You know what I mean? So, and the betting board is reflecting that, and obviously Chad's going to take his money.
Still, yeah, he's going to. His other horse, though, you have the 2 Rescue Me. Strange to ever see a horse from that barn at that kind of price at 16-1.
No doubt. I mean, he's probably the most respected trainer in North America when it comes to grass racing, if not any racing, Chad Brown is, and he does a great job with first-time starters, so he knows how to win with debut horses. Sometimes when he has 2 in the race, which is often, they'll turn to one and neglect the other.
Well, Mark Cassidy, we've talked a lot, pretty much all meet long, because it's been a recurring theme of not just the great meet he's had, but particularly the great meet he's had, Mig, with his youngsters. He's got another debuting 2-year-old filly right here in this 5, Tis Her Money.
Yeah, Mark talked about it early in the meet, that a different approach this year. Came up here for the Belmont Stakes Festival and stayed with his horses, got a run into a lot of them before they left Churchill Downs, and they've come out firing. I mean, he's had a tremendous meeting.
Well, as for this first-time starter, we know a lot about her daddy. Tis the Law, Belmont Stakes, Travers winner. Dam did produce a first-out winner who went 6 for 10 in her career boardroom. What do you think, Paulie?
I mean, the works have been good in the morning. His barn is on fire. I would think the filly would make a good account of herself. I mean, you're getting 12-1. If you're trying to look outside the 8, 9, and 10 in here, I thought the filly that you'd reach for was maybe the 1 or the 5, and the board's kind of reflecting that.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the 2 that come out of the race that was won by Virgin Colada, including the horse that's been toying with favoritism and currently 2-1, number 8, Rare Art. She is a filly that I did not see. I did not see her or the 4 in their debuts, but she's big. She's physically mature. I like that. It's so important. And I think she ran incredibly well first time out in that she was towards the rear. Granted, the winner came from well back too. She made the first move while wide though around the turn. So I think, you know, that maybe flattened her out just a smidge, but look for her to replicate that effort. I don't see why. I wish she was a little bit more on the bridle. You know, sometimes it's a fine line. You don't want them to be too revved up in their second start, but you don't want them to think it's just a walk in the park. She did get a solo warm-up from Luis Saez eventually and kind of got into the bridle. Took a little while though. So just some food for thought with your favorite. The other horse that comes out of there is number 4, Wild and Free for Todd Pletcher. She had a really wide trip to nowhere last time. Just 3 to 4 wide throughout, rightfully so, flattening out. So I don't have any notes on how she looked first time, but I've got to say, she looks incredibly fit, and she's another one that's really poised in her second start. She's been the ultimate professional from the paddock out to the racetrack, is just carrying herself really, really well. And I wouldn't be that dismissive of her because now she draws a little bit more inside, so therefore allowing her to save a bit more ground. Some other first-time starters, we saw number 7, Pookie in here. Behave yourself. Take a little bit of money, and just to set the record straight, this is named for one of the owner's wives. It is her nickname. Pookie, though, not your typical Warfront filly. A lot of times they're more small, compact, very round. She's got a lot of leg to her. And according to the DRF Clocker report, she outworked a 4-year-old turf sprinter by the name Charging by a couple lengths. Again, though, this isn't Tom Morley's MO. He doesn't necessarily win with these types first time out, and it kind of shows. She just looks a little bit soft. Look for her to make a good showing. I just think she'll benefit from the start. As number 1, though, American Justice for Brittany Russell. She looks really fit, and she has a lovely, long frame to her, just suggesting that the further she goes, the better she's going to become. I don't love the fact she debuts in blinkers, and watching her workouts, they're just okay. There's not that many to watch because she's been mainly at Fair Hill. But on the day, she looks incredibly ready. So we do see the chain going over Pookie's nose for her to load, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. Apparently not on a first-name basis with her husband's barn. Pookie at 15-1.
Yeah, getting played, right? And you're getting your price as they can't get enough of Rare Art. And then you watch that replay, it's hard to ignore the 8 not being the favorite.
Right, I agree with that. But, you know, with 7 first-time stars in here, the pace is a cloud. Who knows exactly what riders are going to do out of the gate. It's a real strategic race for some of these firsters. Interesting to see how quick or slow they go.
Also, how they get, what kind of shape they get into the first turn. And it is on the inner turf, and sometimes they get in there a little too free. They don't corner well.
Let's set it upstairs. Start of the pick 6. Here's Frank Miramati.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Leaner and Meaner is out quickly. Wild and Free is a little bit faster through the early stages and up to take the lead. Good Conduct moves into second. Leaner and Meaner is 4 deep. Racing on the outside of American Justice, who's tugging pretty hard along the inside. Pookie is next, racing in 5th as they round the first turn. Then Tis Her Money on the inside of Force of Law. Force of Law some 6 lengths off the lead. Rare Art, Rescue Me second to last, and after a tardy beginning, Our Prosperity is the trailer. The opening quarter went in 24 and 3/5 seconds. So they swing on to the backstretch behind Wild and Free, who leads it by 2 lengths. American Justice still under a firm hold along the inside, and Good Conduct is traveling well on the outside, taking second, also wanting to get closer. Leaner and Meaner well settled 4th, 4 lengths off the lead. Pookie is down at the rail, 3/4 to Force of Law, followed by Rare Art in the green, who has 8 to make up. Then it's Tis Her Money, Rescue Me, and Our Prosperity. 50 and 2, Wild and Free into the far turn has been the controlling speed. Has it a length to Good Conduct in second. Then it's American Justice third, Leaner and Meaner 4th. Rare Art starts to pick up momentum now in the green. There goes Rare Art with a 3-wide bid. They're followed by Pookie and Force of Law there at the top of the stretch. And it's still Wild and Free with a 2-length lead. Rare Art is closing nicely in the center of the course. And just inside of her, Good Conduct is still very much in it. Good Conduct and Rare Art. These two come for the wire. Rare Art on the outside and Good Conduct. Rare Art is just in front, close to home. And Rare Art, a determined rally to victory. Good Conduct was second. Wild and Free third. And Pookie was 4th.
Rare Art, that race under her belt at this mile and a 16 distance, wins start number 2 for the Anthony Dutrow barn.
Man, at a real disadvantage. Out the gate, didn't break that well, was extremely wide in the turn for home. That's where you can see her way on the outside with the white blaze and the green and yellow silks. But the kick home was fairly significant here and brings a lot of credence to that last maiden race that he was in.
Absolutely. You know, the 2 horses that had experience run 1-2. Rare Art didn't break well again. She didn't break well on debut. She was kind of acting up a little bit. I think she caused a little bit of her own problem there, throwing her head about, Paul.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a phenomenal win. When she broke, I looked at you and I said, wow, she broke out the back, and then she kind of just hopped to the start. And the 9 had a perfect trick. Jose Ortiz gave the 9 a perfect ride. I think he was thinking, I have chin here, but Rare Art was, wow, so much the best after that beginning. And you know, like we were saying, experience, like you guys said, it just pays off, even in turf racing.
Luis Saez on the 2-1 favorite, 8-9-4-7. As this much better second half for Luis Saez continues, Mig.
Yeah, I think he's really picked his game up. He looked a little bit maybe lacking a little bit of confidence off to a slow start early in the meeting. He's gotten things right on right track, and nice to see Anthony Dutrow get a win here. He had one finish first over the wire. I got disqualified earlier in the meet.
Paul, you talked about experience pays, right? The first 3 finishes of this race were the only 3 horses in this 10-horse field that had a race under their belt. Crazy. It makes a big difference. The biggest improvement you'll see in a racehorse is after that first race, the trainer gets him back home, knows what to do, what to work on to make it better for the second time around. That's where you see the jump in talent from that first to second start.
2-1 on Rare Art. Luis Saez for the Dutch robot. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. The favorite kicks off this pick 6 on our Friday card. Stay with us.
$1 million, did I hear? $1 million, $1 million on a $1,400,000 on a pie, $1,500,000 and $1,600,000, $150,000, $1,550,000 and a half, $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
It's By My Standards and spinoff By My Standards to win the Louisiana Derby. By My Standards has won the New Orleans Classic by 4.
By My Standards wins the Oaklawn Handicap. By My Standards attack. Rushing By My Standards to the wire.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:50 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to a low 15% takeout and 6-figure pools. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Back with you on our Friday coverage here on Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Grade 1 Personal Ensign. Huge race in the Distaff division to come on our Friday card. Race 7, it goes to Rare Art. Start number 2 under Luis Saez for the victory.
Got filly by Munnings out of Giants Causeway mare. And Woodford Racing LLC and Team D. Luis Saez, like you were saying, really heating up here towards the end of the meet. And a horse that was favorite gets home to start off your pick 6.
$6.60 for that win for Woodford Racing. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning trainer Tony Dutrow, and Tony, a deserved win for Rare Art, though she didn't make it easy on herself with that somewhat untidy beginning.
I thought she was standing good, Mag, and just when they hit it, she popped her head, and that's all it took. And then she was impressive, to go around horses the way she did. That's very promising. I think she's got a very promising future.
I love her disposition, too. She's got those big old radar ears that are always, I think, so important on fillies, and just seems really kind of smart.
There's a lot of truth to that. We've all seen so many nice fillies, good kind of fillies with the big ears like that. And, boy, we're just fortunate to be able to have a horse like that. They're so hard to come by.
And as you said, you have a great team here with you in ownership.
These people have supported Team D, Woodford Stable, and his gang. I'm just so blessed.
Well, Tony, so happy to see you in the winner's circle.
I know you are, Maggie.
I am. And Rare Art, she does feel like she's pretty special.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Maggie.
Tony Dutrow, guys, a well-deserved win.
And this could be wind up being a pretty good race. We'll see what she goes on to do, Rare Art, but a nice win.
No, listen, the 2 races this filly has ran are legit, and today was really legit.
What a year it's been for this jockey. He's got another big one coming up on Saturday. Oaks Derby double, and now a very prestigious honor for Brian Hernandez Jr. We'll have that story when we come back.
The rumbling started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Kingdom, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity.
Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
It's Shareholder to win the Norfolk.
Dornick win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden 5th.
Back with you on our Friday coverage here on Fox Sports 2 with the superstars ready to shine. Grade 1 personal ensign to come, and then a Grade 1 star stacked lineup on Saturday. As we're 23 minutes from the 8th ahead. Brian Hernandez Jr. Meg, I'll let you touch on it. I know an award near and dear to your heart. You knew Mike Venezia very well. Brian Hernandez Jr., this year's Mike Venezia Award winner.
I don't think any more deserving recipient of the Mike Venezia Award than Brian Hernandez. He is a pro's pro, shows up, does his job without any drama or any histrionics. Great family man, loved meeting his wife and children in the winner's circle, and he embodies everything that the award is about. Mike Venezia was a dear friend, but beyond that, he just was a person you looked up to, somebody you wanted to emulate, and somebody that I always wanted to make proud. You know, we both grew up in Brooklyn, and when I came around, he was certainly a mentor for me, meant a great deal to me, and I'm really happy for Brian because it's a special award named for a special man.
And Tom, a unique relationship. Kenny McPeak's talked about it a lot with Brian Hernandez Jr. as we look at some of the past winners of this award, but he said with Brian, maybe the best thing, there's just no drama.
Yeah, I think with any professional, you know, no matter what you do, if you can focus on your work and have blinkers on and stay straight ahead, you're going to go far.
Nothing better than a coachable athlete, let's be honest, and a coachable athlete with skills.
Plus, he gets on those horses in the morning.
Yes,
There's a lot to be said for the relationship he has with the stable and knowing those horses when he gets on them in the afternoon. Some of these top jocks, they haven't been on those horses when they get on them.
That's true, 100%.
pulls off that Oaks Kentucky Derby double, first to do that since Calvin Burrell back in 2009. He's going to get another shot to make more history on Saturday when Torpedo Anna, the Oaks winner, tackles the boys in the DraftKings Travers. Look at that resume. It's been incredible. And even stumbling out of the gate last time out in the Coaching Club American Oaks, Mig, did not hinder her at all.
No, what was impressive, too, is, right, she was able to overcome that start, kind of jet up into position, and then settle again. So it's not like she's gets rank. You can turn her on, turn her off, wins with her ears pricked, wins with something left. I think it just adds a whole nother level of intrigue into this Travers.
There's no more mountains for her to climb in the 3-year-old filly division. She's going to be 3-year-old champion. She's dominated that group, winning the Kentucky Oaks, winning the Coaching Club Oaks. So now she takes on the boys. My question to you guys, if she wins the DraftKings Travers, is she horse of the year?
Open and shut, right?
Open and shut, yeah.
So that's what's on the line here.
Let me ask you a quick question, because Kenny had stated that she was doing so well that they didn't really want to break her out of the gate because the exercise rider couldn't pull her up, so they stood her in the gate. Is that a negative or a positive view? He said he didn't want to really have a strong gallop.
So before the Kentucky Derby, Kenny took his Derby prospect to the gate and blew him out of the gate Wednesday before the Kentucky Derby. He had one thing on his mind. He wanted his horse to show speed, which he did that day. He took Dornick's spot to the inside almost right away out of the gate, and that's what won the race for him. I heard that the plan was to take her to the gate and blow her out the gate as well, but they couldn't get her pulled up in the gallop, and so they just bypassed it that morning.
Dangers of that post for her, being inside. What do you see, Mig?
Well, I think, honestly, it simplifies things a bit. Brian's got to let her run away from there. So if someone really wants it, make them earn it, and then at least maybe it creates some sort of separation. You don't want to come out too quiet, horses fold over, and then back it up in your face, and you're in an uncomfortable position. And I personally think it might have been a blessing in disguise they didn't break from the gate, because she caused her own problem last time, acting up a little, getting a little too keyed up, maybe standing and backing out. Settle her a little bit.
And that's the preferred method, right? When you have a horse that doesn't stand well in the gate, you don't break him out of the gate and kind of get him charged up even more and more. You bring him to the gate before they run, and you stand him in the gate.
Well, we know it's going to be a different level of company she tackles on Saturday, including someone we know that loves a fight. That's Dornick. He has shown that time and time again, and usually he's come out on the winning end, including in the Belmont Stakes and the Haskell. We'll have Jason Worth joining us right after a break.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
$140,000. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. AmericasBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. We're off to the races, and it's you for the win. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. High score, one more, dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Apps, craps, and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Friday coverage on Fox Sports 2. You're watching Saratoga Live. Grade 1 personal ensign to come in the showdown of the summer. Set to happen in the DraftKings. Travers joining us on set, part owner of the Belmont Stakes and Haskell winner, Dornick, Jason Worth. Great to see you. Thanks for taking some time.
Yeah.
I got the chance to meet you just real quick the other day, and I asked how Dornick was doing. He said he's doing great. Me, on the other hand, different story. The stakes just get bigger and bigger race by race now. How are you holding up?
I mean, I'm all right. I mean, it's such a big race, and it's just such an honor to be a part of this race, and have a horse like this is just insane. He's done so much for us, and he doesn't owe us anything. If those gates open tomorrow, he just stands there. I'll be the first one to go out and congratulate him. He's an amazing horse, but we've got the once in a lifetime opportunity here for sure.
Well, you're enjoying yourself now, obviously here at Saratoga, and you talk about being nerve-wracking. You and I have talked about this all the time. It's out of your control. You'd rather face Randy Johnson in the bottom of the ninth than you'd probably watch Dornick walking over for the Travers, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean that's you train for that. You play your whole life for those moments, and you kind of like you believe in yourself. We believe in the horse, but we have no control over the outcome. And someone told me one time that there's 100 things that have to go right for a horse when he leaves the barn to get into the gate, and so every one of those things you count down in your head about. But from then in the paddock and on the way to the track, it's definitely a nerve-wracking experience.
I read, when you started out in this, it started out as a hobby, but sounds like it's become a lot more for you. How's it evolved?
Well, we're working on something that could be pretty cool. Icon Racing, we're getting it started, trying to figure out which direction we want to go. Is it a syndicate? We're not quite sure yet, but I think the idea is the hardest part about horse racing for me was how do you get into it, right? What's the entry point? So I think if we can make it easier for people to get into the sport as owners and spread the good word of the industry and do some good job on storytelling, I think we could, maybe help grow the sport in a good way.
You've reiterated to me that you want to get more athletes into the game. You've reiterated to a lot of people that this can be something that a lot of us do need at the end of our careers. We need that kind of rush that we miss hitting in front of 35,000 people. And you've gotten a lot of interest from a lot of guys.
Yeah, I would say, anybody that's played sports at any level, you kind of miss that competition, right? There's nothing to kind of get those juices going, whether you played in front of 35,000 people or you played in high school. A lot of people are former athletes, and you really don't have an outlet to experience that. And I think horse race is an unbelievable place to kind of get back in the game, get back on the field, and experience sports from that higher level. And that's definitely horse racing. It's filled a void for me that I didn't even know that I was missing.
And you talked about it. You've hoisted some pretty impressive trophies with this horse. What would you best compare this experience to having a horse at this highest level?
Yeah, I mean, the Belmont to me was right there with winning a World Series. I mean, I put the World Series up there as number one, obviously, and then the parade in Philadelphia was unbelievable. And then I put the Belmont right up there with everything else. I joked, and I was like, when's the parade? That's the only thing we're missing here. So I think horse racing gives you that opportunity. Even a race down at Tampa Bay on a Tuesday or Wednesday afternoon, I joke, a 16,000 claimer at Tampa Bay on a Wednesday afternoon is like winning a big time baseball game. So it's just hard to replicate that experience and the feel of competition.
What do you think, myself, Victor Martinez, a lot of people don't realize that this man was drafted by the Baltimore Orioles as a catcher. I don't know how. He was the fastest guy on our team.
Not for long.
Why do catchers, although we'll exclude Alex Bregman, do you think it's the thinking part about it? Because I know this is interest to you more in the thinking part, because you're starting to learn the vernacular here.
Right, yeah, I know the strategy plays into it. Then when you start, get into the racing form, start digging into it a little bit, and you learn more about, how to read that thing. I mean, that's like Sanskrit when you get started, right? I had no idea. Now I'm starting to understand what to look for. My partner Randy Hill just went by me a few races ago, and he asked me if I got that one. I was like, no, I missed that one. And he pulled out the racing form, and he showed me something on the form that I never even thought to look at. So I was like, I got a long way to go. We're learning at a fast rate, but there is just so much to the sport. And, you keep peeling back layer after layer, and it's just endless. There's just so much to share with the sport. It's incredible.
I know, we see shots of you out of the barn a lot. I know you spend a lot of time with Dornick, obviously. What can you tell us what he's like maybe behind the scenes that everybody doesn't know?
Yeah, I know. We call him Big Puppy. You know, he's just a big overgrown puppy. He's playful. He's funny. He's got an unbelievable personality. His character is out of this world. He knows he's good. You know, he knows he's a big time racehorse. And going into the Belmont, we thought he should have been the favorite. He was 70-1, so we believed in him. But he's also like he's got that that it factor where he's kind of mean. He's got a chip on his shoulder. You got to give him a peppermint to pet him, or he'll bite you. You know, he's a big bad dude with a bad attitude. I can relate.
I know, like the guy left to the left.
I know your playing days. You're a little superstitious. You didn't cut your hair as a result of that.
No.
Is that still a thing for you?
Yeah, no. I mean, I think there's a lot that goes into this race. There's, as an athlete, you kind of you get locked, and they call it superstitions, but it's more of a rhythm and you want to repeat what you did to make it good. So there's a lot of that in horse racing for sure.
You had a Chia Pet, Jason Worth. Could we see a Chia Pet Dornick if he wins?
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking bobbleheads. We'll redo it all over again. It'll be great.
Best of luck. Thanks for coming on the set.
Great. Thanks for having me, guys.
For you.
Cool.
Good luck. Jason Worth, part owner of Dornick, going to compete in the showdown of the summer in the DraftKings Travers tomorrow. Let's go to Maggie for more in the 8th coming up.
Yeah, the 8th race, ready to leave here. I can say I've experienced, so Dornick, you better give me a mint or I will bite you. And he was a puppy dog once you give him the mint, so really, really cool horse, and looking forward to him in the Travers tomorrow, and wishing Jason the best of luck as we'll take a look here at number 8, Dissolved. Now, he's a horse that was entered early on in the meet. Now, the DRF scratch board let me down a little bit because in my notes, I let myself down. I'm pretty sure this horse was a late scratch at the gate in an off-the-turf race for Mike Maker. So he's going to show up here because I have notes on him, and I can't explain why I have notes on him because I've never been to any of those other races on his form. But he's a good-looking sort as he'll get back to the turf here for only the second time. It was remarkable that he was favored that day back on May 12th, and he had a good trip. He stalked the pace, but really just had nothing left, or nothing, little to offer in the stretch. So cutting back a half a furlong makes a bit of sense. He's beautiful. If you're blindly picking horses on appearances, it would be Dissolved. But there's some things that I don't trust about him, and I wouldn't be willing to take a short price, though, at 6-1. Okay, if you like him. Then we'll check in with number 12, who is your favorite Transactional. Watch how he behaves out on the racetrack. I wasn't there for his last race, but as this is the first time he drops in for a tag, second off of that very long 1.5-year layoff, he kind of got a bit rank after he stumbled out of the gate. He saved ground throughout, and it was just even late. So wondering, A, he probably needed the race because historically speaking, he's a horse that is a bit heavy. He's a thicker boned individual. So one that typically has to race into fitness a bit. Even though he won his debut, his races got better thereafter from a speed figure standpoint. He looks incredibly fit here though today, and he's nicely on the bridle. He's getting sharper with the time spent in the paddock, and now that Arad Ortiz is on his back. So all things good for your favorite here, guys, but that outside post definitely does him no favors.
Arad Ortiz Jr. is certainly going to have his work cut out for him from that outside post on the 6-5 favorite Transactional, Mig.
Yeah, it's a tough post. You don't have a tremendous run to that first turn, and turf racing is so much about saving ground and the trips you get. He's the best horse on paper, but he does have a tall task.
Pick 5 starts here over, well, close to $650,000 in that pool. You look at this board, Paulie, and the first thing I thought sort of stands out, all the money the 1 is taking.
Well, Ray Handel's gotten off to obviously a great start, but I don't know about this horse down to 9-2, but Dylan Davis and him may be a good combination. But this horse is in for the 30 non-winners of 2 Lifetime, which means hasn't won 2 races, now up to 50. But this is kind of lateral. These horses are all been in this division kind of.
Here he is, one we're just talking about. Billy's got issues. Dylan Davis for Ray Handel.
The one thing that's also about Billy issues, the 1 win was by a neck in a desperate finish.
Ricardo Santana Jr. rider change on the 2 Union Express.
His horse has been showing speed, so they've added blinkers in his last 2. With the scratches, not a lot of speed in this race.
Dallas Stewart with Brigade Commander.
I think a major player in this spot and gets back on the turf.
7 horse Barnstorming for Mike Maselli.
Yeah, Mike Maselli and Eric Cancel. This horse won last time I got DQ'd, placed second.
Mike Makerbarn having a tremendous summer here as Dissolved.
Yeah, and for Dissolve, this might be the only other horse that can show some speed out of the gate with Tyler Gaffleone. Hasn't been out since early May.
Scat to Tap. Javier Castellano rides.
For Scat to Tap, you know, a horse that got stuck behind a slow pace the last 2 times. It kind of muddled his finish. I look for improvement here.
Strange trip for this one last time out. And you get Flavien Prat now, an image of quality.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. This would be worth a flyer for me to throw in because this horse just did not have a trip or a chance to run the mile on the 16th, maybe today at a big price.
And Chad Brown, Klarovich, Arad Ortiz Jr. on the 6-5 favorite outside.
6-5 favorite who's made 1 start off a layoff of almost a year and a half. Should improve in his 2nd start back.
Did win first time out. Had a couple of tries in the first allowance condition level. Went to the bench for quite a while. Was off from November 2022 until recently mid-July at this meet. So this will be 2nd back off the bench. A lot to like except for that post position.
Post position's tough. And look, he's a 5-year-old. So when these horses have these layoffs as they get older in age, it's almost like a middle-aged man trying to get back in shape. It is very, very difficult the older the horse gets to have that horse ready first time back.
He was looking at you, Mig.
Well, listen, as Tom was saying, I was thinking, I remember when I was younger coming back from an injury, take me no time at all to get back to, you know, my riding fitness. As I got older, it took a lot more work.
It's so true. I mean, I'm not exaggerating. I had not picked up a baseball like 3-4 years. I went to play with the little leaguers the other day and just did a normal slide into second base. And my knee's been blown up for the last week.
You didn't have to.
But it's been surgically repaired multiple times. You just got to know your limitations.
Yeah, but you didn't have to brush that kid back off the plate.
Listen
you hit that
That
one
was
little
uncalled
kid.
for, Paulie.
It was old school. I had to take the kid out at second.
Tom, pick 5 starts here. How are you going to tackle it?
Well, I'm going to narrow down a couple of races. The Personal Ensign, I'm going to narrow down to Randomize, the 5 horse. I think Randomize has a chance to go gate to wire in the Personal Ensign, and that's where I'm going to single. You see I'm spread out just about everywhere else, but we go to the last race. Chad Brown is a horse he looks like he's kind of guessing with, but that last workout for Save Time, the 2 horse, was on the turf. I think Chad Brown saw something he liked. He goes to the grass with him for the first time, and we'll see how it goes.
Second dam of that one of my all-time favorites, Sightseek, who was obviously tremendous on dirt. Actually ran once on the grass and did run very good.
I'm encouraged.
A little extra incentive maybe for Save Time. And yeah, Chad Brown Barn has a knack for that. Horses who've been on dirt, moving to turf, and being successful. As we take a look at Dallas Stewart's Brigade Commander, John Velasquez will be aboard. 7-2 right now. I believe 2nd choice on the board.
I like this horse, Brigade Commander. Gelded between the last 2 starts, ran poorly last time. Almost too poorly to believe is what we call it as trainers. And comes back on the grass. Has a very good grass record. 5 starts, 4 starts in the money and a win. For this field, particularly with the scratches, I think it comes up pretty darn light, you guys. And it really opens up the betting possibilities.
I'm with Tom. I think the 3's got some turf races to go to. The horse is 4 for 5 in the money. And you could say for a lot of these other Colts and Geldings, they haven't had that much success on the turf. You look at some of the other, like the 1, like we've talked about. The 1 is basically what? 1 for 9 with 2 seconds, and the 1 win was like a neck make. I mean, I guess the 12 is 3-2 by default, but also might be the best horse in here.
Well, I mean, he's dropping down in class,
Yeah.
and he's got race set good enough, and you got to think he's going to improve off of that, you know, off of the race after that extended layoff.
So when you take everything into account, the fact he's drawn so far outside, I know it's these, look, Primo Connections is 3-2 getting a little bit short here.
Well, I think so, because I do think even with the scratches, he's still drawn outside. And he's a horse that's a little bit in between, meaning that he doesn't have enough speed to clear, and he's not slow enough where he's just going to drop out and tuck in. He's going to have to find a trip. Listen, he's got the right rider in Irad Ortiz Jr. to maybe find that trip. I think the 3 is very interesting also. I like that Johnny Velasquez stays put, and this horse is going to be forwardly placed.
Let's go to Maggie.
It feels like everybody's landing on the 3 in here, and I get him, Brigade Commander, but you are taking him off of an eased effort. I couldn't find anything to fault him looking at him physically, but I'm going to go with a horse that you can't be too enamored with on form. It's more that I like the trip that he could sit here, and that's number 1. Billy's Got Issues. He's been running against weaker. Very fair. But last time he was out the back early. He was, 3 wide on the backside. Then he was 12 wide when he swung for home, losing ground on the turn. Now he draws inside today. And this is a horse that is just really well composed. Sometimes he can be a little bit quirky. He's named right. He is named after a person, but the horse and the equine, they mirror each other. But I like the way he's handling himself here today. Second start back with those blinkers on. Third start off the layoff. He looks incredibly fit. So I love the way he's warmed up, and I just can't get over how well Dylan Davis is riding. And I feel like there's a perfect storm for him to deliver one of those perfect rides again here with Billy's Got Issues. And just circling back to the 8 real quick, guys, I confirmed with owner Jordan Wyckoff that number 8 Dissolved was a late scratch in the first week of the meet here, a late vet scratch. But Tyler Gaffleone back aboard today and ready to ride, according to Jordan. Guys.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Get a look here at the 8. Dissolved, Maker, Gaffleone, Jordan Wyckoff. Difficult race to start off this sequence unless you are not concerned with the outside post, but I think have to be a little bit.
Oh, no question. For transactional. But, oftentimes I try to look at it from an economic standpoint. They give this horse a year and a half off. Yeah. They had to believe this horse had enough ability to, instead of making him a riding horse for someone, to bring him back to be a thoroughbred racehorse on the racetrack. With that in mind, if they stand behind him and they're very, very good at what they do, you got to make him the favorite here.
Yeah, you do. Sure. And he didn't get off to the best beginnings last time either. So you give him that one start. We're getting towards the end of the meet. Does somebody want to reach in and buy a 5-year-old gelding for $50,000? We'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, I think they're just being realistic, too. They got a barn full of stakes horses. At some point, you go, well, this one's not going to get to that graded stakes level. Let's put him where he can be competitive, and if someone wants him, there he is.
3-2 favoritism as we kick off this late pick 5. Transactional. Second start back over about a year and a half layoff for the leading trainer at the meet, leading rider at the meet, and an owner vying for top honors as well, Klarovich Stables. We'll see how this one fares and the kind of trip. Keep your eyes on the pilot, on the 12, and what Arad Ortiz Jr. can do to try and save any ground from that far outside post. Let's send it up to Frank Miramati.
Thank you so much, Greg. We're getting a little nudge for Dissolved. Takes up his spot. Scat 2 Tap coming up. Brigade Commander is next. Image of Quality. Just 2 more left to load. Barnstorming. And of course the very familiar Klarovich Stables Silks for Transaction. They're in the gate. Transactional, a little restless in there. And they're off. Very even beginning. Transactional joins that party. Brigade Commander, Union Express along the inside. Image of Quality in the pink is now prominent too. So Image of Quality takes a narrow lead, joined at the rail by Union Express. Union Express just in front. Image of Quality alongside in second. 2 more Transactional in third. They are followed by Dissolve, Barnstorming. Eric Consell just had to step on the brakes and steady at the back of the field. Brigade Commander, Scat 2 Tap, and Billy's Got Issues. 23-1 for the opening quarter. The long shot leader is Image of Quality as they straighten up for the run down the back stretch. Union Express a half length back in second. It's 2 more back to Transactional, who could not have asked for a better setup in third. Then comes Brigade Commander on the outside of Dissolve. Those 2 side by side. Billy's Got Issues is trying to inch up, coming toward the half-mile pole. Scat 2 Tap is 3 deep into the far turn. And Barnstorming is in between those 2. 6 lengths covers them, 48 flat for the half. It's Union Express and Image of Quality doing battle on the front end. Transactional moving in after them now, taking second around the far turn. Then Brigade Commander, followed by Dissolve, who's hard-ridden in 5th. They passed the quarter pole in, turn for home. Image of Quality and Transactional are 1-2. Union Express has lost touch in the center of the course. Brigade Commander in the green is now coming after Transactional. Transactional head and head with Brigade Commander. Just in behind them, Barnstorming is trying to dive down toward the rail, and Scat to Tap. It's Brigade Commander on the outside or Transactional. Brigade Commander and Transactional. Those noses are too close to separate. Very tight between those two. And then there were three of them battling for third. Barnstorming, Scat to Tap, and Billy's got issues. Tight photograph in race 8.
John Velasquez on the 3, Brigade Commander, Arad Ortiz Jr. on Transactional. Photo finish.
They put on quite a show here.
Yeah, they did. They went down to the wire
Photo
here.
finish.
And listen, when it comes down to a photo finish, I always try to give my best effort. Now, I like the 3.
You calling the 3?
No.
Okay.
Because I think the 12 might have got Bob's of Bob's, but I have to look at it again. This was a ding-dong battle down to the end. As you can see, the horses galloping out, and they got close here towards the end. I think
Let's
the
take
3.
a look at it.
It's very close here because watch, you're going to see the 3 and the 12
He
on
definitely
the
gets
inside.
his nose in front at one point.
I want to say the 12 gets the Bob, but the 3 is physically in front. What do you think?
I feel like the 12 got his nose on the line, the absolute last Bob.
I'm no call here. I can't call that one.
I'm calling 3 or heater.
It's 3-1 or 7-5. 12 did seem just at the right moment to get that best move. Was that at the right time or not? One more look here down the stretch, and the 12's been
12
posted as your unofficial winner, the 7-5 favorite.
Yeah. His nose got down in that last little bobble there. And here you've got Johnny Velasquez, Hall of Famer.
That's a brutal beat.
With Irad Ortiz Jr., future Hall of Famer, both graduates of the jockey school in Puerto Rico, pulling out all stops, and it was just, this is heartbreaking for all of us because we had the 3.
We did. That might have been the reason. You know, for the win of the 12, Transactional ran a great race. Broke really sharp this time around, and sharp enough that he ended up getting hung wide in the first turn. Yep. But all the way around there, Irad Ortiz looked like he had horse.
Yep.
The whole way around there. And it looked like he was going to be the easiest winner turning for home. And here comes a late run on the outside from Brigade Commander. Tight, tight, tight.
When it's going well, it's going well. Get pit up at 3-5 yesterday, and then gets the Bob of Bob's today.
Another win for the meet's leading trainer and rider here, Chad Brown, Arad Ortiz Jr. And Klorovich Stables having a tremendous summer. It's all going right as usual.
Man, what a desperate head bob that was, but Transactional was very game. Brigade Commander ran terrific. Horse to keep an eye on out of here, I think, is the 7 Barnstorming. Kind of had a rough trip and ran on well to be third.
All right, we're going to get to Woodbine right now. We'll get back here with prices in a moment. Second win of the day for Arad Ortiz Jr. Group 2, King Edward. 3-year-olds and up. Mile on the turf on King's Plate Day. Let's go to Robert Geller. Well, this happened moments ago, and this is the odds-on favorite in here. Filo di Iriana for the Marcassi barn, alone in front. This one stretching out from sprinting, where he is incredibly fast anyway. Expected to be in front right now, in control
but here comes
of this race. The 5 Secret Reserve, big long shot on the fence, and to the outside there, War Bomber for Norm McKnight.
Now it's a 2022 winner against a 2023 winner. Are going to start now going down to the line here, and this is a heck of a horse race. So the 2022 winner on the front end, and here comes the 6 here, War Bomber with Rafael Hernandez, and it gets really tight here towards the end.
Filo de Iriana trying to cling to that lead late. Here comes the 6, War Bomber, making a race of it. It looks like it is going to come down to these 2. Inching ever closer, the 6-horse to the outside.
Oh.
Did that one ever put a nose in front? I'm not sure. Maybe Filo di Ariana, the favorite, hanging on.
And they just posted it up. The 8 got the bob. 3-5 over 9-2. The 5, 44-1. We'll round out your trifecta.
Mark Cassibarn, big win and maybe even bigger things to come. That's how close it was. About a nose in the Group 2 King Edward. As we get back to Saratoga. And 2-win day and counting for Arad Ortiz Jr. Gets one on transactional here. We talked out of the gate. He had a job to do in that first turn. It didn't look like things were going that well.
No, and then it kind of started to pan out. He was caught a touch wide, but with that post, he did actually as good a job as you could expect. And when 2 horses went on, then he got to lay third. He always traveling with a lot of horse, but this was a very game effort to fight back inside of the 3. Brigade Commander and transactional gets it done. And I would imagine, Tom, he's going to have dinner in a new barn tonight.
Yeah, I think so. Despite the layoff of a year and a half, which would make any trainer pause when he goes to the claim box, but good horses are hard to come by, and this is a nice horse.
39 wins at the meets. One away from 40 for Arad Ortiz Jr. with his second win here.
Billy's still got issues.
He does.
It begs a lot of questions. Who is this Billy and exactly what are his issues?
I don't know.
12-3-7. As transactional kicks off this late pick 5. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, here with Chad Brown. It looks to kick start a pretty nice, an hour or so? For sure. But transactional off of such a long layoff, and he delivers today.
I needed that bob in the Derby.
A lot of people needed you to have that bob in the Derby.
Put up in a 50-none too. What a lucky bob. But the horse, listen, he fought back, and I read never quit on the horse, but I think the only time he was in front was right at that moment. It seemed like we were beat there. So, like I said after the Derby, it all evens out. I just hope my good bobs go in the big races, but we'll take it here.
That is something I think every trainer goes through. Let's talk about the big races. The Travers tomorrow, Sierra Leone, Unmatched Wisdom. Talk a little bit about Sierra Leone. As far as all the handicappers, when you look at the race, it looks like his dream scenario.
It sure does. We'll see how the track's playing, and the weather's been good. The track's been playing pretty fair recently, so, and he should get a good pace. And he's got that running style that puts him only one way to make that one run. So hopefully there's a good duel to set up for him. And Unmatched Wisdom should be just ahead of him if he breaks clean. And he's another one that would benefit from a solid pace and a target to see his best, I think.
I like that because it did feel like he waited on horses a little bit on the front end last time in the Curlin.
I think everyone was expecting him off those 2 first wins to just put on a show again and marching in the Travers as the wise guy source. And when he did it kind of workmanlike, I think people maybe questioned, is this horse really that good? But he really doesn't want to be there on the lead. And the horse that was second, I think, is pretty good in that race. So I think with a good pace setup, we'll see the best of him with a target. Then it's up to him.
How about the ladies coming up soon here in the Grade 1 Personal Ensign? Randomized, the only horse to upset Idiomatic as of late.
What a rivalry, these two. And I have so much respect for Idiomatic. I mean, such a consistent horse, always shows up, as does Randomized. And it should be another good matchup. I'm happy it's at Saratoga. Randomized seems to really love this track. It is her home turf here. So we'll see what happens, but we expect a good fight from Idiomatic for sure.
It's going to be exciting, Chad. Best of luck. Congratulations here.
Thank you.
All right, Chad Brown, sending out Randomized. See if she can keep that table turned on Idiomatic coming up in the Personal Ensign, Greg.
Indeed, she loves it here at Saratoga. He'll send out Raging Sea in that race as well, who's no slouch herself. Terrific. Grade 1 groupies. You look at how close it was in that last race, and for some reason, this barn that wins so many races, they seem to come out on the top side of those photos quite a bit.
That was a wicked beat. And that photo was wicked. Beat.
I don't understand why they don't say every sport is a game of inches. They always say, oh, this sport's a game of inches. Every sport is a game of inches.
Really is. Especially this one.
Yes.
Batten down, Bill Mott. Is this one ready to make a move forward in the Grade 1 DraftKings Travers? Ohio Derby winner, distant third in the Jim Dandy. He'll need to move forward. We'll talk about his chances when we come back.
Program trading in naval power. What a thriller. Photo! In Italian to win it.
And it will be McCulloch, domestic spending.
Ocean Road.
Victoria Road, Digital Age, and Pearl.
State of Rest, newspaper of record.
I'm here with Brittany Traxtell over at Belmont's barn, and you might have seen her aboard some of the big horses from the barns in the mornings. Brittany, regular exercise rider for Travers Contender, Batten Down. Tell us a little bit about how you came to be here and how you've progressed personally.
I worked for Gene Riccio in Ocala. I worked breaking babies and that kind of thing, and that teaches you a lot as well. But I wanted to grow. I wanted to go to the racetrack and do something bigger. And Ocala gets kind of quiet during the summertime. So it was a really good time for me to change to come here. And I'm so lucky I got that connection to come to Belmont because, like I said, I've been working here. This is my 3rd season here. So I started, I didn't get on the best horses in the barn, but even the not so nice one is something incredible compared to some other barns. And I've learned so much. I feel like I've really progressed as a rider and a horseman in general. Bill and his whole team, they work with the horses. The horses come first. That's something that's really important to them. And just being in this atmosphere, you can't help but learn. Especially if you want to, you're gonna learn a lot here. I had the opportunity to get on this horse and from day one, and I think that we've both grown together. He's taught me a whole lot. He knows when it's business time now. We get out there on the track, we turn around, we go the right way, and I'm confident that he knows his job. And just overall to see, like, from his first race where we had him here to now he's running in the Travers, so it's something that's, okay, no matter how if he decides to show up, no matter how he runs on Saturday, I'm proud of him.
Well, I love these features taking you behind the scenes as we bring in Acacia Clement now, and Acacia really does take an entire team. So much goes on behind the scenes to get these horses ready for really any race. What can you tell us more about the team with Batten Down?
It's certainly true, Greg, that there are so many people that have had their hands on these horses and part of their journey getting them to the racetrack for these big races. And it's been fun to have the opportunity to see Brittany grow, as you heard in that piece, how she gets on a lot of the top horses for the barn. You always see her at the end of the morning working more like Goddess, multiple Grade 1 winner for Belmont, who's not an easy horse to ride or to train in the mornings as well. And she's been part of bringing Batten Down along, as we did get a chance to see him in his most recent work as British regular rider Junior Alvarado aboard for his workouts largely, but he worked in company with Ben Duke, who's also a talented Bill Mott trainee, going 101.4 that morning here on the 17th at Saratoga. And a horse that just looks like he's doing well, as you heard even in that piece, Brittany saying that he's one that has come along, showing a little bit of greenness, taking him a few starts to break his maiden, but he certainly has the pedigree to be a good one. The full brother to Tacitus, who Bill also trained, and also the full brother to Scylla, who we're going to see in the ballerina. So a huge pedigree, what a Merritt Close Hatches has been. But I liked what I saw from down training. They were actually in company behind Honor Marie, who was in training for the Travers as well. So looking like all things are going well for a horse that's maybe a little bit of a later developing type, but developing at the right time, Greg.
Keisha, thank you. Look, he's going to be a huge price in that race. We'll see. It was no match for Fierceness Sierra Leone in the Jim Dandy. We'll see if things change in the Travers for Batten Down. There's the big four. There's a few that you could see stepping up. Obviously, you know, Fierceness, Dornick, Sierra Leone, and throw Torpeda Anna into the mix as well. Fascinating race with just so much star power, Tom.
I think this is one of the best Travers that I've been in town for, so I'm really looking forward to it. A lot of ways it can play out, and I really think it takes a cloudy division of 3-year-olds, and I think it tells you who the boss is.
Yeah, I mean, the mix of talent in this Travers is amazing. So you have, you know, the 2-year-old champion in Fierceness, obviously. You have probably one of the best closers in the race, maybe the best mile and a quarter in the race, and should have probably won the Derby in Sierra Leone. You got the best 3-year-old filly we've seen in a long time, and we got a horse that nobody will respect in Dornick.
Questions with Fierceness, putting together back-to-back races. Questions with Sierra Leone with all the issues he's caused for himself. Sure. Questions with a filly trying to beat the boys. Is Dornick sort of the one that doesn't have a lot of questions and is the reliable horse going in?
Well, if you disrespect Dornick, you're doing so at your own peril, because this is a horse that just shows up and he will fight you all the way to the wire, tooth and nail. He does not want to get past. I mean, he is just a horse that you have to respect. If you don't respect him, he's going to bite you. He's tough.
Has won at this distance on this racetrack as well. That's where that Belmont Stakes win came.
I think that's key. I mean, winning on this racetrack, too.
We're going to take a timeout. Grade 1, Personal Ensign. Huge race in this Distaff division to come. And randomized. Last year's Alabama winner beat the champ in the Ogden Phipps. Can she do it again to Idiomatic? Stay with us.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
And clear off in the Naira Bets Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
Right as the field turns for home. Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornick.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers
will be Dornick to win the Belmont Stakes.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
The spirit of Bushido. Courage, respect, integrity and honor. With honesty and sincerity, we hone our spirit to a winning edge. The way of Bushido runs straight and true. The soul of racing.
Back on Saratoga Live on this gorgeous Friday afternoon, Travers weekend, here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. This is where the meet, where champions are made. We're going to have some big ones coming up, obviously, tomorrow, but today as well in that distaff division. This 9th race, 6 furlongs, first allowance condition race. That is the favorite right now in the race as 9-2. Tells you how difficult this race is. Tivy for Jenna Antonucci. Let's go to Maggie for more.
Yeah, this is an insanely tough race, Greg, as you mentioned. We'll start, with that horse, Tivy, who my eye kept going back to. I was like, man, Tivy really looks great as he comes off the back of a win in an allowance company, but he's a long shot. I don't really know that he makes that much sense on paper. And then I look up at the board, and he's favored. Okay, so maybe he's a horse that is just doing well. He's run fast enough to be competitive here, but arguably against some weaker competition. And he's going to have to deal with some other speed types, whereas last time he was the lone speed. Like I said, he looks fantastic here in the paddock. I cannot fault him whatsoever, but I don't think this is an easy job for Tivy. As we'll move on to the 2 for Safi Joseph, drawn towards the inside, including the rail runner number 2, Dilger. He'll turn back in distance and actually sprint on the dirt for the very first time. He's a horse that the only other time I'd seen him was in his debut for previous connections on the turf, where he debuted in a stakes race. I wrote, looks like longer. Well, ever since then, he's had a steady diet of route races. I still think he looks like longer, but I get the appeal of taking a horse like this because they have that built-in stamina. And two, he kind of made that wide early move last time, and understandably tiring there at Monmouth. He looks incredibly fit here, kind of second off that little bit of a break from April to July. But I still think he looks like he wants to go a bit further than 6 furlongs, and plus he's quite laid back in his disposition. Now, on the other hand, Safi's other horse in here, number 5, Classify. He's a son of Audio's Charlie, who I just automatically think sprint with these horses. And to give him credit, he ran okay last time while setting a tepid pace for Gulfstream Park. He'll take his swing here at Naira for the first time. I like what I'm seeing, though, for this horse. As he does turn back in distance, he looks incredibly well-muscled, and he's built more like a sprinter. He's compact, he's broad, he's built downhill, really bright and forward type of energy, which I always think is important for these turnbacks, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. What a difficult wagering race as the board reflects. And there's one of a couple in the race for a barn that is having a monster meet, Tom. Safi Joseph Jr. He's got the 5 Classify and the 2 Dilger.
Yeah, and for Safi Joseph for Classify, it's a horse that really can position well in these kinds of races. Tactical speed is one of the most dangerous weapons a horse can have, and Classify is one that has it.
And he's the classy horse, no pun intended, because if you look at his record, Mig, his last 4 races, Gulfstream first. They shipped him to Oaklawn. He ran second. Then Lone Star, he ran second. Gulfstream. So he carries his racetrack with him. So, and you got Flavian aboard. Where does he lie in this race? He doesn't have the winning punch, but he's always right there in the exacta.
Yeah, I mean, he tries. He shows up. I like the turn back for him, too, because I do think there's enough speed side on that he'll get out-footed coming out of the mile races, and he'll finish.
Post spread coming up in a moment. There's Arad Ortiz Jr. on Forest City. It's a horse who ran a big race in defeat last time. He was behind a couple he's going to face again today, but that was his first start off the bench for Belmont.
And he was a little anxious behind the gate. It says fractious in the gate. He broke okay, and he's a kind of horse that he can sit a pocket trip, but doesn't really love the pass horses. He's kind of weird, Forest City. I think if he can sit a perfect trip, he might be able to pass, but he's definitely the inside speed.
And this horse right here, Edified, for Steve Asmussen Jr. Steve Asmussen. Third off the bench for this horse, who got off a bit slow. He's very far back early. He came running late, didn't he?
He's not a good gate horse, and that cost him a lot. But he has a huge late run, and if he can get a pace up front, when they moved him to the outside when he got out of traffic, he really started flying.
Had Ricardo on my mind. He'll be back aboard today. Slow meet for the winningest barn in North American history.
Very uncharacteristic for Steve's barn to not come up here and do well.
Just 2 wins, winning at 7%. We'll see if we can turn things around coming up in this race here. The remaining half of the entry says Defusky Island. Break from post 6.
Yeah, off to claim here for the Cartamucci barn here, and Dylan Davis will be aboard.
Here's 1 of 2 for Saffie Joseph Jr., the rail to Dilger.
Yeah, Dilger has one race off a comeback, a horse that's going to want to try to finish up late.
Forest City, we talked about for Belmont.
Yeah, 2 for 13 lifetime, and if you like the price, you're getting 7 to 1.
Big City, 3-year-old tackling older company.
And, you know, ran a good race last time, sat behind a speed duel, was just second best.
The other Saffie Joseph Jr. runner, Classify.
Yeah, this one for C2 Racing Stable. Been preparing for this race at Palm Meadows Racetrack in Fort Lauderdale.
Mariachi comes in sharp form. He's quick early.
He's quick early. He actually made the lead in his last race all the way through the stretch and just kind of faltered late. He couldn't last.
Biggest price on the board. That goes to the 7 Letty.
You know what, though? I will say this. Omar Hernandez Moreno has given a couple really good rides for some big long shots. This horse is going to have to really move forward.
As Tom said, it's been a habit. Can he break better? Here's Edified.
Yeah, if he does break better, he's a force here.
7-1 right now. Noda, trained by John Terranova, has John Velasquez.
Another very fast horse. Sometimes Noda, the gate gets in his way, but he can giddy up early if he breaks well.
And this horse has the races that make him fit, and he's got a big workout according to the DRF Clocker report that makes him fit.
He's our favorite at 4-1 in Tivy, the 10 horse, and a horse that's going to show speed from that outside post.
5 minutes away from this 9th coming up as we look at Noda. 11-1 here. Winningest rider in the history of this racetrack. John Velasquez aboard. Let's go back to that July 27th race in the beginning.
He's going to stumble out of the gate there. He's going to drop back. He's going to rush up, and if we're going to catch the end of this race, you know, pay attention to Saez on him. He just stops riding in the last part, kind of lets him coast on in. I think this was a race where they're like, hey, you know what? Next time for Noda. So with that muddied up form, he's quite a price today at 11-1. I like his chances.
Edified was even worse. Look how far back he was, too, and this run he makes late.
Yeah.
But like Tom said, that's his MO. He just kind of sits in the gate and makes that one run. But like right here, when he got to the outside, he started rolling.
Yeah, when he finally got clear is when he found his best stride.
He's quit riding at Noda.
Yeah, he right here, he just kind of raised the white flag, didn't he, Tom?
So there's Noda and Johnny V, 11-1 on a horse to 2 back. Was a winner. He already has a win on this racetrack. That was during that Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Appearance-wise, Mig, what do you think?
Oh, he's taking a big hold of Johnny Velasquez. You can see Johnny had kind of break his cross a little bit, shaking the bit in his mouth to get him to come back. He was really on the muscle.
That's the winner in the winner's circle right now. My goodness.
Look how cute.
No one looks better than that one right there, no question.
Yeah.
She wins the beauty pageant.
By the way, I was wondering if the 9 is named after Noda Begay. Obviously, Tiger Woods' his best friend. They played together at Stanford. And he's now a golf analyst on the Golf Channel. But, you know, when you look at the 10, I'm surprised this horse is the favorite. But, again, this is a wide-open race. When the 7 is the only really outsider, according to the public. Man, you're getting your price on whoever you like. I can't believe the 8 is 7-1.
Meanwhile, Mig, Mariachi, you know, we both like this horse a little bit. We know he's quick, and he's got a rider that knows what to do when he's on a quick horse, Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, Kendrick is such a great positional rider, gets horse out of the gate well. He's making a really nice impression warming up, isn't he? I was by the barn the other day. I told you, Mariachi winked at me.
Trying to tell you something. 5-1 right now. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, let's take a look. Acacia and I here with Mariachi. And I know that you said you picked him last time. He's a horse that has that brilliant speed. There's obviously a lot of talent there, but you see him often very late switching his leads or not doing at all. And Kendrick Carmouche giving him a big warm-up, and he looks fantastic out there. I think it's more of a mental thing.
I think it is too, and there's certain horses that are just like that. You know, we talk about it often on this show. I think everybody knows by this point that switching leads in the stretch is a big pet peeve of mine. And John Kimmel even mentioned it to me the other day after another horse. He said, Mariachi never switches leads. And I know that it's been a source of frustration, but to be fair, he was using his speed last time, and he was beaten by a horse in Speakeasy, who we're going to see in Grade 1 company tomorrow. Obviously, is a world of talent. Now, this is the third race off the layoff for Mariachi. This is by far the most fit and defined he's looked.
Oh, that's good to hear. And just so strong behind the saddle, everything. He's doing everything pre-race that you want a speed horse to do.
Absolutely.
So I really appreciate that. As we'll check in with number 8, Edified. This will be your selection. You know, I talked to Ricardo Santana earlier, and he said, yeah, he was acting up. He got a little nervous in the gate, but it was more some of the other horses that set him off a little bit. So therefore, a tardy start, but he came running.
He really did. And, you know, it's like when they start kind of acting up in the gate, it almost rocks the gate a little bit, too. And I think that was part of it. Now, this is a horse, too, that comes out of that same Speakeasy race. He was a big price that day, and he's one that I think actually has put on some weight since that last effort, which I appreciate. I'm hoping that he's going to come running. I would have liked to give Mariachi another try, but as we talked about with the lead switching and maybe some questions as far as some other pace with him on the front end.
Well, here's one that we see, the rider off of number 4, Big City, who will be a late scratch. And we were going to comment that we didn't like the warm-up, but I guess we don't have to now.
Yeah, so it unfortunately was pretty evident, taking a long time to warm up out on the track out there.
Greg?
So Big City going back to the barn for Jose D'Angelo. So we'll take him off the board. Starting gate crew is already, wow, they moved quick. They already got the 4 off there, off the starting gate.
It's fast.
Yeah, so if you're involved in these pick 4s and pick 5s, you're going to go down now to the post-time favorite, which could get a little bit, I would think Mariachi maybe. He winked at Richie, so maybe he will be the favorite.
Close right now between him and Tivy on the outside, the 6 and 10. But yeah, money starting to settle on Mariachi a bit. So late scratch, the 4, Big City coming out. He'd been off since early June, coming in from South Florida. We'll wait to compete another day. It's not like that makes this any easier in this wide open ninth.
Well, you know, it took some speed out of the race, which does help Mariachi. I mean, now the 2 is the inside speed in here. Excuse me, the 3. I would think it's the inside speed. So if Mariachi goes to the front, as you see the picks, goes through the front end, the 3's got to sit that pocket trip, whether she's good enough or he's good enough, we'll see. And Edified needs a break.
You got to think the 10 Tivy, Paul, is also going to show speed from that outside post.
Yeah.
They're gonna be dinging it on the front end.
You know, all kidding aside, though, Mariachi does look spectacular. Like I said, I was at the barn. He looks great. I just wonder how hot this pace gets. And that's why I landed on Edified, because I think he's the most legitimate closer in a race packed with speed.
I think Tivy showed his hand. He had a really powerful work coming into this race, the outside horse, 10 horse. I think this horse goes straight to the front.
For history-making trainer Jenna Antonucci, first female trainer ever in this sport to win a Triple Crown event. Happened last summer with that Belmont Stakes, and then the Travers followed it up with Arcangelo. Became 3-year-old of the year. We'll see if Tivy can get the win here. Wide open race, the 6. Mariachi is your favorite. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Thank you so much. Ricardo Santana Jr. looking for another win. Just had to jump off Edified, who is acting up behind the gate. Assistant starters working on Edified. 9th race named the Mirrors Don't Lie Derby. Happy birthday to Peter Sr. and Amanda Jean, celebrating here today. Edified coming up. We'll talk more about them in the winner's circle. Here's Mariachi. Noda will be next. Tivy to the outside. Tivy going up calmly. Goes in. And they're off. Tivy jumped right in the air and is last. And a perfect break for Mariachi, who takes the lead while in hand, joined by Forest City, and Classify is in between them. Classify is quicker than all, gets the lead. Dilger sits at the rail in fourth, just steadied ever so slightly. Defusky Island is off the pace 4 lengths to make up. Then it's Noda inside Tivy, who faces an enormous task. A gap of 5 back to Edified and Letty. 22 and 2 for Classify. Mariachi gets the Dream Trip up alongside to challenge A Neck Away. Those two speed past the 3/8 pole together as one. With Dilger and Forest City right next to one another. Defusky Island is racing in between horses. Tivy is next as they reach the top of the stretch. Classify, Mariachi on the outside is up on even terms with Classify. 3 lengths clear of Dilger in third. Forest City is next. There's an 1/8 of a mile to go. Classify, Mariachi. Classify holding on. Mariachi alongside. 2 more to Dilger and Forest City. Mariachi gets the upper hand. This was a perfect ride from Kendrick Carmouche, getting Mariachi home. Classify was second. Dilger a nice third, and Forest City fourth.
Mariachi in a battle with Classify and wins this war. 4th win now, 10 starts. Kendrick Carmouche for John Kimmel.
Bounced out of the gate on top. He allowed the 5 Classify to lead him, but he was always traveling well. And this Son of McLean's Music gets it done. John Kimmel, 4 for 10 now at the meet. John's put together quietly a really nice meet.
Look outside with a 10. Tivy, not the start you want.
No, he jumped up in the air at exactly the wrong moment, and that was all his own doing. That wasn't anything to do with the starting gate crew or anybody. He just jumped in the air at the absolute wrong moment.
And it muddied up the pace. You know, he was projected to be a horse that would be in front early. The pace changes dramatically. You look at those 2 horses in the front and the 5 and the 6, and you're looking at a couple of horses whose silks are entirely pure and clean. For Mariachi the 6, a good clean trip up front alongside the 5.
Was it, Mig, for these same connections that he had one of my favorites, Mr. Buff?
Yeah, this is Chester Mary Broman, who bred this horse.
Just winked at you again, Midge.
Yeah, he at the barn the other day, he let me know he was there. And actually, guys, I used to ride this horse's great-great-grandam as well as his grandam.
You see
for the Romans.
There you see John Kimmel, by the way.
Yeah.
By the way, it's not lit up, but the horse was the favorite. So if you had the 4, you got home.
5-2. Mariachi with the win. This horse shown a lot of ability from the outset of his career.
I thought this was impressive considering he's really never went by a horse if you really look. And I got to give Kendrick, because I kind of thought, okay, this is right or error here. You're having a horse that's coming out of mile races. And he was able to go by Mig. It was surprising to me, actually, a little bit.
Yeah, nice when you're outside that other speed,
Yeah,
right? And
yeah.
you're not forced into anything. And he just got real comfortable in his hands. Beautiful horse, Mariachi. Son of McLean's Music. Ante Up, my friend, who was by Seeking the Ante, who was out of Ante Spen, who was a Grade 1 winner on turf and dirt. And that was the Bromans Foundation mare. Actually, had Friends Lake was one of her top foals. So
You had a pretty big win on that horse, didn't you?
He won the Florida Derby at a big price. And I was a groom for Mr. and Mrs. Broman's kids when I was a kid myself. They were a couple years older than me. Made $40 a week. Tom, Mr. Broman come in the barn and give you $20 every time you came in the barn. That's more than half your check. I like being a groom.
Everybody lined up. When he came to the barn, everybody lined up.
What's he doing here again?
Yeah, I'd have a rub rag and some fly spray. That's all I did all day was take care of the horses like that.
I think I saw you at that traffic light in downtown Saratoga last week.
New York bred here, beating Open Company in this win as well. For John Kimmel's Mig Set, having a great meet here. 4th win for the Kimmel barn. Kendrick Carmouche for homebred. For Chester and Mary Broman. We're going to go back to Woodbine right now. Race that happened just a few moments ago. Group 3, Bold Venture, 6.5
in
furlongs.
the Bold Venture, a great start for Patches O'Houlihan and First Empire. They've come clear that top pair by 2.5. I'm a Gambler and Play Me a Tune back in 3rd and 4th. Making ground on the inside is Border Town and Last Ironstone, and Patches O'Houlihan being cuddled along in front. And Patches O'Houlihan by a length to First Empire. And on the inside to 3rd, Border Town, and neck away Play Me a Tune. I'm a Gambler, the centre. 1 away last is Ironstone. Racing through the opening quarter in 22-1, and Patches O'Houlihan and Sophia Vives on top. Being stalked by First Empire in 2nd, Border Town the inside. On the outer, Play Me a Tune, 3 off the lead, coming forward. And then I'm a Gambler. Last of all is Ironstone as they go inside the 3/8 and Patches O'Houlihan. Joined by First Empire, and now for the first time under some pressure, Patches O'Houlihan. First Empire striding up to level. A length away, Play Me a Tune as Patches has responded and kicks away as they turn again. First Empire on the outside, and then came Play Me a Tune, and I'm a Gambler's a bit of a chance in the center for Pietro Morin, Patches O'Houlihan. A couple in front, down the outside, Play Me a Tune, I'm a Gambler the center. Patches O'Houlihan from Play Me a Tune on the outside. Play Me a Tune coming, Patches O'Houlihan holding. Patches O'Houlihan in a photo with wide out, Play Me a Tune, and I'm a Gambler the center. Ironstone is back next to a photo for the win in the bold venture.
Patches O'Houlihan dodges a big effort from Play Me a Tune. It was just making career start number 3. Patches O'Houlihan, over $370,000 in earnings, multiple stakes winner, group stakes winner. Got a real test there.
You think he likes the racetrack? He's only 8 for 9 over it.
Wow. 9 for 11 overall for this horse that does not lose often. Got tested here, but able to get that win and repeat in this race. Big one for us still to come in the Distaff division on this Friday card from Saratoga. Here is the reigning champ of the Distaff division, Idiomatic, winner of this personal ensign last year, looking to go back-to-back and exact a little revenge from the last time she met Randomize. Stay with us.
Honor AP, a mesmerizing horse from the very beginning, who captured the imagination of the racing world and proved his potential on the track. A Grade 1 winner, out of a multiple Grade 1 winner, with incomparable looks and an unbeatable pedigree. The speed, the bloodline, the physical. Honor AP. Only at Lane's End.
Complexion. Phoebe in Wonderland.
Galabrand asserts herself.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late first hit.
Poppy Flower with the momentum.
Thanks for being with us on our Saratoga Live coverage here on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. And things getting serious now on Travers Weekend as we get set for the Grade 1 Personal Ensign up next. It was Mariachi back in race 9, picking up the 4th win of this 4-year-old's career for trainer John Kimmel with Kendrick Carmouche.
Nothing wrong with a couple of tequila shots and some mariachi.
I tell you what, Mariachi looked fantastic at the barn. He looked fantastic on the racetrack. Kendra Carmouche gave him a beautiful ride, and John Kimmel has put together a really nice meet here at Saratoga.
Not a bad pick 5, but pay attention to all those numbers there.
You guys ready?
Yes, let's go.
Here we go. The champ is back. Episode 3 of this rivalry between Idiomatic and Randomized. Idiomatic beat her in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. Randomized returned the favor earlier this year in the Ogden Phipps. And here we go with Act 3. Idiomatic 3-5 early on in the wagering. 11 for 15 in her career. Brad Cox and Jonathan Kitch have been talking about it a lot earlier. It said in an interview she's still as good as she's ever been.
Maybe true, but 3-5 versus 7-2. I put these fillies a little closer together in terms of talent.
Kind of with you. I thought we were going to be like even money to 7-5-ish and some of that. I get it with Idiomatic being the favorite, but not this much disparity. Yeah.
Well, this race named after perfection. Never lost to the racetrack. Perfect 13 for 13. The great personal Ensign, including a win right here against males in the Grade 1 Whitney, Mig.
Beating Gulch, who went on to be a Breeders' Cup sprint champ, and King Swan, a horse that earned well over $1 million here in New York, was very popular. She was remarkable. For her to get up and win the Breeders' Cup Distaff that year over Winning Colors, she was never in position to win the race and got her nose down on the wire. That was one of the most courageous efforts you'll ever see. About what she did in the breeding shed too, guys. I mean, as a broodmare. You know, My Flag, a champion, Salute, Miner's Mark. I mean, one after another. She just was a prolific producer as well.
Storm Flag Flying. You can keep on going with that family. Yeah.
Randy Romero, you saw on board there. He's on board for a lot of those victories. 8 of those 13 wins. Grade 1s for Phipps Stable. What a special performer, Hall of Famer, one of the greats. As we get set for this year's edition, just 24 minutes away. Let's go to Acacia Clement for more.
And happy to be joined by Mark Cornett of C2 Racing, sending out Soul of an Angel. She has been very consistent lately, putting up some really big efforts.
She sure has. She really seemed to blossom under Safi. We changed a few things on her. We decided to give her a little more spacing between races, and we think she's really like that. So.
She's beaten Randomized. She nearly beat Idiomatic last time. How much confidence do you have in what we're going to see from her today?
Well, we're confident she's going to fire. You know, we're hoping that Randomized and Idiomatic hook up and try to go out there and we can sit back and make one run.
Of course, we've seen you guys in the winner's circle here in Saratoga with White Barrio last year, but with a filly like this who maybe kind of had to earn the respect that she's gotten, what's the journey been like with her?
No, it's been fun. You know, anytime you step out and buy a horse privately and you see something in a horse and then it comes to fruition on the racetrack, you know, the whole team is very satisfied. So.
As you should be. Best of luck with her today.
Thank you.
Greg?
Acacia, thank you. Tried to steal it against the champ Idiomatic in that Grade 3 Molly Pitcher back on July 20th at Monmouth and nearly pulled it off under a Rad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, this is a really good race. So your big champion favorite in Idiomatic on the inside there gets surprised, if not, by Soul of an Angel on the outside. I think Irad said, hey, we're going to move early and try to take it to the champ. And they're going to battle the wire. The champ's going to show her grit and determination and come back on Soul of an Angel and win. But if Soul of an Angel runs a more tactical race, can she have a great finish like this here? Maybe so.
It's very possible, and you got to think that Randomized and Idiomatic are going to be playing a bit of their own chess match, right? And sometimes that sets it up for a horse, and she ran Idiomatic to a head here, trying that quick early move to surprise her. Maybe she sits the trip.
Yeah, you know, sometimes we think about, we were focusing on Idiomatic in that replay so much, and we're not giving Soul of an Angel any credit. And sometimes that will backfire on you. It was kind of like with Mage with Forte. We always like, what's the matter with Forte? Well, like, why are we giving Mage any credit for the good run? You know what I mean?
Inside that day at Monmouth was not reportedly great.
True.
And Idiomatic still gutted it out. Chad Brown, he'll have a filly who's beat the champ. He'll also have Raging Sea, 2 shots in this Grade 1 personal ensign when we come back, and he'll have 2 cracks at a race he covets more than any in the Travers on Saturday. Stay with us.
They're off in the hopeful. Basin now running up alongside, and Basin grabs the lead. Basin and Jose Ortiz are running away in the local.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The 2024 Global Symposium on Racing, celebrating 50 years of being the premier networking event of the year. 50 years of connecting the who's who of racing and collaborating face-to-face with key decision makers. Discover the latest technology and innovation while being a part of the international conversation. Join us December 9th through 11th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Initially known as the Kenilworth Cup, the Man of War Cup is a solid gold trophy awarded to the winner of the Travers Stakes, or Midsummer Derby. Commissioned by Abe Orpin, co-owner and manager of Kenilworth Park in Windsor, Ontario, the trophy was created by Tiffany & Company in 1920 for the match race between Man of War and Triple Crown winner Sir Barton. Man of War won the contest by 7 lengths and drank from the cup in the winner's circle. In 1936, Samuel's wife, Elizabeth, donated the cup to Saratoga Racecourse. That same year, Granville became the first Travers winner to receive what is known now as the Man of War Cup. Each year, the original trophy is presented by a member of the Riddle family or the governor or lieutenant governor of New York to the winner of the track signature event. A smaller gold-plated replica of the Man of War Cup or Travers Trophy inscribed with the winner's name is prepared for the Winning Connections to commemorate one of the most prestigious victories in the sport.
That is a highly coveted piece of hardware right there, the unofficial 4th leg of the Triple Crown Midsummer Derby. And you get that canoe painted in that infield lake for good measure, one of the great traditions here at Saratoga. And a man who covets this race more than the Kentucky Derby, Chad Brown. He's going to have 2 chances at it. Sierra Leone, most would think his best chance, but a horse who has had trouble getting out of his own way.
Yeah, he's had problems, right? He lugs in down the lane, makes it very, very difficult to ride. You know, he should have won the Kentucky Derby if he kept a straight course, but if he had won that day, probably would have gotten taken down in the Kentucky Derby this year with what he did towards the end of the race. But back to Sierra Leone, he got a good draw. I like that he's close to the rail. You know, Torpedo Anna's going to be in front of him. He's going to move right over to the rail. He's use that rail as a helper. So he's not going to lug in against the rail. He's not going to bounce off the rail. He's aware of that, and I think it's going to help his cause.
What kind of bit is he wearing this time?
Yeah, well, I think he's going back to the old ring bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
4th time in a row he's changed? In all seriousness, when you make a lot of changes like that with a horse, I mean, you're searching for something,
You are
right?
searching. You're not happy with how your horse is running, and you are searching for an answer. And they are definitely searching for an answer with Sierra Leone.
My issue is he didn't run bad last time. So why are you changing it up? Fierceness just ran an unbelievable number. And let's be honest, Fierceness is the fastest horse in this race. He just can't put back-to-back races together. Now, there's going to be a time where he's going to do it. But at the end of the day, Sierra Leone actually ran a good race. So why are we now changing the equipment again to try to pass Fierceness?
I think it's a great question. I'm personally picking Sierra Leone. I think it wouldn't surprise me if Torpedo Anna won, a couple others won. But I just think that the race plays to his strength. He's the truest and best closer in a race that I think is going to be run in almost like relay race fashion, right? Someone's going to take up the running pressure. Someone else is going to come on, and it's going to heat up a lot in the middle, and I think that's going to set up for his late run.
What about his other horse near Unmatched Wisdom? Obviously a horse who's on the rise, playing catch up a little bit to the rest of this 3-year-old crop. Be making start number 4 in the test of his life. He's undefeated, Tom.
He's undefeated in 3 starts, and in that win you're looking at right there, back in the restricted Curlin Stakes, he didn't break that well from the gate. He had to recover and kind of use a little bit to get to the front. I thought he ran a very, very good race that day, but this is a whole different level of race that he's running into tomorrow.
Where do you think he lies pace-wise?
Close, right?
I don't know. I mean, that's the key question, because if you look at this race, if he's kind of sent out of there, doesn't that help Torpedo Anna to like sit on that, and it might help Sierra Leone as well? He's the confusing horse in the race.
So you think that potentially, if he does show some good speed, he almost is like a buffer from that outside speed for Torpedo Anna. That's okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
You'll see it tomorrow on Fox Saratoga Saturday. Showdown of the summer coming up, and one of the great Travers we've had in many, many years. A race with so much history, and who knows if the filly can do it. Maybe horse of the year potentially wrapped up in this race. It's amazing to think about if she could pull that off. That happens at 3 Eastern tomorrow. Fox Saratoga Saturday. Back to a big one in its own right here. Grade 1 Personal Ensign in this Distaff division. The rematch between the champ and randomized round 3. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, exactly, Greg. And it's so fun. Paul had mentioned it earlier on about the size disparity between Idiomatic and Randomize, and it's quite glaring. Obviously, when we watch that stretch battle going back to the Ogden Phipps and even here in the paddock today, as starting with Idiomatic, she is an incredibly large mare. She is long, she is tall. I mean, she's every bit of 16.3, if not upwards of 17 hands. And I was talking with Connections, and I said, how much do you think she weighs? And you know, your first inclination would be 1,300 pounds because she's so big. She's actually, when she's fit, is around 1,200, where as a horse like Randomized, she's maybe 15.3 and right around 1,000 pounds, if that. That's how different their sizes are. And so for me, 10 out of 10 times, I'm picking Idiomatic. And I will say this, I think relative to that start in the Phipps when she was only second off of a layoff, and let's not forget, it's harder for these horses as they get older to get that true race fitness. And I think we've had to see that with Idiomatic because she looks fitter today than what she did for that Ogden Phipps, and she's been training incredibly well heading into this Personal Ensign. So I think the favoritism that she's showing on the board right now is warranted, as she will have to deal with Randomize, though, who knows her game, and Randomize loves it here at Saratoga. She is, I think, a little bit more naturally faster because Idiomatic at times, because she's so big, can get a bit restless in the gate. So Randomize, she can leave more fleet-footed, being that smaller, compact type. Looks great here in the paddock. Not much has changed with her in her 2 starts back. Obviously got a little sick after the victory in the Grade 1 Phipps, but she looks fine here. I wish she maybe looked a little more tucked up if I had to split hairs, but all things good for Randomize. Now, number 2, Soul of an Angel, who gave Idiomatic all she could handle last time, and it was like Idiomatic kind of just got a little bit, lost on the front end. It's not like Florent Giroux took a hold of her to go 25 and, 50 to the half. He was loose reining, kind of niggling at her a little bit, and her ears are up, and she just thought she was on a canter around the track. So Soul of an Angel engaging her and invoking that competitive spirit. I've always liked this mare, even when she showed up for the first time at Belmont at Aqueduct for the Ruffian, because she's big. She's everything I want in a mare. Carries her weight really well, dappled head to toe, laid back, really intelligent head to her as well. So I think she does belong with these, at least from the physical standpoint. Greg?
12 minutes to post. Thank you, Maggie. We're going to go back to a race we've talked about with the champ, Idiomatic, and Randomized. This was round 2 when they met, and again, Idiomatic didn't break great. She was wide throughout, and Randomized took advantage.
Yeah, broke well. Randomized did, made an easy lead. It made it so difficult for the champ to catch her down the lane. She puts her heart and soul into it, but she had it up against herself with all that happened early on. Not leaving the gate well, compromised her trip. She was wide, just couldn't quite get to her.
Tell you what, you got to respect Randomized determination, though. The way she pins her ears and sticks her head out, and you got this hulking mare outside of you
that think it would intimidate her, right?
And she just kept digging, kept fighting. Kind of looking at this, though, I just had a little bit of an epiphany, guys. I think Idiomatic and Randomized are going to hook up in a big way at some point of this race, and Soul of an Angel is going to run them both down.
By the way, I was a big part of structuring that flower.
Susan Garrett putting together all those flower blankets. Actually, her idea for all the big races to make that happen, not just the Travers.
It's insane the work she puts in. Unbelievable stuff. It's great stuff. She has a lot of pictures of it too. Unreal stuff.
Let's go to Acacia Clement.
Here with trainer Brad Cox, who will send out Idiomatic. Brad, you told me the other day that you don't buy into the fact that she's not quite the same this year. What has she shown you to believe that?
Well, her work's been consistent, and she's, I thought a bad trip away from being undefeated this season. So she'll good trip here. She'll be tough.
She's drawn just inside Randomized. How do you expect it playing out? Because we know they both have speed.
Yeah, break, go forward. If Florent takes control of the race, so be it. If he can't, then we need to jump on top of Randomized and not give her any breathing room. It's real simple.
Maggie was just talking about the size of Idiomatic, and she does, but she carries it well.
Yeah, she does. She does, and physically, she's as good as she's ever been. She looks amazing, and excited about the next 5-10 minutes.
As you should be. Best of luck, Brad.
Thank you.
Greg?
Tom, obviously, these are the positions you want to be in with horses like this, big races like this, but it can be nerve-wracking.
Brad sounded a little bit like he was a little nervy just now, didn't he? But hell, he's done this 100+ times in these really big races.
I know we're starting the post break, but it's more nerve-wracking when you're 3-5 than when you're 6-1.
No doubt about it. No doubt. You feel the pressure of the world on top of you.
So we heard confirmation from the owners, Kidjura, the correct pronunciation with this one. What's some big efforts, especially late last year.
Yeah, in a horse that, in a barn that's going well with Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing, having a monster meet.
Here's Soul of an Angel, tried to take it to the champ last start and just missed.
Yeah, I mean, we just talked to Brad Cox, who had Idiomatic. He thinks it's a 2-horse race. You can tell by the way he was talking. Maybe it does set up for someone to come off the pace like Soul of an Angel.
Another one from the Chad Brown barn went by Raging Sea, and here's the champ Idiomatic.
Yeah, she looks good, but, I mean, she's 1-10 in her last start. You bet $100 to make $10, and she just barely did it by a head. She's got to answer today.
Randomize, took advantage of circumstances, but look, she ran her heart out too, and it was a big effort. It was a grade 1 win, beating Idiomatic last start. As Chad Brown said, she loves it here.
Yeah, the 4 looks like Jason Worth, and the 5 looks like me. Randomized, but I will tell you this, though. Joelle's not going to take the speed away if you see the trophy that they do get. I would think they got to go. I know that Brad is very confident, but Joelle has to go.
I agree.
Well,
I think Randomized is faster.
Let's talk about the other Chad Brown filly in the race, and there she is, Raging Sea. Flavian Pratt will ride. She comes off a win of the Grade 2 Chuvy, obviously facing much tougher competition here.
Much tougher competition, and she got everything she needed in the Chuvy. I mean, she saves all the ground, gets through along the rail, took the shortest course home, and wins easy, but it's still a bit of a driving finish.
Yeah, but she did have that perfect trip, right? The rail opens up, she gets everything her own way, but she's also another closer in a race I think is going to get very interesting up on the front end with the 4 Idiomatic and the 5 Randomized.
It's just like when you visually watch that race and then you watch the race between Idiomatic and Randomized, it was like the Randomized and Idiomatic were in fast forward.
And look, she was against them. She'd won 4 of her last 5 when she had not faced those 2. She faced those 2, Randomized, Idiomatic, and she was a distant 4th. We'll see. Maybe she takes a step forward, but those 2 right now have really sort of separated themselves.
Yeah, they have. I mean, it's about pace. It always is in horse racing. And if those 2 horses, the 4 and the 5, Idiomatic and Randomized, do go together out to the front end, I'm going to be watching the clock. And the second split you're going to get is the half-mile split. If it's less than 48 seconds, that spells trouble for these two horses, in my opinion. If it's more like 49 seconds, that spells trouble for the rest of the field that's behind them.
Absolutely, yep.
Now, there is a filly in this race for Connections that are getting a couple of years ago. They were 6 for 13 here. They're having that kind of meet again. Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing, and Kidjara ran a race late last year that made you think she was going to be a superstar in this division. Hasn't quite panned out coming back now as a 4-year-old, but Phil Bauer says Kidjara, as we look at her right now, is back to training like she was kind of going into that big performance late last year.
She was giant in the Mother Goose. You know, she started her career on the turf, and she was 3 for 6 lifetime. And then you know what? You know, it was that time when Churchill Downs had shut down the turf course. He had nowhere to go. He had to run this filly, and she jogged. Then he went to the Mother Goose. She jogged again, and I remember asking Phil, like, he's like, I never thought she was going to be a dirt horse. I mean, I just ran her on the dirt for the heck of it. And I'm wondering now, maybe is it time for her to go back on turf? I think we'll figure out after today.
6-1 right now. Tyler Gaffleone will ride for Phil Bauer. And there's Idiomatic. 4-5, 5-2 with Idiomatic and randomized. Is that sort of what you envisioned here?
Yes, it is to me. Paul, what about you? I think those odds are what I expected to see between these two horses. I didn't think there'd be a lot of distance between the 4 and the 5 in terms of odds.
That's what I thought, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're you know, that disparity, has shrunk quite a bit. I think these two are going to get very engaged, guys. I think they're going to get really involved, and they're two quality horses, and that's when you get a real kind of pace duel.
Yeah.
But too, as a rider, when you're in a situation like that, Mig, how aware are you of how fast you're going and how much you have left in the tank?
Well, I think you're very aware of how fast you're going, but listening to Brad Cox's comments to Keisha just a few moments ago, sounds like he instructed Florent Giroux to take it to randomize. Now, randomize to me has better gate speed, and I think she can get the drop on her into the first turn, but it sounds like that Idiomatic's going to go up and engage her pretty early on. The other thing I have to put out here, I'm a big Joel Rosario fan. I don't think Joel Rosario's been riding in good form. I'm not quite sure what he may or may not do because he's been doing some things that, to me, are puzzling.
There he is. He'll be on randomized. He was on board for that win in the Ogden Phipps as well. Meanwhile, with more on Kidjara, let's go back to Maggie and Acacia.
Acacia Kidjara, the funny named horse. It's taken a long while to get it sealed, ironed out on the correct pronunciation, but it is Kidjara, according to Richard Rigney. But she had a lot of trouble going back to that fleur-de-lis.
She really did. And watching that last race where she actually broke a little bit awkwardly in there as well, then kind of shuffled back, and she's in between horses. Now, she's not quite as big as Idiomatic, but she still has some size to her. And I talked about this earlier, for big horses being stuck in between, and she was really tight and pushed back a couple times in the stretch. Such a compromising position to be in. She was on a tear last year, and it seemed like she might be able to be kind of up to the level of the two big ones to the outside in this distaff division. Well, she's not there now. I wouldn't quite give up on her just yet. I don't know if she could get around the other two, but I think that she's better than what her last showed.
Yeah, I agree. She's still going to have to show, though, that she can get back to that really good 3-year-old form that she had. It's just, it's eluded her so far. As we'll check in with number 3, that is Raging Sea. And yes, maybe she's the one that could come along and pick up the pieces. But going back to her last victory in the Grade 2 Chuvie, the kind of local prep for this race today, I thought she just had such a perfect trip that she jumps into the deep end of the pool today. And the fact that she is a shorter price than Sullivan Angel is baffling to me.
Absolutely. Of the two closers, I would much prefer Sullivan Angel to be the one that's coming running late. Now, one thing I will say about Raging Sea is if you watch her recent workouts on XBTV, she's in company with Randomized and holding her own. I thought slightly second best in the Gallop Out in particular, but holding her own, which does kind of elevate her. And I don't know how you felt, but I thought from a physical perspective, she didn't quite stack up with the other big ones in here.
It's exactly my thoughts, too. We all land on Idiomatic, though, Greg, except for Richie, and I don't blame him for taking Sullivan Angel.
Yeah, look at personal ensign winners who have become champions. It's such an important race on the path to a championship. Of course, last year with Idiomatic. Malathop, the great Latruska, who was so fun to watch do her thing on the front end. And then some real, Midnight Bizu, Forever Unbridled, Close Hatches, Royal Delta. What a list, and the great Beautiful Pleasure.
Idiomatic reminds me a lot of Royal Delta, as in size-wise and stride-wise. She was so big with that stride.
That man right there, Mig, with some interesting decisions to make on the champ, Florent Giroux.
Let me ask you something, Mig. So do you push out of there? Now, if Joelle wants to go super-duper speed, then you just go right outside like Brad was saying and stay on top of her?
Yeah, I mean, and again, I think that's the instructions. Florent also is a rider that doesn't usually take anything away that comes easy. He's a forward kind of rider. You think about riders have styles just like horses have styles. Your best riders are chameleons. They just blend in and fit any situation.
You guys ever seen her train, Idiomatic? I mean, you wouldn't want to be in her back.
Really?
She just goes. Every
Really?
morning she goes. You can spot her. She's going faster than any horse on the racetrack, which is out there. So how much room he's going to have to make a decision as opposed to doing what the champion tells him to do
What she wants
is,
to do.
is going to be something to be seen.
And that first turn, Mig, comes up quick at this mile and an eighth configuration. So it's part of that job for Florent Giroux to keep Randomize as wide as possible early.
If she breaks cleanly, absolutely. I just don't know that she breaks as sharp as Randomized normally because she's so big. It just takes her a few strides to kind of unravel her legs. Listen, Idiomatic's good. I haven't seen the mare I saw last year. That doesn't mean it's not in there.
We will find out a lot more today. Has she lost a step, or were those excuses legitimate ones those last couple of starts?
Yeah. And you're running, listen, this is the test of all tests. You're running against a horse that's beaten you. You're running against a horse that loves this racetrack, like Chad alluded to Maggie. 3 for 4 lifetime here. But Idiomatic is 1 for 2 and just missed. But I just think her class wins today. I really do. I think that the racetrack was towards Randomized last time. Florent Giroux, I think, got the message last time to keep this horse perpetually in motion, going fast, because I think that's the way she wants to run.
So 4-5 on Idiomatic, and this is turning into one of the really great rivalries right now in this sport. Idiomatic and Randomized going head-to-head. There's Florent Giroux. Not at this meet a lot, Mig, coming in sparingly for Brad Cox, but this is certainly coming in for a very big moment.
Well, I know if I had my foot in the door in Brad Cox's barn, I would basically go wherever he wanted me to go.
You just gotta find out, or just tell between his son and him which one's him, because they are doppelgangers.
So about to load up for this heavyweight showdown with the best in this distaff division, the reigning champ, trying to go back-to-back in this Grade 1. Idiomatic at 4-5 on the board. That is the filly who beat her, though, last time out, and that was here at Saratoga, Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, in that Grade 1 Ogden Phipps. Randomize from the outside. She went gate to wire that day. What will happen today? Let's go to Frank Miramati for the personal ensign.
Here's Raging Sea coming up. Goes in. Idiomatic in the Juddmonte colors takes up her place with Randomized right next to her. Goes in smoothly. They're in the gate. And they're off in the personal ensign, and Randomized rockets out of the gate and goes straight to the front. Kidger on the inside, and Idiomatic. Idiomatic has something to say about that, and Idiomatic finds herself in front. Randomized will match strides. These two have sprinted 3 clear of Kidgera in the Red Silk's third. It's another 4 back to Raging Sea, and at the back of the field, Soul of an Angel. 23-1, but a contested 23-1. As they go on to the backstretch, it's Randomized on the outside of Idiomatic. 4 lengths back, Kidgera is racing by herself in third. Then it's at least 9 back to Raging Sea, and Soul of an Angel. They're not doing each other any favors. It's Idiomatic and Randomized. Idiomatic is in front now, heading to the half-mile pole. The half went in 46 3/5 seconds, with Kidjara getting a nice trip, although 5 lengths behind. Still 8 more to Raging Sea and Soul of an Angel. Coming to the 3/8 pole, Florent Giroux and Idiomatic, 3/4 of a length. Joel Rosario has to get busy now on Randomized, trying to keep pace, but Idiomatic is sprinting away. Idiomatic won 10 and 2, doing it effortlessly. The come from behinders closing in. Raging Sea and Soul of an Angel, they're at the top of the stretch, and it's Idiomatic. Randomized could not go with her today. Raging Sea is coming with a stellar bid in the center of the racetrack, has to get to Idiomatic. Idiomatic 3-length lead. Raging Sea is coming at her. Idiomatic trying to get there. Raging Sea and Flavien Prat coming with each and every stride. And Raging Sea has become a millionaire with a dazzling performance, running down Idiomatic in the personal ensign.
What a battle up front, and in the end, it does end. The champ, Raging Sea, for Chad Brown. 5 wins now in her last 6 starts, takes advantage.
How about that opening half mile, you guys? We talked about 47 being the over and under on what would be the end of those 2 horses in front. They went so quick on the front end, you knew that somebody was going to have to try to catch them.
46 and 3, going a mile and 1/8 in Saratoga is blazing fast. The first one to call Uncle was Randomized. Idiomatic put her away and just could not hold off the other Chad Brown, Raging Sea. I thought it might happen this way. I picked the wrong closer, but Raging Sea ran her down, but an extremely
ran great.
What
but
a
Idiomatic.
What a
she
game
ran
effort.
like a champion today, even in defeat.
Yeah, and then you get Flavien Prat, another stakes win. It's just been his soup du jour this whole meet. But we'll go back to the start.
How fast was Randomized out of the gate?
I was wondering if the 5, she did stumble a little bit. I was wondering, like, you got to give her a little bit of a break, because it was kind of weird. She broke quick. She's so athletic, but she did stumble a little bit. And the 3 got squeezed out of there.
Yeah, Idiomatic actually squeezed the winner out of there about 4 steps out of the gate.
Might not have hurt her. Might not have hurt her doing that.
Might have
Making
done her a
sit
favor.
back, right?
Sit back, yeah.
That was a blistering pace, though.
Oh, that's
pace
impossible
makes the
pace.
race. Yeah.
And even in that impossible pace, Idiomatic still almost won.
What an effort by Idiomatic.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Huge performance in defeat from the champ, but the win to this filly right here, Flavien Prat, Chad Brown, Alpha Delta Stables, taking advantage of a supersonic pace up front. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Flavien Prat as Raging Sea getting taken care of here outside the winner's circle. And Flavien, I'm sure this worked out exactly like you dreamed it to.
Well, I mean, I was hoping for pace, and we had it today. And yeah, I mean, she's such a brave mare. Always show up, and I mean, she's so push button. You can do whatever you want, and she was brave today.
How good is she getting? That late kick was tremendous.
Yeah, absolutely. We were a bit disappointed when she ran after a win at Kinlan, and then she ran a good race again here, and so yeah, she's just coming around good.
12 stake wins, 8 graded stakes wins. Flavien, this is quite a meet for you.
Yeah, listen, I'm very grateful. I'm riding good horses, and things are going well. Hopefully, can keep it up.
I think you will. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Flavien Prat, guys, the summer of his dreams continues.
He has produced time after time after time from the outset of this meet. One of the elite riders in this sport. 12 stakes wins and counting. And again, the champ, so game in defeat, but it sets up perfectly for Raging Sea.
And Idiomatic came out there and broadsided her as they came down to the wire as well.
No tea and crumpets for Florent and Flavien tonight.
What about when you're going that fast, Mig, head in head, in a race like this, and you know you got to try and last a mile and an eighth? I mean, what are you thinking? What else could have been done?
Wire, please.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and he was inside of Randomized, so he was kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, right? Do you ease back and let her go, and now you're in the chase mode again? In hindsight, yeah, that's the move. Hindsight's 20/20.
And for Pratt, the last eighth of the mile, he's got Idiomatic in his sights. He starts to move closer to her so his horse, Raging Sea, can see the target to get there in front.
Our winner circle lead in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock sale. Sell your star on November 4th after Breeders' Cup. What a summer it's been for that rider right there. What a meet it's been for trainer Chad Brown as well. Raging Sea, now 5 wins the last 6 starts. 6 for 11 overall and beating the champ. But again, I don't think Idiomatic lost anything in defeat here.
No, not at all. I mean, she ran absolutely giant. But you cannot take anything away from Raging Sea. Everybody else had this set up, and she was the only one that was coming home. And she's very consistent. She's won half of her races, and she got the setup today in a beautiful ride.
A beautiful ride, great trip. Raging Sea, very game, ultra consistent. Daughter of Curlin runs down the champ, another daughter of Curlin who was as game as a racehorse could be in defeat.
We'll say this, Brad Cox was not lying. I'm taking it right to you. And listen, he was very confident that nobody else could run me down. He just underestimated Raging Sea.
Might have underestimated the stopwatch. That was fast.
Yeah,
and in the end, this filly able to take advantage. Raging Sea, now the first Grade 1 win of her career.
Yeah, now 6 for 11 lifetime. And there goes a lot of money in her bank account. She's almost a millionaire now, and everything just changes overnight, just like that for her, Mig.
Yeah.
Value.
Yeah, I mean, listen, she already had a strong residual value that just went way up with this Grade 1 victory.
What a performance. We got that throwdown we expected, Tom, early in this race. And it winds up doing both those two in.
It's like two boxers that, come out in the first round and they don't stop swinging.
Right.
I mean, when it gets to round 10, you're going to be
That was Hagler Hearns.
Yeah, right.
Raging Sea, Grade 1 winner of the Personal Ensign with Flavian Pratt for Chad Brown.
Curlin's Grade 1 son, Solomini, New York's leading sire of 2-year-olds in 2023 and sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock.
Winstock's just the leader from Stronghold and Coach Prime and Winstock.
New York Stakes winner My Shady Lady.
My Shady Lady gets the victory.
2024 Stakes winners Solo Shot.
Solo Shot and also Geopolitics in a tight photo.
And Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
Solomini, standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Save $5 on admission when you buy in advance to witness Super Filly Torpedo Anna take on the Belmont Stakes winner Dornick and the boys in the DraftKings Travers Saturday, August 24th at Saratoga. Buy now at NYRA.com/Travers.
You're watching Saratoga Live as we just saw quite a performance in the Grade 1 Personal Ensign, Raging Sea, picking up her first Grade 1 victory, and a homebred for Alpha Delta Stables. As I'm pleased to be joined by John Clay. And John, though you've bred Grade 1 winners, you just told me this is the first Grade 1 winner that you've campaigned.
That's right. I'm very excited. I've been so close with a couple of other horses, and she's been knocking on the door. And it's great that she was able to do it in a prestigious race here at the Spa.
She's gotten so good, too. She's really taken steps forward in her last couple of races. Can you talk a little bit about how she's developed this year?
I think she's not a very good workhorse in the morning, but she really performs in the afternoons, which is great. And she really has been stepping up with each race. The Chouvet was a good step here and a good prep, and then she really showed it all. And we were also very fortunate that the two favorites got locked into a duel on the front end, and so we were kind of picking up the pieces at the end. So,
but a win is a win, right?
Exactly. I'll take it.
And as you mentioned, having bred some terrific horses such as Elite Power, Vekoma on the track, but to see this one in your silks that you've bred, that you've been with the whole time, how much more special does that make it?
10 times. It's super special. And to do it at the Spa is really good. So I'm through the moon, really pleased. So.
A wonderful moment. Big congratulations.
All right. Thanks, Acacia.
As Raging Sea, big Grade 1 winner now. Greg?
Awesome.
First personal ensign win for Chad Brown as well.
First 4-star, Dave. Now first personal ensign?
Meet of firsts.
Maybe Sierra Leone's your pick. That might be right.
I think we're probably a couple years away before we can't say first win of any kind for Chad Brown at this meet. He's coloring in the dots as he goes, is he not? Yeah, he's done very, very well.
We're all a little surprised, but I think seeing the way the race played out, not really surprised.
Well, it's funny, right? I mean, it seems so easy to understand looking back on it, but going in, these guys thought it was a 2-horse race.
Yeah.
And they rode it that way.
And it was not a match race.
12 stakes wins at the Saratoga meeting for that man right there, Flavien Prat. We'll be back.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Delmar Futurity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of Twirling Candy.
Pinehurst lasted home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
Why do the most successful owners, breeders, and horsemen select the Green Group as their tax advisor? We simply save them money. Over the past 40 years, founder Leonard Green has owned and bred some of the best racehorses in the history of the sport. His hands-on industry knowledge, combined with cutting-edge tax-saving strategies, has produced positive results for his clientele and has made the Green Group the top-rated accounting and tax firm in the business. For a confidential and complimentary consultation, contact us at 732-634-5100 or visit our website at www.greenco.com. The Green Group, proven strategies to save you taxes.
Off they race in a fantastic start by Out Wide, No More Options. A very nice beginning for My Boy Prince coming to the lead. Over on the inside is Essex Serpent and Raffaroo. Caitlin Her Greatness is there with Midnight Mascot, and Pierre is on the pace. They're all bunched up. Out wider is Roar of the Crowd. Early on, Vitality got back to the tail end with Jokestar. And Midnight Mascot is back third last. Essex Serpent has the lead at the wire the first time in the King's Plate by 3/4 to My Boy Prince. On the outside, caught wide, no more options with the run of the race. Raffaroo on the inside of Caitlin, Her Greatness, and Pierre pushing up to make a line of 4 behind the top pair. Over on the inside, Friendly Ghost is only about 3.5 off the lead, which is a soft pace. Over on the outside are Thor's Cause and Roar of the Crowd as No More Options dips behind them. About 2.5 to Vitality. Midnight Mascot is second last, and the trailer is Jokestar. They race with about 9 lengths covering the field up the back stretch. And the Mark Cassie pair are in front. It's Essex Serpent in the lead by 3/4 to My Boy Prince. A length away, Caitlin, Her Greatness. Raffaroo scraping paint on the inside, coming up well. On the outside is Pierre. 2 lengths away, Friendly Ghost and Thor's Cause. A break of 3 to Roar of the Crowd. No More Options. Midnight Mascot is winding up. Vitality's well back, and last is Jokestar. Racing off towards the 3.5. Essex Serpent pressed by My Boy Prince, waiting to pull the trigger now. My Boy Prince has gone to the front and run past Essex Serpent. And coming up is Caitlin, Her Greatness in third, and Pierre on the outside. Losing touch, Raffaroo. And finishing well around the outside is Midnight Mascot. My Boy Prince has said, let's go, and turns in the King's Plate, 2.5 in front. Chased home by Caitlin, Her Greatness down the outside. Pierre back in third, and here comes the filly. Caitlin, Her Greatness, coming after My Boy Prince and running up to share the lead. And down the outside is Midnight Mascot is flying home. Caitlin, Her Greatness has reached the lead, and she's as great as they come. Caitlin, Her Greatness wins the King's Plate. A half a length to My Boy Prince and Midnight Mascot. Fourth was Pierre, and Jokestar was fifth.
A filly beats the boys in the King's Plate, the only filly in the field. Trainer Kevin Attard did it with a filly a couple of years ago with Moira, who we saw run at this meet here at Saratoga.
And Moira actually won the Beverly D at Colonial Downs. You see the fist pump there for Rafael Hernandez. And fillies win this race a lot, Tom and Mig, because they're more mature at this time of the year, right?
Yeah, for sure. So how does that play towards our Travers tomorrow?
I don't know. Torpedo Anna.
So Caitlin, Her Greatness beats the boys. We'll see what Torpedo Anna can do. This is a big effort, too. As for the favorite, that was My Boy Prince. Looked like took command. Maybe an early move.
Seemed like a premature move, and it wasn't as though he just allowed the horse to do it. He sent him. He went all in awfully early, and then the horse fought all the way to the wire. It was very game in defeat, where Caitlin, in Her Greatness, the winner, was more patiently handled and kind of followed that move, but a little more conservatively handled.
I think we got to start realizing that Kevin Attard is a unbelievable conditioner.
No question. Get back here to Saratoga, race 11. Up next here as we try and follow up. That was a sensational performance we just saw in that personal lens and that throwdown on the front end. 5.5 furlongs, sprinting on the grass in this New York bred first allowance condition. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, Greg, we see Lina Wright as your favorite, and no complaints with her as she goes out for one of our favorite trainers, and Dave Donk, but checking in with some horses that have some question marks, I think, and that includes off the layoff, number 6 in here, Bustin' Bullet, who will make her first start for the Safi Joseph barn, whose horses continue to win and just run well, even if they're not winning. And Bustin' Bullet, this is one of the most fit I've ever seen her. She's one that at times could just maybe look a little undefined, a little soft around the edges. Not the case today. And 2, she's very relaxed. A horse that would kind of get herself a little too revved up, expend too much energy prior to going in the gate. So I love what I'm seeing from her. And she's striding out beautifully here in the paddock. So I think she's one that, as she does take the blinkers off here for the first time, I think in a long time. I don't have her full PPs in front of me, but I think she makes a good deal of sense getting back with some New York bred company. Number 7, My Bronx Baby, is a Finger Lakes Invader. We see this move often with these Dorico racing horses. They'll start with Carl Grusmark, and then they'll come to Jimmy Ryerson, who I think does a fabulous job. This one, though, switching to the turf after just being really fast at Finger Lakes, but often Finger Lakes speed sometimes doesn't translate, I have found, to Naira or to anywhere else. There is pedigree with this filly, though, as Mitoli, he seems to get some decent turf sprinters. And the dam, while she never won on the turf, she handled it in the second dam, was a graded stakes winner on the synthetic and graded stakes placed on the turf, too. Looking at her, she doesn't scream turf. But I do think that she could be dangerous given that pedigree. She's a little bit small and unassuming, too. Again, that's just a slight knock when you're dealing with these turf sprinters. Moving on to number 11, Aunt Yola. She picked up her game when she tried the turf for the first time. And she's a horse that I've kind of followed with interest because each time I see her, she takes that little step forward. And now it really feels like Horacio de Paz has her the best she's ever physically appeared prior to a race. I wasn't in the paddock for the turf try, but obviously she liked it. So back here, right back at it against winners after graduating, but she's just gotten so much stronger. She's filled out. Her top line is so much more developed. She really paints a lovely picture here in the paddock, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. 10 minutes away from this 11th. We're going to turn things over to Mr. Paul LaDuca for a play in this 11th race.
Yeah, I got a little bit of a bankroll play, and my bankroll does need a power nap. It's been on a power nap for most of the meet, to be honest with you. Last time I had a play, I got nosed out, and Greg Wolf rubbed it in my nose. But here we go with quick power nap here, the one. And I'm hoping I get the same ride I just got from Flavian Pratt. This is a horse that if you look back, this horse went back-to-back sprint races at Laurel Park with Madeline Rowland in the irons, and now gets a rider change from Jose Gomez to Flavian Pratt. Now, the gait has been her issue. She's not a great gait horse. Flavian's very good at these type of horses. Hopefully he can sit in a good spot. And it seems like him and Rudy Rodriguez, they started clicking and it got Rudy's barn going. I like this horse at 8-1.
8-1, and we'll break third to the outside. Yeah, we'll see if she can overcome those gate issues. Last time out was last away. So we'll see what happens today, but you get one of the hottest riders at the meet to take over. Favorite for the David Donk barn. Liner right. We'll talk more about that one and the rest of this field when we come back on our Friday coverage.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Gunite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
Want to know a secret? The Massachusetts breeding program pays huge bonuses for finishing first, second, or third at any racetrack in the country. You didn't know that, did you? Massbreds get paid up to an additional 25% of their purse earnings for the owner, and breeder, and stallion owner, and developer. It's the best kept secret in racing, till now. Tell all your friends, and to learn more, visit massbreds.com.
Back in our Friday coverage on Saratoga Live, and here's a look at Paulie's play quick power nap.
Yeah, a horse that's, I think, can come off the pace. Needs to get out of the gate, though, with Flavien Prat aboard.
Rail goes to this one, Super's Lucky Lady.
I think this lady's going to have to get lucky here, stepping up in class.
9-1. We'll get to that one in a moment. Sorry, 9-1 on this one as well. Bustin' Bullet, blinkers off.
Bustin' Bullet, blinkers off, as you say. We watched a replay on that one. This horse saved ground last time, had a good finish. Player.
My Bronx Baby coming in from Finger Lakes, first time on turf.
Very fast on dirt, going to get on turf. Dylan Davis was aboard. His sister Jackie was riding this horse at Finger Lakes.
David Donk with the favorite here, Liner Right.
Yeah, 1 for 17 lifetime, but has not been knocking on the door with 6 seconds at this level.
Here is Tariga for the Bond Barn, blinkers on.
Yeah, a horse that already has speed and is putting blinkers on, maybe because the gate has been an issue, but should be fast early.
Still coming onto the track, the rest of this group. Fabulous Fox, I believe there she is. Manny Franco for Christophe Clement.
She's a lot faster out of the gate than she is out of the paddock. Let's get that straight right away. She's got some speed.
She does. This will be her second try at the meet. She ran July 28th. She was quick early and then flattened out late. Aunt Yola. She's undefeated on the grass. She tried it for the first time last start and she broke her maiden.
Yeah, and she beat a heavy favorite in Geopolitics that day.
And Active Congress, speed outside.
Doesn't run often. 7 starts, and this horse is already a 5-year-old mare. But yeah, speed for sure on the outside and a very good turf record.
Here's Delightful Dixie, Paco Lopez.
Yeah, Paco won earlier, made it a lot interesting for the bettors, but he's got another mount and he sticks around. So I would think the 5's live here for Mike Deeney, who's a very underrated turf conditioner.
Here is Aunt Yola. It's like mind on business here. First turf start was last start and was a win at almost 25-1 for the Barna Horacio de Paz.
Yeah, and Horacio's having a terrific meet. Gets an outside draw. She has natural speed, but she's not forced in the race with that draw. And 1 for 1 on the turf. There certainly is a lot to like here, and might sit the right trip too.
Yeah, I mean, beat Geopolitics, who was a big favorite last time out. That's run a lot of seconds. Tom, I don't know what to make out of this effort, but when you get on the surface for the first time and you win, it's got to be a positive.
Oh, you got to like it. And then, you know, it wasn't like she had to be in the lead. She was kind of laying off the lead. You're looking at her there warming up. You can see that cotton in her ears. It's a little trick trainers do a lot of times, and they just want their horse not to have to worry about the noise that's around them.
So 4-1 right now. And you're beating, back to your point, Paul, a talented horse, but a horse who, to this point in her career, who is starting to become a bit of a second-itis horse.
Yeah, in Geopolitics, I mean, he's had a couple good races, but you got to give Aunt Yola credit because she completely moved up on the turf. And, when a horse tries the turf for the first time and they win, for some reason the turf form will hold up a little bit more than the dirt form, at least in my experience, Mig.
I agree with that. I'm curious about a real long shot in here. You got your favorite Linerette, who is a dead closer, and she is 1 for 17. So she needs some things to go right for her to get it done, right?
Oh, absolutely.
I think the 2-horse is very interesting in here at a big price at 18-1. Third start up the layup. All her turf races have been good, and I think she's going to get that coveted pocket trip. I think she's very interesting.
Romero Mirage will be aboard. And immediately in a spot where you get to save ground from that inside post, the 2. Minute to post coming up. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll get to the 2 in a moment, Greg, because I think there is some credence to what Richie's saying, and I'll kind of embellish with what I observed from her too. But I want to talk about number 5 in here. That is a horse, Delightful Dixie, that I actually picked last time, but because I really, really liked her Monmouth race, in which Paco Lopez was aboard. She was so wound up for her first start here at the spa. Today, they were very aware of that, acutely aware of it, kept her away from everyone else, brought her out last. Now she's with Paco here, doing Paco things on the racetrack. I can't say I'm his biggest fan, but here we are. Sometimes I wonder, is this the best thing for the horses with Paco aboard? But he has 1 on her. And I do like the fact that she is more settled, and the connections have tried to their best ability to keep her that much more quiet. Because last time she kind of got away tardily. She wanted to be forward, and then she had to rate behind the horse that finished third that day, 1,000 Plans. And in the end, the two closers ran 1-2, the 2 for Dave Donk. So Delightful Dixie may be in a better mind frame here in her second start here in Saratoga. Number 2, Super's Lucky Lady. She's third off of a layoff. She looks incredibly fit, so well muscled for trainer Rob Falcone. And last time, she was held up right behind a quick pace, but she couldn't. I didn't like the fact that she never got by that pace setter in Boss of All, who, though, to her credit, 2 starts later, drew in off the AEs, kind of a quick turnaround for Linda Rice, and was able to win with a 79 buyer. So I think she's been keeping some decent company. And like Meg said, she might be able to outrun those 16-to-1 odds.
And Paul, you brought up maybe the X factor of this race. First time on grass, the 7 is taking money, My Bronx Baby.
Well, a daughter of Matoli, obviously not a big influence when it comes to turf, but bottom side, Speightstown, and the horse that has shown blazing speed and blazing gate speed. This horse is breaking like a quarter horse.
She leaves like a quarter horse.
Yeah, she's quick. Her mom was 0 for 4 on the grass. Look, there's a ton of speed in this race, you guys. Half this field wants to be up front or close to it. It just shouts to me that something's going to close here.
5-2 favorite. Linerite would be one of those who wants a hot pace up front and can close into it for the David Donk barn. A couple of near misses, 2 of the last 3 starts. Race 11, 5.5, sprinting on the lawn. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Thanks, Greg. Linerite coming up. Here's Act of Congress to the outside. Going in. And they're off. And Bustin' Bullet very fast away from there. Opens up a couple of lengths in the first few jumps. Super's Lucky Lady is headstrong along the inside. And My Bronx Baby is up and on the pace too. So it is Bustin' Bullet who's the quickest of the quick. The gray Fabulous Fox now moves to engage in second. Super's Lucky Lady in a little tad tight along the rail. On the outside comes Act of Congress, who is fourth, now third, only about 2 lengths off the lead. In the mix is Delightful Dixie. They are followed by My Bronx Baby inside Aunt Yola. Then comes Linerite, Tariga's second to last, and Quick Power Nap at the back. 22 seconds flat for the quickest of the quick. Bustin' Bullet turns for home with a 1.5 length lead. Super's Lucky Lady along the inside gets out. Finally has some breathing room, length and stride. Inside of her, Linerite with her usual kick late. And on the inside, Linerite is trying to get to Bustin' Bullet. Bustin' Bullet, 2-length lead. Linerite is coming fast. And on the inside, also another fine finish from Quick Power Nap. Quick Power Nap came at Bustin' Bullet. Those two hit the wire together. She was just inside Linerite late. It's a tight photo in this 11th.
Maybe Bustin' Bullet to just hang on. It was close. Tyler Gaffleone aboard the 6.
I can't take this anymore.
I mean, for a big race for a horse in the front end where I thought speed was, I thought they were going really rapid, Richie. For the horse that ran second, Paulie's Play, if he's not crowded by the 8 horse right outside of him, I think it's a clearer path and he's going to get there. But he's just so crowded, it makes it very hard for a horse to get through that. I think he comes up just short.
Kind of an uncomfortable position, right, with that horse right up top and the hedge to his left.
What a
he saved every inch of ground. Bustin' Bullet left the gate like her tail was on fire in the race that I thought would be 4 or 5 horses chewing on each other. She just controlled from the start.
Wow.
11-1. Man who's had an incredible meet as well in his own right, Tyler Gaffleone. Finishing things off here, 6-1, 8-2. As Bustin' Bullet for Saffie Joseph Jr. gets the win.
I tell you what, Johnny V was trying to keep the one kind of in because he had a legit shot with Linerite, but like Bustin' Bullet won the race out of the gate and kind of held him at sway. I mean, you got to give the horse credit because he put away a lot of horses, and the 1 and the 8 were the 2 deep closers. The 1 was dead last at the top of the lane.
Yeah, saving ground. Flavian is so adept at finding the trip and getting that path. It was tight quarters, too.
Wow. 1 for 16 coming into this race, 1 for 13 on turf.
But there was a trainer change.
Indeed, to a man who's
having quite a meet.
Yes, Safi.
Close to 40% at the meet.
Wow.
That's good in anybody's book.
And Tyler Gaffleon with another win.
So 11-1 upset score here in this 11th. It's Bustin' Bullet. And we still have one more to come. We're going to talk more Travers when we return. Ken Dornick for Jason Worth and company. Making 3 grade ones in a row.
Volatile, winner of the Grade 1 Vanderbilt at Saratoga, is the sire of 2 promising first-crop 2-year-olds. In Saratoga Maiden special weight winner, Reliable Source, who will make her start next in the Grade 1 Spinaway.
And scores by 2.5.
And first out winner, Incentive Pay, a $315,000 yearling who will make his next start in the Grade 1 hopeful. Look for yearlings by Volatile at the upcoming Keeneland September sale.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Opening quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Program trading in naval power. What a thriller. Photo!
In Italian to win it.
Big F has won. And it will be McCulloch. Domestic spending. Ocean Road. Victoria Road. Digital Age. And Pearl. State of Rest. Newspaper of record.
Back on our Friday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by where you can play it all, the official betting app of Saratoga, Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com to get signed up and started. Bustin' Bullet. Just holding off. One Paul and Tom liked here. Quick power nap. Things got tight on the rail for that one. Bustin' Bullet cashes in at 11-1 here to return $24.40.
Good superfecta there if you had it. Hopefully you live on 6182 Broadway Lane, right down here. And you got that one home, Mick.
You guys had a good pick. Just ran out of real estate. Bustin' Bullet, daughter of Bustin' Stones, one of the most honest stallions in New York State.
Standing here for a while.
For a long time.
Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning rider Tyler Gaffleon, and with that win, Tyler makes you tied for second in the jockey standings. The meet just in the summer continues for you.
It's been so much fun. I'm having a blast competing with these guys. It's a great group of riders, and we're having a lot of fun competing out there.
Tyler, as well, you were just saying to me, when Safi Joseph tells you he likes a horse, they usually deliver. She looked incredible in the paddock, on the racetrack prior to going in the gate. She was so quick out of the gate.
She was really touting herself. Like you said, she was real flashy in the paddock. Came out here very professional, got a nice warm-up, but as soon as those gates opened, she sprung out there and never looked back. A ton of confidence, and she finished the job well.
It's a good thing you ride the turf well, because you're leaving us the last week. You'll be here one day, closing day, but to ride at Kentucky Downs. Is that a tough decision to make, considering how well you're doing here?
You know, it really is. Obviously, we want to stay here and compete and try and get our best finish, but got to follow the horses. There's so much money given away over there, and honestly, most of our business runs over there, so we just got to follow our business.
It's okay, Tyler. We don't blame you, but we'll miss you. Congratulations here.
Thanks so much.
All right, Tyler Gaffleone. Honestly, doing interviews with him doesn't get old. It's super easy. Greg?
Terrific young rider having the summer of his career here at Saratoga. As we take another look down the stretch.
Yeah, you see Bustin' Bullet on the with the red cap, drifts out a little bit, and they got 2 horses trying to rally up inside. There's room for both of them.
But it's tight.
But that's tight.
Yeah.
I mean, and trust me, when you're out there, it feels even tighter.
And what about your horse underneath you? They feel it too.
Exactly.
Well, you heard from Maggie right there. Unfortunately, Tyler Gaffleone, even though he's had this tremendous meet, he will not be challenging Arad Ortiz Jr. for the jockey's title. He's going to go to Kentucky Downs, ride quite a few days that will likely take him out of the mix, but take nothing away. Just tremendous what he has accomplished here this summer, Mig.
It's been a breakout summer in so many ways for him. He's done well here before. He's competed well here in the past, but this year was a statement kind of meet from him. Him and Matt Musiker, his agent, have been doing an amazing job, and you understand he has to go to Kentucky Downs. A lot of his clients that support him year-round are looking for him to ride their horses there. You don't want to bite the hand that feeds you.
Plus the money's good.
And the money's awful good.
The money's really good.
Listen,
it's unreal.
He's got his teeth in Kentucky, so a lot of his connections are there. So what he's done here is truly amazing. It really has.
Let's get back to the big one on Saturday. Grade 1 DraftKings Travers. And we had Jason Worth on the set a little earlier. Seemed relatively calm considering what's on the line. Not just one of the most prestigious races in the game. He wins this race. He is flat out in the driver's seat for 3-year-old championship with this horse.
You'd be calm too if you hit 8 postseason home runs.
9.
Oh, 9, sorry. Yeah, he was pretty clutch, Jason. This horse is kind of, Mig, you always call these bicycle horses. Is he a bicycle horse that's just very good?
Absolutely. You just got to keep on him, keep riding, and he just keeps finding. And he's a fighter. I love horses that fight. And listen, I'm down in the Tin and Lin on Caroline Street. I get in a bar fight. I want Dornoch with me.
He does not back down from a fight. I mean, he's been past each of his last 2 races, and he's come back to win them both, grade 1s.
You're the only believer, huh?
You guys don't believe he has a chance to win?
My thing is that I've said this before, and I've talked to Bob Baffert many times. And he'll tell me the best horse he's ever trained is Point Given. And that's excluding the other 2 horses that won a Triple Crown. Point Given was a freak. He's the only horse to pull this off. You think Dornoch can pull this off?
You got to take it relative into who everyone's facing, too. I mean,
okay.
You trust that A-game fierceness is going to show up?
No, you can't trust it, right? But he sure won the race, or won the ability to win the race at the draw. Having that outside post, which he had in the Jim Dandy, allowed him to do exactly what he wanted to do. He lives in his own world out there. That's what he wants to do out of the gate. Yeah. He wants to be in his own world. He's going to get that again tomorrow. And so what's to say he doesn't run that race back? And if he does, no one's beating him.
Yeah, he could very well get the very same trip he got in the Jim Dandy. And he's got 1/8 of a mile further that first turn. Johnny could just let him go down the outside of the racetrack before he has to even think about guiding him in for the turn. You're not losing ground on straightaways. He gets in a good rhythm is the key. And he's capable of going fast and staying. Now, his work was good. Nice maintenance for his last work. I wasn't overly enthusiastic about his energy level coming back to the barn. That's me. Maybe I'm splitting hairs.
My only issue with fierceness is when he has to look Dornoch or Torpedo Anna and I, one of those horses is going to sting him, and he might collapse.
He's never put together back-to-back wins in his career, but again, his best race is a lot better than everyone else. We'll see if he can bring it on Saturday. Meanwhile, the filly, she just shows up every single time, but now she's going to be trying to put in that kind of performance against better competition than she's ever faced, Tom. Does she have more to give?
I think she does. I mean, look, she's climbed all the mountains she needs to climb to be the best 3-year-old filly in the country. Everyone knows it. It's not even an argument. She wins so easily. So it's time to take on the boys. It's time to see, is she something that's so special she can beat the boys? And, Paul, you talked about her post tomorrow in the DraftKings Travers and where you think she'll be laying based on speed developing in front of her. She doesn't need the lead.
No.
But she's got that great gift, tactical speed. So she can be positioned very, very well against the speed.
Yeah, and I think the other part about it is like all of a sudden we were at like Kentucky Oaks in Preakness area, and we were like, she's the best 3-year-old. Now all of a sudden we're at the Travers, she's not? I don't understand that. We have Dornick, who probably needs the lead. We have Fierceness. We don't know who's going to show up. We got Sierra Leone with his 19th bit. We got, let's be honest. So what's the one horse that hasn't had a hiccup?
Yeah.
Who's the one horse that's kind of straightforward, does everything right? Torpedo Anna.
Did any of you pick her?
Yes, I did.
I did as well. Okay.
Oh, you like her tomorrow?
I do.
That's awesome.
Look, everyone's talking about figures she needs to get faster. The numbers I look at, she doesn't need to get faster.
Yeah, well, she'll have my support. I would love to see her win.
Oh, I would
Unless
love to see her
Fierceness
win
runs
as
his
well.
A-race.
Yeah, I would love to see her
That's
win.
the thing. That's the one thing. You're 100% right. If Fierceness runs his A-race, does he get beat? I don't think so.
Well, no, but that's the $1 million question,
100%.
right?
Look, they said after the Jim Dandy, immediately after the Jim Dandy, Todd Pletcher said, "I don't think we're going to be running back in the Travers. He takes time to recover from his races, and I don't know how many people believe that with Mike Rapolio
But they also
the
had
horse, but
Mindframe in the wings at that moment,
Yeah.
and then when Mindframe had to go to the bench, then he got tapped from the bullpen, right?
Yeah, it's
we will learn more tomorrow. Can he get over that big, elephant in the room? Can he finally put together back-to-back wins? We will find out. We're going to talk more on this special Saturday coming up. What a war this is going to be in the Allen Jerkins. Can the Jersey bred do it again in New York on the big stage? Bookham Dano looking for another Grade 1 victory.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a revolutionary state-of-the-art equine therapy and rehabilitation facility offering the most advanced equipment and knowledgeable staff to care for your equine athlete. From oxygen therapy and laser treatments to thermal imaging, dry saw room, and cryotherapy treatment, all alongside a 7/8 mile Tapeta training track. GMP Farm is revolutionizing equine care. To see a full list of services and book your horse's rejuvenation session, visit gmpfarm.net today.
Imagination eating up the ground on Bookham Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano.
The New Jersey bred in the Woody Stevens became a Grade 1 winner with that performance. First start back since a narrow defeat in the Saudi Derby. This horse, Paulie, is for real.
Yeah, listen, Derek Ryan is a very, very heady conditioner. He knows what he's doing. He's had horses that on the Derby Trail with Musket Man, Big Truck, Schoolyard Dreams. I mean, he had some good horses. And so he's got a New Jersey bred in Bookham Dano. Now, he could have taken another route to Charlestown in West Virginia for the same amount of money. He decided to come here. I think it's a vote of confidence for this New Jersey bred.
Tom, the horse who was just behind him, was very far back early that day. Hadn't raced since November 3rd for Bob Baffert, Prince of Monaco. How do you see the rematch going?
So I like Bookham Dano. He just has a nose for the wire. I mean, in 8 starts, how many wins? 6 wins? I mean, this is a horse that knows where the finish line is. And these kinds of races are so important. And he's tactical. There's going to be a lot of speed in this race. I think he sets up well for him.
And what he did last time from post 1, right? He had to jet out of there to get position, and then it was a wickedly fast pace, and he worked his way to the outside. He doesn't have to do as much maneuvering this time with a better draw. And the only 2 times he lost was at a mile distance. Everything under a mile, he hasn't been beaten.
Oh, yeah, and one of those was to Forever Young. Oh.
Yeah, he's been incredible. All out to win last start, though, at Monmouth. Again, so horse is going to be in this race on Little Knee, but who does not have the resume of a lot of these.
But good. I mean, Little Knee's a nice little horse. I mean, he's okay. But I'm kind of with Mig. I think the outside draw, winning from the 1 hole last time was more impressive than I thought. Now, from the 8 hole, I think, listen, this is a tougher field than he's faced last time out. But I think with his positioning, I think Derek was thinking, okay, let's look at the draw here. We do have an outside draw, and we do got the best horse in the field. Now, whether Prince of Monaco comes back and runs the way he did last time and he breaks better, yeah, he's the horse to hold off late. But Bookham Dano's the horse to beat.
It's going to be fascinating. Race 12, 5:30 Eastern start time, part of that Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage. Grade 1, Alan Jerkins. Meanwhile, back to the finale on this Friday card. Mile over the inner turf to close it out, maiden special weight, and part of the entry here, Timestone. It was going to break toward the outside. The 1A will be on the far outside as well. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in with some horses trying the turf for the first time, beginning with, yes, the inside runner here, Greg, and Save Time, who has been beaten at 3-5 and 1-4 in her last 2 starts on the dirt. But despite her having much more of a dirt pedigree, obviously the second dam, as you guys had mentioned earlier, being Sightseek, this filly is built like a turf horse. I've written in my notes several times, has a turf hoof, has a turf hoof. So I'm actually incredibly intrigued to see how she performs today with the surface switch. I think, at least physically, she suggests that she should take to it quite nicely, as she does have a turf workout coming into here. Now, number 12, Silvology, she was disappointing in her last start, although beaten by a nice filly in headline numbers, but really well beaten. This filly has a ton of turf pedigree, obviously. The Stuart Janney family line. She is a full to Onus, greatest stakes winner on the turf. If you go back a generation, the dam is half to Ironicus and On Leave. It's all turf. And she looks it here. I just wish she looks exactly the same as what she did in the paddock back at Aqueduct, in that she looks still a bit heavy, like she could gain some fitness, and she just seems agitated, swishing her tail the whole time, just kind of an annoyed type of filly. So I think the surface change will do her well, but I'm not, although reading some of the clocker reports, it hasn't been that glowing about her turf workouts. I just wish she was more settled and more fit overall, too. A horse that comes in from Ireland for Jack Sisterson is number 10, Vina Arana, and she's already graded stakes placed on the turf, as she has just gone to favoritism here, and she backs it up in the paddock. This is a beautifully put together filly. Really well prepared by Jack. Watching her workout several ago on XBTV, she was with Aspen Grove and holding her own beautifully with her. So it's not every day, Greg, that you already have a black type filly in a maiden special weight race.
Now, last time she was on the track, third, beat less than a length in a Group 3 at Leopardstown in Ireland.
66-1. That was her first time on turf. Her first 3 races were on synthetic. And usually when Jack's horses take money. They usually run. She looks a picture of health, and Tyler Gaffleon will get aboard. Jack got a little unlucky with Wrigleyville the other day, but his horse has been running.
Yeah, no, they have been running, and the fact that this filly's already grade 3 placed over in Europe in her own turf start kind of points her out, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, look, a graded stakes placing against maidens, you know, that's different worlds in terms of competition.
She was 66-1 that day.
Right?
Surprise.
She does get Lasix for the first time.
See what happens here. Tyler Gaffleon will be aboard for the state's debut. She is, at least in the majority of her starts, it's been really far back early.
Yeah, I mean, when you read those comment lines, you never really know, right? Slow early, and then you have another one, keenly in rear. It's kind of weird when you kind of read some of these, because, like, I'm kind of used to reading the Charlie Appleby lines now, and it doesn't really matter. They all break well. But most of the time, when horses, I don't know, Meg, if you, first time here in America, and you too, Tom, the gate is the one thing you got to worry about.
The vast majority of them do break slow.
Yeah,
that's fair.
They don't put a premium on the starts there like we do here. Our racing's much about position, and speed is always a commodity you want.
We'll keep our eyes on that as we get closer to post time coming up. Call to post behind us as we get set for the post parade coming up. We'll start with the entry here in a moment. And Timestone, Dylan Davis, Cherie DeVoe.
Yeah, a horse that's been really good in 2 starts. Has not been seen since March.
This one beat by the stablemate in the impressive Deep Satin earlier at the meet.
This is another horse that comes from way out of it for Cherie and draws in off the also eligible.
Save Time gets the rail, first time on turf for Chad Brown.
First time on turf, a lot of things going on here. The blinkers are coming off, first time on grass, one grass work to back it up, and gets a very crafty grass rider.
Dazzling Cruiser for Belmont.
Yeah, another horse that ran a good debut. There's a lot of horses in here that have all ran kind of the same figure.
Florent Giroux on Strife.
I think Strife is a player in this spot. Been competitive in all 3 of those starts on the grass. All 3 were seconds.
Moving to the Jenna Antonucci barn. Here's Mon Chouchou.
Working well in the morning, but hasn't been seen in a while. Maybe take a wait and see approach.
Interesting price here for Chad Brown, catalyzed.
And a horse that had trouble in his last start. I mean, down the lane, looks like he's going to win. Takes a step out, kind of goes off balance, has to be restarted again. It was actually a very good race.
Second to Wrigleyville, talented horse too. 2 back. Here's the 8, Patty Brown Eyes.
Well, I mean, the Sibs are 0 for 5 on this horse, and, you know, she's never tried the grass before, but if the family doesn't like it, what makes her like it?
Here's Just So Pretty, Katie Davis for Danny Yargan.
Horse that did show some pace. Last time Katie rode this horse was her debut and tried to wire her field.
Here's Silvology for Shug McGahee with Kendrick Carmouche.
Just a terrible post, but a pedigree that shouts grass. Full to onus, grade 3 winner on the turf, made over $312,000.
Here's the favorite for Jack Sisterson, the Group 3 placed runner with Tyler Gaffleon.
My God, that's a good car wash right there.
Yeah, you like that?
Wow.
She does look good, and she looks very composed on the racetrack.
Really light on her feet, huh? I love the way she framed up galloping off.
She's the 2-1 favorite. State's debut coming up. And 52-1 shot. Here's Day Away.
Yeah, for Ricardo Santana, this horse was in for 75 last time. 0 for 11 lifetime, and your longest shot on the board at 52-1.
So let's go back to this one here for Christophe Clement. Strife. Again, rider change. Florent Giroux will be aboard. And this was 2 back, June 16th. Belmont and Aqueduct, second to Beats.
She shows speed out of the gate this day. Just can't catch the pace setter, you know, but a good finish nonetheless. I don't think it was a very fast pace that day, so nobody really changed places up front. I think this is a very good effort.
I thought it was a very good effort. I thought she came back with a good effort up here early in the meet. But if you like Strife, which I happen to like Strife, you've also got to give a long, hard look to the 3 Dazzling Cruiser, who comes out of the same race, was third, and was the only horse that actually closed ground from further back.
Strong close on the outside, and a horse that overcame that slow pace to do just that.
And now her second start should be even a little bit more clued into things, and she's way too big a price at 9-1.
You think the entry's a little bit overbet?
Yes, but I mean, they both have a chance, and that's a tough outside post for
Yeah,
the 1A, isn't it?
You make a good point. I was just going to say that the 1A draws the complete outside, and the 1 is kind of like midfield. So the 1A draws a really tough spot. Listen, Cherie's an unbelievable trainer. I just thought that this entry was kind of a bit vulnerable.
And they're probably playing the 1A a little more than the 1, would you think?
You think so? I think it's the other way around. I think they're playing the 1 off the layoff. Really good race last time at Tampa. Of course, that was back in March, but I thought that's who they were playing.
Sagesta in the debut. Deep Satin last time out, who would beat Mixologist, who came back. It was so impressive at Keeneland winning.
We can do a little side bet, me and you. Who buys the Manhattans next time we go out?
Well, Peixoto has a really tough post. I'm just saying who they think
man,
is.
Come on, give me a break here. Are we going to do a little bet here or not?
Wow.
Jeez.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah, there you go. I got Time Stone. You got Peseta and a.
Let's make it 10,000.
Okay, what the heck? 10,000 Manhattans? That'll take us a year.
2-1 favorite. We're on, Tom. Viva Arana. So we'll see how this debut goes here in the States for this Euro import. Keep your eyes on the break again.
Yeah, and when you look at this field, the 11 has shown speed, so I would think Katie will send out of there with the 11. That's the only horse, if you look in this field, that has seen the front end in the first 2 calls. So I would think the 11 is your pace setter, and somebody else is going to have to show some pace, maybe the 1.
If Patty Brown Eyes, if she takes to the grass, if that horse takes to the grass coming off those sprints, I think the 8 can give you some speed,
that's
too.
That's true, too, yeah.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look at number 3 in here. That's Dazzling Cruiser, making only her second start. I was not present for her debut, in which she finished third that day behind Strife. I don't know what it is. This filly, my eye just kept going back to her. She's just really beautifully put together, as we see Richie actually selecting her. Go figure. Because she's really appealing, and I thought she ran well first time out. Just didn't have that much speed, and kind of was taken not wide, but moved wide into the stretch. But she just looks like she's really well prepared for this start back. Mig, what was it about her that you liked?
Filly ran well on debut when there wasn't a lot of pace on it. She closed, and I actually was going to pick the 4 Stripe, the Claiborne Farm filly by Warfront, but watching the race, I actually think she ran a better race, and with that start under her belt, I think she could take a step forward.
I think it's a fair analysis. I really do. That was not a fast pace that day, and she closed into it well.
Fair analysis? I think that was not a fair analysis on his analysis.
But are you an analyst?
Yeah, I think the 10 jogs.
Jogs. Really? See what happens here. 5-2.
Good luck between the 1 and the 1A, by the way.
See what happens coming. I'll say the 11, or you'll look at Just So Pretty. I believe it was her stablemate finished just ahead of her last start, Just Deny, who came back to win next time out.
Yeah, right.
And then ran the other day in that My Own 3/8 race that was won by the Clement Barn. But a somewhat talented horse. It's a huge price on that one, who could be forward.
Yeah. 74 buyer next time out, that horse, yeah.
I'm focused on the 1 beating the 1A.
See what happens here. You're top. You've gone to the Chad Brown Trying Turf for the first time.
He's making a lot of changes here. It's probably not a good sign when a trainer does all those things, but he's just so darn good on the grass. Yeah, the 2. Save time.
Finale on this Friday card from Saratoga. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Last couple left to load. Just So Pretty coming in. Here's Silvology in the colors of Stuart Janney III. Pashota to the outside. We have a Restless Just So Pretty. Being motivated to load. She's in no hurry to do so. Assistant starters have a hold of her. They have opened the front of the gate, and now she obliges. Katie Davis will join inside. 2 back. Pashota coming up. Right up to the gate. She must have liked what she saw earlier. All set. And they're off. A little stutter step for Time Stone out of the gate. It is a very quick start for Catalyzed. Catalyzed sprints clear in the early going. On the outside, Just So Pretty has some speed too, and just behind them, Mon Chouchou and Time Stone is racing in fourth. The pace appears to be very live. Strife is down on the inside, 6 lengths off the pace, followed by Dazzling Cruiser. Pashota is just outside of her. It's another 3 back to Save Time, who has settled toward the back of the field. Outside of them, Patty Brown Eyes and Silvology are next to one another, and it's 3 back to Vina Arana. The opening quarter went in 23 1/5 seconds. And so it's Just So Pretty setting the pace, has it by a length to Catalyzed in second, Time Stone in the clear while third. Mon Chouchou, Yellow Sleeves along the inside, is racing in fourth. Then it's Strife and Dazzling Cruiser right next to one another, 2 lengths clear of Pashota. Save Time and Flavian Pratt through a half in 47 4 have 9 or 10 lengths to make up, 2 lengths clear of Silvology. Then comes Vina Arana toward the back of the field as they reach the quarter pole. It's been all Just So Pretty thus far. Turns for home with a 2-length lead. And chasing with determination is Catalyzed. 6 furlongs went in 1:13 flat. 3 lengths behind them to Time Stone in third. No big closers other than Vina Arana, who is starting to finish very strongly on the outside. And here comes Vina Arana eating up ground with each and every stride. Vina Arana and Tyler Gaffleone winning convincingly. Catalyzed gets second. Then it was Just So Pretty who ends up in a photo for third with Pashota.
Viva Arana very far back early. Best late.
Did she jog?
She jogged.
Okay, there you
She jogged. She was in Washington County. The rest of the field was in Saratoga County, and she just rolled on by them.
Did the 11 hold on for second?
I think
third.
Good pick by you. Who won between the 1 and the 1A?
I owe Greg 10,000 Manhattans.
Or pesos? One of the others?
No, Manhattans.
Viva Arana group place last time out in Leopardstown State's debut breaks her maiden.
That was a really impressive performance. Paul, you said it. Look at those ears when she's pulling up there. She just doesn't really have a great understanding, but man, oh man, she has a kick.
It was almost like was this big monster truck, and they were all Fiats running around, and he was like steering her around. I turned to you, I'm like, holy cow, this big old mare is running right now.
And she came from way back.
Way back. She was disconnected from the field.
Big old filly, excuse me, not mare.
Just
filly,
loped on by them. I mean, then the ears go up. She's like, okay, now well, what's next? Now what do you want me to do?
It's impressive. And Jack, listen, he's done a good job with the limited runners he's brought up here. He really has. Jack Sisterson, the trainer. And, you know, he got a little unlucky with Wrigleyville, but he had the goods today.
2 wins on this Friday card for Tyler Gaffleone. This Friday card in the books, big upset in the personal ensign. What are we going to get in the Travers on Saturday?
Some great racing is what we're going to get.
Great
what a card
racing.
that is. I cannot wait. Yeah. Great weather. Everything is
outside of the Travers. What race are you most looking forward to?
Alan Jerkins.
I'm with you.
I'm with you on that, Alan Jerkins.
It's going to be fun. Our coverage tomorrow, Travers Day, begins 11 a.m. Eastern on Fox. Raging Sea scores the upset after that supersonic pace. between randomized and idiomatic. Takes advantage, first grade 1 win of her career. What will Torpedo Anna deliver against the boys in her shot at history? And can the Jim Dandy winner, the 2-year-old champion, Fierceness, for the first time in his career, go back-to-back? We'll see you tomorrow at 11 a.m.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire-to-wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
Here's 26 Black surging by them all to win it by a neck.
And Roos.
Torrigo trying to catch them both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
650-75. Nobody 75.
Buy them.
Respect them.
70-75. Now 700.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.